Chapter 476. The situation isn't optimistic. Laialai was startled. However, she quickly sensed the aura of the ocean barrier pearl coming from Nellanruman. She recalled that this girl was the little girl who saved her from the beach that year. In the past, Aunt Bifei had implanted the ocean barrier pearl within the body of her savior as a form of repayment. Moreover, Aunt Bifei erased her memory about the incident. Laialai remembered that Long Yi once told her the identity of the girl who saved her. In the blink of an eye, that little girl in the past had already grown into such a beautiful young lady. However, her eyes were still filled with the familiar kindness and intelligence she had in the past. "This is my first time coming to Blue Moon City. I don't think we met before." Laialai didn't tell Nellanruman the entire truth. However, her feelings for Nellanruman became cordial all of a sudden. "Is that so? That's strange. I think I met Big Sister before." Nellanruman tilted her head to one side and she seemed to be somewhat disappointed. "Could it be that you saw Laialai in your dreams?" Long Yi smiled and flicked Nellanruman's little nose. Nellanruman hissed in pain and wanted to protest. However, she seemed to have thought of something and she yelled in shock. "That's right. In my dreams, I saw Big Sister in my dreams." Long Yi found this somewhat funny and humored her. "Okay, don't stir up trouble now. We'll go for lunch after buying Laialai some clothes." "Brother-in-law, I am not joking. I have dreamt of this Big Sister many times now." Although her appearance was somewhat fuzzy, I definitely saw her. In addition to this Big Sister, there seemed to be a blue-haired aunt beside her. Nellanruman urgently defended herself. Although she was that it was in a dream, Long Yi and Laialai knew that she wasn't dreaming. Long Yi and Laialai looked at each other. They finally realized that Nellanruman wasn't lying when she said she remembered. It seemed as though Bifei wasn't thorough enough when erasing the memory of Nellanruman. Okay, I believe you. Since you dreamt of Laialai, it shows that you two were brought together by fate. Now, help Laialai buy some clothing. Come over here and give her some suggestions," Long Yi said with a smile. "Well, okay," Nellanruman happily exclaimed and grabbed Laialai's hand. First of all, it was natural for Nellanruman to help Laialai choose a pair of underwear. The moment Nellanruman chose something, Long Yi immediately realized that it was a bad idea for him to let Nellanruman choose. This little girl's taste was completely different from the big pervert, Long Yi. As a result, the selection process became very amusing. After they finally managed to choose a pair of underwear, they went to other places to get some clothes. Laialai was very energetic when roaming around the streets. Although the temperature was unusually high, she was still in high spirits. There was no need to talk about Nellanruman. She was a little girl who had an abundance of energy. Since this was the first time Laialai came to a human city, she felt as though everything was fresh. In addition to Nellanruman, who was chattering continuously beside her, Laialai forgot about being tired. As for Dongfang Kexin, she had been following behind Long Yi without uttering a single word. She also didn't know the reason why she listened to Long Yi. Her heart seemed to have stopped listening to her commands. She wanted to flee. However, she walked step by step into this heartbreaking and bone-corroding vortex. Currently, her heart was sinking further into the vortex and she hated herself. In the beginning, Nellanruman would still show some concern to Dongfang Kexin. She would speak to Dongfang Kexin from time to time. However, seeing as Dongfang Kexin was unwilling to answer her, she no longer talked to her. She focused on window shopping with Laialai. When noon arrived, the temperature reached its peak. Nellanruman rubbed her hand on her flat stomach and she mimicked Nair's voice and she complained, "Brother-in-law, hungry." Nair, who was sleeping in Long Yi's bosom, immediately woke up when she heard the word, hungry. Rubbing her eyes which were half closed, she cried out in her immature voice, "Father, hungry." When they saw that Nair was awake at the mention of food, Nellanruman and Laialai chuckled continuously. After that, the entire group walked towards Bright Moon Restaurant while laughing and chatting. Only Dongfang Kexin, who was following behind everyone, felt as though she didn't belong here. Fortunately, Bright Moon Restaurant had a magic air conditioning device. After entering the luxurious private room with cold air surrounding them, They drank a cup of iced herbal tea to quench their thirst. All of a sudden, they felt as though this place was like heaven. After that, Long Yi left the private room after pointing at the menu on the table. Young master, this is the latest news that came from Yates-Zana. The other tube contains the news from Soaring Dragon City. In the secret room of Bright Moon Restaurant, the manager respectfully handed over 2 sealed bamboo tubes to Long Yi. Long Yi casually undid the seals and opened the content inside the bamboo tubes. After reading them, Long Yi's expression changed. With a single thought, everything in his hand was reduced to ashes. The first secret report wrote about the great victory against Yates-Zana. The allied forces, with the help of Kobold Clan, attacked the defending army of the Proud Moon Empire from 2 sides. They easily broke through the 3rd defense line. In that battle, the famous general from the Proud Moon Empire, General Kina, committed suicide and died for his country. At this moment, the Allied army was sweeping through the border of Proud Moon Empire as they pressed on towards the capital city of Proud Moon Empire, Icewind City. This was the best news Long Yi received in the past few months. They were finally able to obtain victory in that long drawn-out war at the Yates-Zana defense line. Although the price they paid wasn't small, the price was worth it after considering everything. That was because the moment Yates-Zana fell, the end of the Proud Moon Empire was around the corner. On the contrary, the secret report which came from Soaring Dragon City was not good. He was not happy with the situation over there. The Zimin clan and the Imperial Long clan had already reached the feverish level. All the pretense had been dropped and they were bitterly struggling against each other. Currently, both sides were suppressing each other with all the means available to them. It didn't matter if they used fair or foul means against each other. The situation in Soaring Dragon City was uncertain and left Long Yi jittery. However, the most important matter Long Yi learned from that secret report was that the violent Dragon Empire's emperor, Long Zan, had already assumed a semi-retired attitude. Long Ying had full authority to manage everything. The personnel from Skynet Intelligence already had reliable information that Long Ying wanted to forcibly recall all the troops which were fighting against the Proud Moon Empire. Although the Violet Dragon Legion was a private army owned by the Zimin clan, the Zimin clan had yet to infiltrate deeply into the other major legions. In addition, many rumors that were unfavorable towards the Zimin clan had appeared on the streets. The hired thugs were parading around censuring the Zimin clan for wanting to seize power. If the Zimin clan didn't honor this decree, Long Zan would have a reason to denounce them. When seizing power, the right time, right geographical, and social conditions were necessary. The moment they lost the trust of the people, it would be difficult to achieve great matters. Moreover, Long Yi found it strange for Long Zan to be lurking behind the scenes. Although he claimed that he was feeling unwell, Long Yi knew that Long Zan had always been healthy and strong. It shouldn't be any problem for him to live for another 5 to 6 decades. When Long Zan decided to hide behind the scenes, Long Yi thought that there was some kind of scheme behind it. After thinking for a long time, Long Yi shook his head and sighed. It seemed like it was time for him to leave Blue Moon City. The current situation didn't allow him to stay here any longer. Returning to the private room, Long Yi already had a smile on his face. Although he was anxious in his heart, he didn't show it at all. After drinking and eating to their heart's content, Long Yi stood up with Lai and Nellen Rumen. They were about to return to the Imperial Palace. There was something he wanted to discuss with Nellen Ruyu as he thought of a plan while eating. Cousin. When they were about to leave, Dongfang Kexin gritted her teeth and called out. Long Yi turned around and said with a smile, "What's the matter?" The rapidly beating heart and complex expression Dongfang Kexin had begun to gradually calm down. Taking a deep breath, she had a calm expression as she said, "No, I just wanted to prove something." Long Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, "Then, what is the conclusion?" "Conclusion? It is for me to know." "You don't need to know about it." Dongfang Kexin seemed to be relieved. The pent-up resentment on her forehead had already dispersed. After answering Long Yi, she waved her hand and disappeared into the horizon. As for what she figured out, only she knew. After they entered the Imperial Palace, Nilan Ruman pulled Lai as they explored every inch of the palace. As for Long Yi, who was carrying Nair, he went towards the sleeping quarters of Nelan Ryu. Nelan Ryu was out. She was probably in her study, doing her work. Since she assumed the position of Empress, she often stayed up late to deal with the government affairs. New policies had just been established and the chaos had just died down. As a result, she had many things to do. Long Yi gently placed the sleeping Nair on the bed before he walked towards Nelan Ryu's study. He gently pushed open the door of the study and saw Nelan Ryu dressed in her magnificent Empress attire as she went through the huge pile of reports beside her throne. She looked somewhat haggard and her eyes were also a little bloodshot. It was obvious that she hadn't been resting properly on these few days. Long Yi felt remorseful as he looked at Nelan Ryu. This empire could also be considered his. However, he dumped everything to Nelan Ryu and he became a hands-off husband. Hands-off husband, somebody who asks other to work but does nothing himself. Long Yi's figure flashed and he quietly stood behind Nelan Ryu. He reached his hand out towards her head. When his hand came into contact with Nelan Ryu's head, her body subconsciously tightened. However, she smelled the familiar scent coming from Long Yi's body and she relaxed. "Are you tired?" Long Yi softly said as he used internal force to massage her head. In the past, it was always his women who gave him massages. However, this time, he was the one massaging his woman. Nelan Ryu closed her eyes and leaned back onto Long Yi's chest. She enjoyed Long Yi's head massage. She lightly crooned in agreement as she knew that she didn't need to hide anything from him. "Then, do you resent your husband?" Long Yi asked as he bent over to kiss her head. Nelan Ryu shook her head and said, "I am most willing. The Nelan Empire is the empire where I grew up. I want to manage it well and let everyone live a prosperous life." Long Yi gently smiled and he lowered his hands to hug her neck. Kissing her ear, he whispered, "But, this empire is mine. Don't you feel any resentment towards me? Since it is yours, I want to manage it even more diligently. Oh, by the way, do you have something to say to me?" Nelan Ryu was an extremely sensitive person. She quickly realized that Long Yi had something on his mind. "I am thinking to leave Blue Moon City in next few days," Long Yi said. Nelan Ryu's body instantly stiffened and her body resembled a wooden puppet. With mechanical movements, she turned around to look at him. Chapter 477, I like brother-in-law. Do you mind? Nelan Ryu and Long Yi had experienced many difficulties and hardships together. They had never separated since the ceremony in Soaring Dragon City. When Long Yi suddenly talked about leaving, Nelan Ryu immediately felt a sense of loss. Right now, Nelan Ryu was no longer the carefree girl in the past. She was no longer able to follow Long Yi everywhere just like she did in the past. Right now, she carried the responsibility of a nation on her shoulders. She needed to pay attention to the well-being of countless people living in the Nelan Empire. She realized that it was no easy task to be an emperor. Long Yi sighed as he pulled Nelan Ryu into his embrace. When he saw her sad and worried expression, a complicated expression filled his heart. He couldn't help but wonder if he was too selfish when he made her take responsibility of Nelan Empire. Nelan Ryu leaned into Long Yi's warm bosom and she managed to calm down. With a soft voice, she said, "I knew that you definitely would leave during this period of time. However, I never thought that that day would arrive so quickly." The two of them silently hugged each other and time seemed to stop in this brief moment. Parting was always sentimental and Long Yi never liked it. All of a sudden, the memory of Red Lady appeared in his mind. It had been a long time since they parted. Perhaps, only a person like her could walk away so naturally without any restraints. Her heart wasn't bound to anything or anyone. "My husband, are you returning to Soaring Dragon City or are you going to Proud Moon Empire?" After a long time, Nelan Ryu asked. "I'm going back to Soaring Dragon City. Batanyu will handle Proud Moon City. I believe in her," Long Yi said without the slightest bit of hesitation. Now, Batanyu was just like his indispensable right-hand man. He would never doubt her capabilities. Nelan Ryu nodded her head and her expression changed unpredictably. "Honestly speaking, she truly envied Bitangyu. That was because even though Long Yi seemed to be indifferent when talking about Bitangyu, Nellen Ryuayu could sense that Long Yi had absolute confidence in Bitangyu. She secretly vowed that one day she would also become that kind of woman. She promised herself that she would strive to obtain 3/10 of this world for Long Yi. After spending time with Nellen Ryuayu in her study, Long Yi returned to the sleeping quarter. When he got back, Nellen Rumeng had already returned with Lai. They were chatting in whispers and Nair was sleeping soundly on the bed. Brother-in-law, quickly come over here. Big sister Lai is telling me about the legend of the seas. Nellen Rumeng excitedly yelled when she saw that Long Yi had returned. Hee, silly little girl, you pestered your big sister Lai for the entire day, not to mention that you were strolling around in the streets for a huge part of the day. Even if you don't get tired, your big sister Lai must be exhausted. Long Yi walked over with a smile and pinched Nellen Rumeng's nose. After staying on dry land for such a long time for the first time, it was inevitable for Lai to be somewhat unaccustomed. Is that so? Big sister Lai, let's go to my room in order to take a rest, Nellen Rumeng said, and she wanted to pull Lai away. Hey, I say, little girl, Lai is my wife like your big sister. She will obviously rest here with me, Long Yi said with a smile. Then I will also sleep here. In any case, the bed is big enough for 10 people to sleep without any problems. Nellen Rumeng pouted and she seemed to be dissatisfied. Originally, after Nair came, she was sent back to her own room in order to sleep. Now that Lai was here, she thought that she would be able to find someone to accompany her. Who would have thought that Long Yi would grab Lai too? He actually wanted to send her back to sleep alone. That was too unfair. Long Yi looked helpless as he knew that this little girl was stubborn like a bull. He knew that there was no choice for him but to agree. Fine. However, you are all sweaty now. You should go and take a bath. Also, I have something to say to Lai. Nellen Rumeng happily jumped off the sofa and ran into the bathroom. She wanted to take a bath quickly, seeing as Long Yi agreed to let her sleep with him. Long Yi turned to Lai. This little mermaid's beautiful azure eyes were looking at him and she waited patiently for him to open his mouth. Long Yi never thought that he would have to leave Blue Moon City right after bringing Lai here. Moreover, his journey was to the Violet Dragon Empire. It was tens of thousands of li away from the sea. He didn't know whether Lai could adapt to it. After all, the sea was the most suitable environment for members of the sea race. As long as I am beside you, everywhere is paradise for Lai. After knowing that Long Yi had to leave Blue Moon City, Lai pondered for a moment and spoke. Her sentence touched Long Yi's heart. Perhaps members from different races would have different nature, temperament and environment. However, love is equally sacred to all of them. It was not rare for members of different races to have deeply moving love stories. Ask the world what love is and they would definitely say that it is about living and dying together. For Lai, Long Yi was already her husband. She had already handed her body and heart over to him without any reservation. Also, the tradition of the mermaid clan had no differences with the conservative tradition on the Blues Waves continent. Humanity had a saying, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. The mermaid clan also had a similar saying, if you marry a shrimp, follow the shrimp. If you marry a crab, follow the crab. Tomorrow, I will go to the sea and speak with Aunt Bai-Fi and Siami. I don't want to leave you, Lai said with determination. Long Yi nodded his head and tightly hugged Lai. Cough, brother-in-law, I am done bathing. Nellen Rumeng came out of the bathroom, saw that the two of them were hugging each other. A feeling of jealousy appeared in her heart. She missed the warmth in Long Yi's bosom. She remembered that it had been a few days since she hugged Long Yi. Long Yi released Lai, who was blushing slightly, and stared at the little Lolita who only had a bath towel around her. Her smooth shoulders and more than half of her spotlessly white thighs were completely visible. Moreover, when Long Yi looked at her bosom, he noticed that they seemed to have grown quite a bit. Okay, chat with Lai for a while. I'll go and take a cold shower. Long Yi calmly stood up and said. Although his heart was somewhat ready to make trouble, he didn't forget the promise he made with Nellen Ryuayu. He had agreed to not touch this little Lolita before she turned 15. Long Yi entered the bathroom and closed the door. Immediately after that, he saw the small white panties and bra casually tossed aside by that little Lolita. They were also from beauty shop and the style was cute and conservative. It was suitable for girls her age. When choosing the lingerie for Lai Lai, he had a dispute with the little Lolita just because of this. Long Yi liked translucent sexy lingerie but the little Lolita insisted on recommending cute lingerie which she preferred. As a result, they argued with each other until their faces flushed with anger. The beautiful manager couldn't help but chuckle when she saw the fight between Nellen Rumeng and Long Yi. This little girl, how can she throw her underwear around like this? Long Yi picked up that small bra and small panties and he wanted to place them into a basket for special laundry. However, he noticed that there were some words embroidered on her underwear. Spreading out that small white bra, he saw the word Menger embroidered on the bra. It was exquisitely embroidered with golden silk threads. Hee, embroidering your own name. Are you afraid that other people will steal your underwear? Long Yi smirked. Flipping over that little panties, Long Yi was dumbfounded. A heart was embroidered right in the middle of the panties. The word "you" was embroidered at the center of this heart, from top to bottom. Wasn't that Menger loves you? As for you, it was definitely Zemin Yu. After being dumbfounded for a long time, Long Yi shook his head and smiled. He tossed the pair of underwear into the basket. This little girl, she really adopted a unique approach. In Long Yi's heart, he slowly began to understand the thought process of the little Lolita. He activated the magic shower device and began to bathe. He hummed a quick song which showering and little Long Yi between his legs got special attention. When he was feeling comfortable and refreshed under the stream of cold water, the door of the bathroom creaked open. The little Lolita sneaked into the bath with the bath towel wrapped around her like a little thief. As this was Nellen Ryuayu's sleeping quarters, Long Yi didn't set up any defenses. Although he sensed that Nellen Rumeng was walking past the bathroom entrance, he had never thought that she would suddenly rush in like this. He hastily covered his important place with his hands and he frowned. He was about to shout at the little Lolita. This was when something unexpected happened. The little Lolita unexpectedly stuck out her tongue and her little hand pulled off the bath towel covering her body. Now, her sparkling and crystal clear flawless jade body was exposed in front of Long Yi. There wasn't a single thread covering her body. Menger, you. Long Yi was so surprised that he was unable to speak properly. However, his eyes were glued into the little Lolita's perfect body. He didn't try to turn away either. Although he had seen the spring scenery of little Lolita in the past, Nellen Ryuayu blocked his view instantly. Now, he was able to look at her naked body from such a close distance. No one was here to stop him. Long Yi's heart trembled and many thoughts flashed through his mind. This little Lolita was still younger than 15 years old. As such, her body was relatively smaller than the rest of Long Yi's woman. Her figure was beginning to take shape and wasn't mature yet. However, when Nellen Rumeng saw that Long Yi was looking at her without blinking, her heart was filled with pride and happiness. She stuck out her just blooming bosom and allowed Long Yi to enjoy the view. Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared at this unripe little Lolita. The excitement from committing a crime crept up Long Yi's heart. Although the pair of rabbits on Nellen Rumeng's chest was not big, it was round and firm. Moreover, the two fair and tender pearls which seemed like the most perfect gems in the world were inlaid on top of them. Compared to the mature, they had a special kind of attractiveness. As for that slender waist, Long Yi felt as though he could hold on to them with just a single palm. It was exquisite and smooth. Further down, it was a maiden's secret place. This was the first time he had seen Nellen Rumeng's. The thin, fine hair which was trying to cover her stimulated Long Yi so much that little Long Yi was about to burst out from his hand. Thinking about it, Long Yi felt like a wicked person. Sure enough, she was through and through a little Lolita. She was obviously attracting him to commit a crime. Brother-in-law, I will help you scrub your back. This little Lolita ignored Long Yi's shock and stepped closer towards Long Yi. Even though she had a playful look on her face, her heart was jumping crazily. Just a moment ago, A weird impulse filled her heart. Since Long Yi had always treated her like a little girl, she wanted to show him that she was not a child anymore. Moreover, the number of women around Long Yi had been increasing lately. She was unable to suppress the sense of crisis which had appeared in her heart. She knew that the power of habit was extremely strong. She was afraid that Long Yi would treat her like a younger sister even after she grew up. "I like brother-in-law, do you mind?" Just a moment ago, she had seriously asked Lai this question. "I don't mind. However, I don't know if your brother-in-law will mind." Lai replied Nellen Rumeng, even though she was shocked. As a woman, she had already noticed the love Nellen Rumeng had for Long Yi the moment they met. As a person from the mermaid clan, she had different views on polygamy. The mermaid race was a race which was more open compared to the humans on Blue Wave's continent. Lai didn't really mind if Long Yi had more wives. She only cared if she had a presence around Long Yi. This resulted in the current scene. The little Lolita rushed into the bathroom while Long Yi was bathing. Chapter 478, Stirring of Love in the Bathroom. Such intimate contact made Long Yi felt as if the blood within his entire body was boiling. With the pair of firm and small jade hair of little Lolita rubbing his arm, in addition, that aphrodisiac-like maiden body fragrance, Long Yi felt as if they were directly asking for his old life. "Menger, you! Quickly get out of here!" Long Yi said with the last trace of reason left in his mind. "I won't. I want to bath together with brother-in-law." The beautiful face of this little Lolita was burning as she muttered, and she suddenly used her jade hands to hug Long Yi. The entire body of Long Yi stiffened, but he gritted his teeth and pushed this little Lolita away. However, as the consequence of this action, he was completely exposed. His thick and big little brother ferociously threw out its chest and showed off its might. "Yeah!" Little Lolita screamed in a panic, seeing the big fellow on the lower part of Long Yi's body, and her tender body softened as her heartbeat accelerated. She felt as if the strength of her entire body disappeared in an instant, followed by her legs softened, so she fell down. Imagine a person falling down unprepared. He or she would subconsciously reach out to grab something. Little Lolita was no exception. She reached out to grab something and she unexpectedly grabbed Long Yi's little brother. Then she fell towards Long Yi. Long Yi hissed. That place of a man, however, was a very vulnerable place. Such a ferocious pull was painful, but when the little hand of little Lolita pulled his little brother, her face immediately pressed up against his little brother, so he couldn't help being stunned. O was standing and O was squatting. Little Lolita not only skillfully grabbed his lethal weapon, she even pasted her face on his high-spirited little brother. This, however, was too stimulating, and now, at least, the thoughts of chasing this little Lolita away had thoroughly disappeared from the mind of Long Yi. Nellen Rumeng looked up with her little hand still grabbing his little brother, but her expression was blank. "You are causing my death." Long Yi groaned as he saw that the little mouth of Nellen Rumeng was merely a few inches away from his little brother. Moreover, he could also feel the hot air she was breathing out. Instinctively, Long Yi involuntarily moved his waist forward, and his little brother actually opened and entered less than half into her tender and lovely lips, making her little mouth form a zero shape. Long Yi was startled and his entire body felt tingling sensation as if he was electrocuted. This scene was truly too wicked and so simulating that he nearly laid down his arms and surrendered. As for Nellen Rumeng, she woke up from her daze after a while and also realized what she was holding in her hand and what was entering her mouth. She panicked and wanted to spit out, but although her consciousness had sobered up, her body was still aching and limp without any strength. "Ah, Menger, help brother-in-law." Long Yi moaned and began to move lightly. His movement wasn't big as he feared to injure this little Lolita. Nellen Rumeng looked up, and seeing that burning hot gaze of Long Yi and his comfortable unrefreshed look, the courage in her heart prevailed over her shyness, and she also recalled that she had come here originally with the intention to give her body to him. The matter of lovemaking was a kind of instinct for all animals. Seeing she could make Long Yi so comfortable, she catered to the movement of Long Yi. Moreover, she used her fragrant tongue to tease often, truly stimulating Long Yi. Thus, the movement of Long Yi involuntarily became somewhat bigger. But, The little mouth of little Lolita was not that big, and Long Yi was also truly somewhat horrible. Little Lolita didn't have those deep throat techniques and making such big movements. Little Lolita naturally was unable to bear. Long Yi, who couldn't enjoy to the full, was unwilling to let the matter drop, so he had no choice but to guide this little Lolita on the spot. The range of movement, tongue techniques, the cooperation of hands and so on, Long Yi explained one by one. Fortunately, this little Lolita was intelligent and sharp. In addition, since she wanted to make Long Yi feel pleasure, she learned very quickly. As for Long Yi, he concentrated on enjoying. This kind of opportunity was rare, and at this moment outside the bathroom, Lai, however, was restlessly sitting on the sofa. Because sound insulation barrier was not set up around the bathroom, she could clearly hear everything. Those gasping sounds of Long Yi along with sounds of smacking lips made her blush and her heartbeat accelerated. Moreover, a scene of Nellin rooming and Long Yi making love involuntarily appeared in her mind. So hateful, they are so loud, this truly is embarrassing. Lai muttered with a red face, then taking a deep breath, she stood up and went to the balcony. Those roaring sounds of sea waves finally covered those sounds. This made Lai unconsciously sigh out of relief. This moment, the afterglow of the setting sun was illuminating the azure sea surface. This looked enchanting and spectacular, which suddenly attracted all the attention of Lai. Although she used to live in sea throughout the year, she had never seen such scene. Only dark seawater and all kinds of fishes accompanied her. The human world is actually so beautiful. There are beautiful houses, big cities, a continuous stream of people and such a beautiful scenery. Lai supported her cheeks with her hand and thought aloud. Since this was the first time she had come to a human city, she found everything new. The most important matter was, she wasn't as lonely here as in the ocean because there were many people here. This kind of bustling environment was something she had never experienced before because she had only Bai-Fi and Xiami accompanying her in her former world. At this moment, recalling she was about to leave far away from the ocean very soon, Lai was sad in her heart. After all, although she was lonely in the sea however was her home, so she was somewhat indecisive to leave the ocean and go deeper into the unknown human world along with her sweetheart. Moreover, she also hated to part with Bai-Fi and Xiami. But, fortunately, she had her sweetheart beside her. From the moment she became one with Long Yi, the place of her sweetheart was her home. Merely, she would need some time to adapt. When Lai was watching seas from the balcony lost in thought, exhausted, Nellin Ryuayu in gorgeous empress attire walked in. The first thing she did after entering was walking towards the bathroom. Since she wanted to take a cold bath and also was exhausted, she didn't notice the existence of Lai. In the past, Nellin Ryuayu dealt with political matters until late at night, but today, since she knew that Long Yi would leave in a few days, she wanted to rest a bit earlier and be together with Long Yi for a while. As for Lai, looking at the back view of Nellin Ryuayu, she opened her mouth but no words came out. Nellin Ryuayu just arrived at the door of the bathroom and she heard strange sounds coming from inside the bathroom. As a married woman, she immediately guessed what was happening inside. Nellin Ryuayu came back to her senses as listened with a red face. Then, her complexion changed all of a sudden because she heard the voice of her younger sister. "Damned fellow. Didn't I say you cannot touch Rumen before she reaches 15 years old?" Nellin Ryuayu cursed and angrily pushed open the bathroom door. But that extremely scene inside immediately shocked her and she stood stunned at the same place. Chapter 479, Who Injured Mist Fairy? Long Yi, who was feeling so much pleasure that his soul had flown to the ninth heaven, was startled by the sudden intrusion of Nellin Ryuayu. For the moment, he didn't know how to respond. As for little Lolita, she was still moving her small head, her attention had completely sunk into and she unexpectedly didn't notice the arrival of Nellin Ryuayu. You too." Nellin Ryuayu was so furious seeing this scene that she nearly breathed out a fire. She placed her hands on the door frame to support herself up and she didn't know what to say. At this moment, Little Lolita realized that what was going on and her charming body suddenly stiffened. She spat out the big fellow and turned her head to look. She still had some glittering milky white liquid flowing down from the corner of her mouth. This matter was not something they could summarize in words. "Big sister, Little Lolita mumbled and used her hand to cover her mouth. Because of prolonged sucking, her mouth was somewhat stiff and numb. Still not leaving quickly. Nellen Ryuayu furiously said. She was angry in her heart but her body was limp. "No, I am not leaving." Although this little Lolita feared the majestic aura of her big sister, this moment, she was daring. She just shrunk behind Long Yi and stuck out her tongue towards Nellen Ryuayu. Nellen Ryuayu gritted her teeth and entered, wanting to drag her younger sister out. Saying she was jealous, it wasn't entirely true, and saying she wasn't jealous also couldn't be justified. Although she was already prepared to serve the same husband together with her younger sister, when matters come to a head, her feelings however became so complicated. This moment, Long Yi also came back to his senses. He was somewhat surprised by the reaction of Nellen Ryuayu. In the past, Nellen Ryuayu and Wash Wang together had slept with him. Moreover, little Lolita was her younger sister, so she shouldn't be jealous. He pulled Nellen Ryuayu into his bosom and casting all caution to the winds, he kissed her lips, and as for little Lolita, she mischievously opened the magic shower device and a fine water suddenly poured down, drenching two people. Nellen Ryuayu had basically no immunity towards the hot kiss of Long Yi. After his tongue skillfully entered her mouth, her entire body powerlessly became weak and limp, letting Long Yi commit all kinds of outrages. Since matters have reached this stage, Long Yi decided to carry it through whatever the consequences. He got rid of drenched clothing of Nellen Ryuayu while kissing her, and not long after, both of them became completely naked. The figure of Nellen Ryuayu was different from the unripe figure of Nellen Rumen. After developing for a long time under the hands of Long Yi, now her figure had mature charm. Her snow-white full were very elastic and her plump and smooth buttocks were quite attractive. Moreover, that burning hot breathing and passionate moans were quite alluring. She could trigger the brutish nature of men. Nellen Ryuayu placed her hands on the white marble wall and stuck up her snow buttocks high, and as for Long Yi, he stood behind her and sprinted rapidly, causing her buttocks and bosom make waves after waves. At this moment, Long Yi was feeling so much pleasure that he felt as if his soul was flying away. Among his women, Nellen Ryuayu could be regarded as an outstanding person. Little Lolita was dumbstruck watching the lovemaking session of Long Yi and Nellen Ryuayu in front of her. This moment, her mind had become a blank space. Merely, her eyes were stuck staring at the action of Long Yi without blinking. It seemed she was truly shocked. Of course, little Lolita was not the only one who was dumbstruck, because Nellen Ryuayu hadn't closed the door when she entered the bathroom. Naturally, Liuli too clearly saw everything from the very beginning when Long Yi ejaculated inside the mouth of little Lolita to back-style sprinting on Nellen Ryuayu. She had never imagined that the matter between men and women could be so licentious. It seemed her adult ceremony with Long Yi yesterday on the surface of the water was at best only the appetizer. The amorous feelings were overflowing and all the more went out of hand. In the end, Long Yi didn't take the virginity of little Lolita, but he pulled Liuli, who was watching from outside, inside. Then the battle between one dragon and two phoenixes began. In addition, one little girl was cheering from the periphery. One could well imagine how intense this battle between a man and two women became. After a long time, Long Yi hugging two fragrant jades was so tired that he was unwilling to move even his toe. As for Nellen Ryuayu and Liuli, they were lying inside the bathtub in the bosom of Long Yi. Little Lolita however was unable to endure until the end and had already run away. "My husband, you are truly a scoundrel, always taking a cheap advantage." Nellen Ryuayu half opened her blurred eyes and lightly bit the chest of Long Yi. "If you don't let me take cheap advantage, then who should take your cheap advantage?" Long Yi complacently said as his big hands softly kneaded and pinched the butt of two women. Nellen Ryuayu was startled, as Long Yi said, if she didn't let him take cheap advantage, Then who should she let? She was somewhat unclear as seeing that intimate matter between Nellen Rumeng and Long Yi just a moment ago. Her state of mind had become complicated like that. Could it be that she take it to heart because Nellen Rumeng was her younger sister? Although women should reach 15 to get married according to the custom of Blue Waves continent, in fact, there were many girls that get married before reaching 15. Could it be that she insisted on waiting until Nellen Rumeng reached 15 before Long Yi could touch her because she wished to possess Long Yi for a period of time? Long Yi also had this question, but he didn't ask about it. The mood of women was fickle. Some minor change in feelings could fluctuate their mood, but he didn't worry about it much. Perhaps because they served Long Yi together just a moment ago, Nellen Ryuiu and Liuli quickly became very close. Nellen Ryuiu being smart, seeing Long Yi seemed to be unwilling to talk about the origin of Liuli. She didn't ask. Suddenly dark clouds bore down the magnificent starry summer night. Then lightning flashed and thunder roared along with a heavy downpour. The temperature instantly became very nice and cool. This time, it was genuinely raining. Was not the power of magicians. Long Yi sat on the balcony of Nellen Ryuiu's sleeping quarter silently watching the heavy rain outside. It was late at night at this moment. As for Nellen Ryuiu and Liuli, after being tossed around for a long time by Long Yi, they had already sunk into a deep sleep. The raining night was nostalgic. Such raining night always arose a trace of sadness. Now, the mood of Long Yi was even more complicated. His soul and body had already integrated with this world long ago. Thus, Violent Dragon Empire became his root, and he involuntarily missed Father Zeman, who always wore the face of a dignified father. Mother Dongfang Wan, who doted on him, teacher and also friend Murong Bo, and his wife Nangong Xiangyum, who was waiting for him. He had been away for nearly 2 years. He truly felt sorry for her. Softly sighing, Long Yi leaned on the back of the chair and picked up a bottle of wine on the table. Then drinking a mouthful of it, he muttered, "Unfortunately, nothing is left of Nellen Wuji's good wine Sea Soul. It was comparable to 100-flower wine of Elf Clan, but it is truly hard to brew. As the proverb says, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality." Having drunk 100-flower wine and Sea Soul, this kind of first-class good wines, these fruit wines that could only be served as beverage drinks appeared not so satisfactory. Suddenly, a crane cry indistinctly came in the midst of light rain. This startled Long Yi. "Beiyu, did Mu Hanyan have an accident?" Long Yi didn't think much. He immediately flew into the dark rainy night. In any case, god beasts were very intelligent, and Beiyu was no exception. Just now, its cry appeared anxious and sad. Therefore, the first thing Long Yi thought was something had happened to Mu Hanyan. Following the direction from where a bird cry had come, Long Yi used Great Cosmos Shift while looking for the figure of Mu Hanyan. After searching for a long time on the beach, Long Yi finally sensed the aura of Beiyu on the deserted corner of the beach. He flickered away a few times just like a ghost. He saw Beiyu had spread open its huge wings, and it was using its sharp beak to continuously move the figure lying under the protection of its huge wings while issuing sad calls frequently. "Hanyan." Long Yi felt as if his liver and gall were torn apart. He shouted loudly and rushed under the wings of Beiyu while calling out the name of Mu Hanyan. Merely, when Long Yi support the figure up, he was dumbfounded. He discovered that the person who was in a coma wasn't Mu Hanyan, rather was that peerlessly graceful and elegant Mist Fairy. How could she be here? How did she become like this? Long Yi muttered. Although the entire body of Mist Fairy was stained, her beautiful face was pale and her 7 orifices had a trace of blood, Long Yi knew that he was definitely not wrong. But, at this moment, Long Yi didn't have time to think much. He placed his big hand on her back and injected his warm internal force inside her body to probe and heal her. According to his preliminary estimation, the soul of Mist Fairy was greatly injured. This bleeding from 7 orifices was the sign of the soul receiving injuries. What a powerful spirit power! Who has this ability to injure her like this? Long Yi retracted his hand. He had already determined that this was the result of a spirit attack, but the spirit power of Mist Fairy herself was very powerful. Moreover, he had exchanged hands with her and he was simply unable to injure her. This proved that the person who injured her was much stronger than himself. Long Yi picked up Mist Fairy and using a barrier, he jumped on the back of Beiyu, then said, "Beiyu, take us back." Beiyu was intelligent and it also seemed to trust Long Yi. Having heard what was said, it soared into the sky. Its speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at Emerald Mist Pavilion. Long Yi carried Mist Fairy and entered the room of Mu Hanyan. The room was pitch black. Clearly, Mu Hanyan was out to handle some matters and had yet to come back. Long Yi placed Mist Fairy on the big bed and he wanted to remove her muddy clothing. But, his hand stopped before the tying belt on her chest. Then hesitating for a while, he retracted his hand. After all, Mist Fairy wasn't my Hanyan, so when she was injured like this, he shouldn't take advantage of her difficulties, wasn't that so? Although he was very willing to appreciate the noble of Mist Fairy, this mysterious woman. After pondering for a little while, Long Yi went out and called an acquaintance girl of Emerald Mist Pavilion to change the clothes of Mist Fairy. This girl knew the relationship between Long Yi and Mu Hanyan. When they ran into each other before, she had joked with him. This girl changed the clothing of Mist Fairy and said with a smile after coming out, "Lord Son-in-law is truly daring enough. You actually brought another woman when proprietress is absent. If Lord Son-in-law doesn't bribe me well, then I will have to make a small report." Long Yi was startled and said in surprise, "Don't you recognize her? Isn't she living together with your proprietress every day?" "I don't. I have never seen her." "Proprietress always enters and leaves alone. No other person lived together with her." This girl also said with surprise. Chapter 480, The Magic Array in the Secret Room, Murderous Intentions. Long Yi was startled. Rubbing his nose, he had else to say to the girl. He allowed her to leave the room, leaving Mist Fairy and himself in the room. Long Yi walked over to the bedside and sat down as he stared at Mist Fairy who was still in a coma. It seemed like this woman was sufficiently mysterious. Other than Mu Hanyan, he was afraid that no one else knew about her existence. As for the identity of Mu Hanyan and Mist Fairy, Long Yi was very curious about them. However, it was not that he didn't want to investigate their backgrounds. It was just that he had no way to investigate. Skynet Intelligence Organization had been investigating Mu Hanyan for several years now and they had yet to dig out any useful information. She seemed to have appeared on Blue Wave's continent 10 years ago out of thin air. She used her ample funds to establish beauty shop. Her store sold female clothing which was sought after by lots of women. In just a few years' time, Beauty Shop opened up their branch stores in every part of the continent. Thinking about Mu Hanyan's appearance, Mist Fairy's appearance was more sudden. No one had seen her before the change in rule happened in the Nelan Empire. Even Skynet had no information on her. However, Long Yi didn't know why, but whenever he saw her, he would feel a strong sense of familiarity. The problem was that no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find a reason for the way he felt. "I hope that you two are friends, not enemies." Long Yi talked to himself. Regarding the matters he could not wrap his head around, he had no choice but to be careful and alert. Mu Hanyan was the first woman who was able to confuse Long Yi. He had no idea where their relationship started and the feelings between them were even more confusing. Were they lovers, friends, or were they enemies? He had no idea. After thinking about it for a long time, Long Yi had even more questions. He thought about why Beiyu was following Mist Fairy instead of Mu Hanyan. Unless Mu Hanyan gave Beiyu instructions to follow Mist Fairy, it should not be beside Mist Fairy at all. Could it be that Beiyu was actually Mist Fairy's magic pet? When Long Yi thought about it, Mist Fairy was more suitable to be Beiyu's owner as Beiyu was an extremely noble magic pet. When Long Yi was deep in his thoughts, Mist Fairy who was in a coma, knitted her brows and a groan escaped her lips. Her complexion became even paler and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Her petite body convulsed and trembled. Anyone who saw this could understand that she was in great pain right now. Long Yi sympathized with her in his heart. He placed his fingertip on her forehead and injected his spirit power to help her ease her pain. Mist Fairy gritted her teeth and suddenly reached out her jade hand to grab onto Long Yi's hand. She then struggled to sit up on the bed. When he saw that she was trying so hard, Long Yi decided to help her. Puff! Mist Fairy vomited a mouthful of blood which dyed the whole brocade quilt red. It appeared just like a red flower bursting into a bloom in the middle of a snowfield. It was beautiful and desolate at the same time. Long Yi was flabbergasted. Missy Fairy's injury should be more serious than he thought. Long Yi immediately injected a powerful internal force into Mist Fairy in order to protect her heart meridians. He quickly poked the acupoint between her chest and her abdomen. Mist Fairy's trembling body eventually calmed down. Her eyelids moved and she opened her eyes with great difficulty. Those noble and beautiful eyes which were once dazzling were dim and lusterless. However, the tenacious aura around her was still the same. When she saw the concerned expression on Long Yi's face, Mist Fairy's expression fluctuated. She forced a smile on her face with much difficulty and she said, "The opposite wall. The magic lamp on it is a mechanism. You should hold on to the lampstand and turn it 3 times towards the left. After that, turn it 3 times towards the right. Carry me into that secret room." After hearing what Mist Fairy said, Long Yi didn't think too much about it. He carried her and used the method she said to turn the lampstand on the wall. The wall slid open all of a sudden. He remembered that Mu Hanyan came out from this room the last time he was here. In the room, Long Yi saw that there was a long flight of stairs leading underground. There were magic lamps on both sides illuminating the path. After walking to the bottom of the stairs, Long Yi saw that there was a stone room which was closed. Long Yi opened the stone room according to the instruction of Mist Fairy. Inside the room, other than a stone platform and a small magic lamp, there was nothing else. Long Yi placed Mist Fairy on that stone platform and Mist Fairy sat cross-legged on it. When he saw the complicated and mysterious lines on the stone platform, a hint of surprise flashed in Long Yi's eyes. If he was not mistaken, an extremely complicated magic array was engraved on this stone platform. There were circular grooves on it where magic cores or such things should be placed in order to activate the magic array. "Thank you, Zeminyu. You can leave now. I am going to use a secret technique to heal my injuries. If you meet Mu Hanyan, you can tell her everything without hiding anything." Mist Fairy already seemed a lot better after sitting on the stone platform. The hidden meaning behind her words was definitely to tell Long Yi to get out. He knew that there was no chance for him to stay in the stone room any longer. Long Yi swept his gaze around the secret room and said with a smile, "Then, I will not bother you any longer. You can heal yourself slowly. This kind of injury to the soul is not a joke. Thank you for your concern," Mist Fairy said. After speaking, she didn't bother with Long Yi any longer. She closed her eyes and emitted a purple mist around her. The mist rotated around her and it seemed as though it possessed intelligence. Long Yi stared at Mist Fairy for a long time before he turned around. He slowly walked out of the room. Just when the door of the stone room was about to shut behind him, Long Yi heard Mist Fairy's voice again. "Be careful of Light Pope." Long Yi was startled. Could it be that the Light Pope was the one who injured Mist Fairy? Unless that Light God was still possessing Charles, it was impossible for Charles to injure Mist Fairy like this. However, didn't the Light God said that he was unable to possess Charles' body for a long time? Strange. I should ask Mist Fairy about what she meant by that. Long Yi couldn't afford to leave without getting an explanation about the Light Pope. He used the method which Mist Fairy taught him a moment ago to open the door. However, he discovered that the door didn't even budge. A wily hare has 3 burrows. Sure enough, I'm all by myself now. Long Yi's eyes shone. He felt that the thinking of this Mist Fairy was truly not inferior to Mu Hanyan's. It seemed like birds of the same feather flocked together. Inside the stone room, after Long Yi left, Mist Fairy retracted the purple mist around her. Her jade hand dazzled and a stone with lustrous and transparent light circulating inside it appeared in her hand. She inlaid this stone into that groove and the mysterious pattern carved on the stone platform instantly began to circulate. In the next moment, a myriad of lights flashed inside the stone room. When the light disappeared, Mist Fairy, who was on that stone platform, had also disappeared without a trace. Strange. This is really strange. Long Yi was pondering with a frown as he flew towards the Imperial Palace. He thought about everything from the start to the end. He felt as though he grasped onto something. However, when he was about to gain insight about the matter, he would suddenly lose all the clues in his head. Whenever he thought about how close he was to figuring it out, he would be depressed. Mist Fairy told him to be careful of the Light Pope. What does that mean? Didn't the Light God say that Charles would keep quiet for at least 10 years? Could it be that he was speaking nonsense? When Long Yi returned to the Imperial Palace, he discovered that the entire palace was brightly lit. He remembered that the entire Imperial Palace was immersed in slumber when he had left. Young master, you are back. When Long Yi entered the sleeping quarter, Lai Yilai stood up from the sofa and greeted him. Long Yi wrapped his hands around Lai Yilai's soft waist and asked, "What is going on here? Where is Yor?" "Young master, Yor had said that you should go to the hall when you return. They say that the people from the Light Church have been looking for you for an urgent matter." Lai Yilai said, "They were here again?" Long Yi was confused in his heart and thought about Mist Fairy's words. Could it be that accurate? Long Yi subconsciously became alert. In any case, he wouldn't lose anything to be more careful. When he arrived at the hall, there were several priests standing in the middle of the room. Sure enough, they were dispatched by Charles to look for him. They said that it was an urgent matter and the Light Pope wanted to summon Long Yi to the Light Church as quickly as possible. Long Yi didn't think too much and decided to go to the Light Church to take a look. He wanted to know what was going on. Even if the Light Pope wanted to harm him, it was not difficult for him to escape relying on his current strength, unless Charles was still possessed by the Light God. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stop Long Yi. The rain was still falling and when Long Yi looked at the Light Church while he was in the sky, the Light Church looked ghastly and strange with several milky white lamps illuminating its surroundings in this weather. In the same stone room, Charles was standing there but the soul was different. At first glance, Long Yi knew that this was the case. Clearly, the Light God that had possessed Charles had already withdrawn. Charles was currently in possession of his real body. The stone door closed but Charles stared at Long Yi without uttering a word. The atmosphere around became tense as the both of them had a stare down against each other. "Charles, I am truly incompetent and powerless. I can't help you with the inheritance of the Spirit Tablet. You should go and beg the Light God." Long Yi made the opening statement with the exact same words he used the last time. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corner of Charles' mouth. His mighty aura suddenly burst out of his body and covered the entire room. He appeared as though he was a violent storm about to destroy Long Yi. Long Yi's heart tightened, but the smile on his face became wider. He understood that the Light God had cheated him. Charles was not going to be silent for 10 years. Does his appearance now look like someone who was about to be silent for 10 years? Long Yi neither retreated nor dodged and his smile became even more magnificent. However, his eyes had turned ice cold as he forcefully resisted the pressure coming from Charles. "Anyone that vainly attempts to control me will pay a heavy price." "Zeman, you tactfully return the Light Spirit Tablet and tell me the secret of the inheritance. Otherwise, I'll not only kill you, I'll make your Zeman clan and everyone related to you die. The Light Church will use all of its power to destroy them." Charles gave a sinister laugh and it was clear that he had gone crazy. The entire body of Long Yi suddenly stretched taut and he tightened his fists. He could clearly see that Charles wanted to kill him. However, Charles wasn't the only with a killing intent right now. Long Yi never felt so much rage in him before. He swore to himself that he would kill Charles no matter what. This was because the situation had already changed for the worst. As long as Charles was still alive, everyone around him would not have a good life. "Do you think you can kill me?" Long Yi laughed mockingly. A trifling magic god wished to kill him? Charles was truly underestimating Long Yi. Of course I can't kill you alone. However, what about them? What if we joined forces? After Charles spoke, the four corners of the stone room flashed with white light and four old men appeared in the room. They were wearing water, earth, fire, and dark magic robes respectively. Chapter 481. 5 Magic Gods. There was a serious and ice-cold look on their faces. Long Yi instantly felt a dangerous feeling coming from all of them. The air flowing inside this stone room gradually stagnated. The 4 magicians who had just appeared emitted the radiance of their respective origin magic power. Long Yi felt suppressed by the pressure coming from the 4 of them and a feeling of unprecedented crisis welled up inside him. Yo! I didn't expect that you would have relative decent dogs working for you. The internal force in Long Yi's body began to surge around as it resisted the pressure coming from the 4 of them. Zemin Yu, don't try to sow discord. They are all dogs raised by me. Charles laughed loudly and the 4 magicians were expressionless. They were giving Long Yi a death stare. Long Yi still had a resplendent smile on his face. However, the beads of sweat sliding down the side of his face showed that he was not as relaxed as he seemed. What level are they? Long Yi asked with a smile. The blood vessels on the back of his neck were already bulging. However, his back was still as straight as a mountain. As a matter of fact, he had already guessed the levels of those 4 magicians the moment they appeared. After all, the strong pressure coming from them was definitely not fake. It was just that Long Yi didn't dare to believe it. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the spirit tablet and tell me about the secrets of the inheritance. Otherwise, you know what will happen. I, Charles, always obtain the things I want. Charles had long removed his outer mask. It was replaced by a gloomy, cruel, and insane expression. Long Yi was shocked in his heart. There was no doubt that Charles had already reached the magic god realm. From what he said, the 4 other magicians in the room were also magic gods. Although this was something hard to believe, when did magic gods turn into cabbages on the side of the road in the Blue Waves continent? Not to mention that 4 of them were Charles' dogs. It is not impossible for me to give you the spirit tablet. However, the 5 of you should relax a little. You know, I have always been a timid person and your aura is making me scared. My hands and legs are not listening to my commands now. How can I give you the spirit tablet when I can't move? Long Yi said with a smile. However, his smile appeared somewhat unnatural under the pressure of the 5 magic gods in front of him. Charles watched Long Yi and said with a sinister smile, don't play tricks with me. I can agree to your request if you cut off your left hand. Long Yi's eyes flashed and he joked, is it fine to cut off my right hand instead? Zemin Yu, I have no time to talk nonsense with you. You should be able to feel that we isolated your left hand. You should know that your secret has already been compromised a long time ago. I'm afraid that the god beasts in your dark space dimension won't be able to help you. I'm reaching the limits of my patience soon. You should hurry up and make your decision. Long Yi laughed hollowly. It was not surprising for Charles to know about his left hand. Long Yi knew that Charles knew a lot about him through Dongfang Kexin. Light, dark, fire, water, and earth. There were 5 magic gods here right now. What kind of situation was this? If it was only 1 or 2 magic gods, Long Yi was confident that he could run away easily even if he couldn't win. However, with 5 of them surrounding him, there was basically no chance to escape. Moreover, they were constantly pressuring him and Long Yi felt that he was forced into a desperate situation. As he struggled to maintain a smile on his face, Long Yi's brain was thinking extremely hard. He decided on something and replied to Charles with a smile, don't you want the spirit tablet? Here, take it. After speaking, soft rays of light shot out from the space between his eyebrows. The spinning light spirit tablet instantly shot towards Charles. Nellen Ryuayu opened her drowsy eyes and looked beside her. She discovered that there was only Nair who was sleeping soundly beside her. Liu Ai had already disappeared without a trace and only the sound of rain could be heard. Lifting the bed curtain, Nellen Ryuayu jumped out of bed. She saw the lonely back view of Liulai standing on the balcony. Liulai, You can't sleep? Nellen Ryuayu walked to the side of Lai and asked. She knew that Lai was the woman Long Yi brought back. Although she had never seen her before, the gentle and refined temperament Lai possessed allowed Nellen Ryuayu to form a good opinion about her. Besides, she was also Long Yi's woman. They naturally had to get along well. Nellen Ryuayu didn't have a complicated feeling when she looked at Lai. It was Nellen Rumang, her younger sister, that caused complicated feelings to well up inside Nellen Ryuayu. Lai turned her head back and her beautiful face was pale. She had an agitated look on her face and she said, I don't know why but I am feeling ill at ease. It's as though young master met with an accident. Nellen Ryuayu was startled and explained, it's unlikely as it's just the Light Pope looking for our husband to discuss something. Why would he meet with an accident? Lai closed her eyes and her long eyelashes quivered. All of a sudden, her eyes snapped open and her azure pupils flashed with a hint of odd light. She suddenly grabbed Nellen Ryuayu's hand and exclaimed, Younger sister Yor, take me to the Light Church. I have a soul contract with young master. Something bad must have happened to him. Nellen Ryuayu became nervous when she saw Lai's worried expression. However, she was unwilling to believe that Light Pope Charles would do something bad to Long Yi. Light faith was already deep-rooted in her mind. However, when she thought about how Long Yi might really be in trouble, she gritted her teeth and said, after I change my clothes, we'll head over to the Light Church to take a look. Just as Nellen Ryuayu was about to change her clothes, the sound of knocking filled the room. Lai Yuxu's voice could be heard from the other side of the door. Princess Ryuayu, it's me. When she heard Lai Yuxu's voice, Nellen Ryuayu quickly got dressed and she ran over to open the door. What happened? Lai Yuxu asked indifferently. She had just woke up from her meditation in the room next door. When she left the room to take a breather, she heard the voice of Nellen Ryuayu and another unknown female voice coming from Nellen Ryuayu's room. As such, she came over to take a look. At this moment, Nellen Ryuayu had already calmed down. She recounted everything Lai told her and she told Lai Yuxu about how they suspected that something happened to Long Yi. Dragon race? Lai stared at Lai Yuxu for a long time before asking her. A radiance streaked across Lai Yuxu's eyes when she stared at Lai. She could feel an unusual aura coming from Lai. All of a sudden, Lai Yuxu's body trembled and her body emitted a black and gold radiance. The two rays of light made peculiar lines on the ground which formed a strange magic array. Long Yi truly met with an accident. The expression of Lai Yuxu changed. She immediately entered the magic array. At the same time, Lai and Nellen Ryuayu charged into the magic array behind Lai Yuxu. The three women who entered the array instantly disappeared from the room. Chapter 482, Ancient Demonic Ray. The light spirit tablet suddenly shot out from the space between Long Yi's eyebrows. It drew a parabola in the sky as it shot towards the dark magic god who was standing in the right corner. Although light and dark were identical in essence, their attribute repelled each other without a doubt. The light spirit tablet contained extremely pure light divine power. The moment it came close to the dark magic god, his aura became unstable for a moment. A small crack appeared in the pressure domain. When Charles saw the light spirit tablet appear, he was unable to control himself. As he shot towards the light spirit tablet, a larger crack appeared in the pressure domain. When everything happened, although Long Yi's left hand was still isolated, he was still able to activate the transmission magic array on the dragon-shaped bracelet. He just wanted a chance. As long as Lai Yuxu was able to distract them for a moment, Long Yi knew that he would be able to break out of the encirclement. Long Yi quickly chanted the incantation in his heart. The dragon-shaped bracelet emitted a golden light and a space crack quietly appeared behind Long Yi. That pitch-black hole was very frightening. After Charles grabbed the light spirit tablet, he came back to his senses. However, it was already too late. Long Yi concentrated his spirit power and internal force to push away the majestic pressure domain. All of a sudden, Lai Yuxu, Lai, and Nellen Ryuayu appeared beside Long Yi. Your Majesty the Pope. Nellen Ryuayu immediately felt that insane destructive aura the moment she appeared in the room. When she saw Charles' savage look when he grabbed the light spirit tablet, She was stunned. As for Liu Xu, she issued a dragon roar and the aura of a violent dragon burst out from her body. Using the gap opened by Long Yi in the pressure domain, she rushed towards the earth magic god. However, after she took a step forward, the pressure returned. Long Yi had no time to lose. His thoughts immediately entered the blood skull printed on his left palm. He quickly summoned a light sacred beast, Fire Kylan, Violent Lightning Beast, and Long Tu. When Long Yi was busy, the pressure domain instantly came crashing down once again. With the pressure coming from 5 magic gods, who would be able to withstand their might? Silence. Dead silence. The huge pressure vastly increased the density of the air and it pressed down against Long Yi and the others. It was like a mountain was pressing against them. The moment Long Yi and the others failed to resist the pressure, they would be annihilated. Long Yi issued a muffled groan. His complexion instantly became ghastly pale. Liu Xu was clearly not much better. Fortunately, he had been able to summon Long Tu, Tiger Cub, and the rest. When they worked together, they were finally able to fight back against the pressure of the 5 magic gods. The clash between the two sides resulted in a stalemate with none of them giving way to each other. How can this be? How can this be? Nellen Ryuiu was still in a daze. What should she do? On one side, there was her deep-rooted belief. On the other side, there was her husband who was more important than herself. As for Lai, she no longer hesitated. She muttered an incantation and her legs flashed with a golden light as they transformed into a golden fish tail. The moment her tail appeared, she waved her jade hand at the void. A 7-colored radiance appeared and it condensed into a 7-colored glaze harp. Ding, ding. The jade hand of Lai danced across the harp and a pleasant melody filled the stone room. However, the music brought along a powerful and stern aura. Red, yellow, blue, and green radiances suddenly shot out from the harp string and danced in the air. All of a sudden, they boosted the power on Long Yi's side and broke the equilibrium. Long Yi's side became stronger and started pushing back against the 5 magic gods. The face of Charles twisted. His sea of consciousness was already inflated. This was what happened when his magic power and spirit power reached their limits. Saintess Ryuiu, I will command you in the name of the Supreme Pope. Immediately banish these heathens and evildoers to the lowest depths of hell. Charles shot his gaze towards the stunned Nellen Ryuiu. He knew that both sides were at their limit right now. Any external force would be deadly. If Nellen Ryuiu made a move now, Long Yi and the rest would die without a doubt. If they withdrew their spirit power to defend against Nellen Ryuiu, they will instantly die due to the backlash. Nellen Ryuiu woke up with a start. Her beautiful face was pale and she was trembling non-stop. Saintess Ryuiu, I order you to immediately kill Simon Yu. Charles gnashed his teeth and ordered, No, no. Nellen Ryuiu desperately shook her head. She looked sad and worried when refusing the order of the Light Pope. Kill him. Charles frowned in anger as he shouted. Nellen Ryuiu's entire body trembled and she looked towards Long Yi as if she was hypnotized. Long Yi turned his head to look at her. Although his forehead was full of sweat, his gaze was full of trust and warmth towards Nellen Ryuiu. This day had finally arrived. In the past, he had doubts about who Nellen Ryuiu would help when he clashed with the Light Pope. However, at this very moment, he was extremely confident that Nellen Ryuiu would not betray him. The beautiful pupils of Nellen Ryuiu seemed to have a layer of fine gauze covering it. Time seemed to flow backwards in Nellen Ryuiu's mind at full speed as scenes of the past flashed through her mind, with the mighty light god as the witness. Today, this believer Nellen Ryuiu will become the Light Church Saintess. It was a magnificent and big church. In the church hall made from white marble, a 10-years-old little girl knelt in front of the light god statue as she wore a spotlessly white priest robe. With Charles chanting beside her, she completed the baptism to become the Light Church Saintess. I, Nellen Ryuiu, swear to the light god here and now, I will dedicate my life and soul to the Light Church. The little girl swore to the light god in her immature voice. Soon after that, in the mind of Nellen Ryuiu, all the scenes changed and all of it had something to do with Long Yi. From their first encounter in Hangjuan Mountain to the awkward situation in Mi Principality. She recalled her agreement to marry Long Yi. Then, The scene of them going through thick and thin in the lightning god-forbidden area, chatting happily in Huangming Plains, and finally when they got together. A white light flashed and a magic staff appeared in her jade hand. With myriads of tender feelings, she proudly raised her head and said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty the Pope, my husband is everything to me. Even if I have to go down to the lowest depths of hell, I have no complaints or regrets." The magic power within Nelan Ryuayu surged and the pressure domain from the 5 magic gods was pushed back even faster. Long Yi was gratified in his heart. Nelan Ryuayu didn't let him down. Now, his side clearly had the advantage. On the other hand, Charles and the other 4 magic gods were riding on a tiger. They couldn't dismount now. If the pressure domain was pushed back to them, they would be the ones who died. Approved only. The pressure domain was forced back little by little. Multicolored radiance circulated around this stone room and that huge pressure crushed everything into pieces. The expression of Charles became even fiercer. Such a strong resistance caused his body and spirit power to endure a pressure he had never felt before. All the blood vessels on his body felt as though they were about to explode. His eyes were filled with so much anger that they appeared as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. He looked extremely terrifying at this moment. "Activate the ancient demonic ray," Charles said while gnashing his teeth. After Charles spoke, all 5 of them withdrew half of their energy. A different kind of radiance erupted from their body. The radiance shot towards everyone in the room. The pressure domain was pushed back even faster. However, every part of the room emitted a burst of lustrous and transparent light. Mysterious magic runes appeared everywhere and an unknown mysterious power pressed down on everyone. When the pressure domain was only a meter away from Charles, it experienced a huge obstruction. After pausing for a moment, it pushed back against Long Yi and the others. Charles grinned cruelly as he knew the consequences of activating this ancient demonic array. Every single light church had this ancient demonic array in the stone room. As a matter of fact, it was the origin where the light church's defensive magic array came from. However, it was a different array used for attacking. This ancient demonic array contained the magical power of the light bishop, the priests, and light warriors. Those who had reached a certain realm would pour their magic power into the array every day. Using the collected magic power for the purpose of defending the light church, only a part of the magic power contained in the array was used for the defensive barrier. If the array was used to attack, it would become a demonic ray. After the demonic ray disappears, the sea of consciousness of the bishop, priests, and light warriors who poured their power into the array would explode. They would all die. Charles was extremely clear about how the array worked. However, he couldn't care about the lives of other people right now. If he could keep his own life, he wouldn't care about other people. The sudden and unexpected backlash of the pressure affected Long Yi and the others. Their blood and chi started to churn in their body. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of their mouths. Even the god beasts became dispirited. "Zemin, you can all die now." Charles laughed with barely concealed insanity. All of a sudden, a small head popped out of Lai Yuxu's sleeves. Her drowsy eyes opened and she flew into the air as fast as lightning. Opening her mouth, she sucked in all the power which was clashing in the air. "Nai, when did she come over?" Lai Yuxu was confused in her heart. When she came here, Nai was in her humanoid form and she was sleeping soundly on the bed. Lai Yuxu had no idea when her younger sister crawled into her sleeves. Long Yi looked relieved. Nai had the devouring dragon physique and she could swallow anything as long as it contained energy. The only issue was the speed she swallowed them at. If there was resistance, the energy she absorbed would be slower. As such, Long Yi couldn't be sure of the outcome when Nai appeared. That is not necessarily. Suddenly, a hint of a strange smile appeared on Long Yi's distorted handsome face. He used his spirit power and the whirlpool within his sea of consciousness suddenly started to spin at a high speed. The light tablet which was in Charles' hand suddenly flew towards him. The lightning spirit tablet which was in his sea of consciousness also flew out. They flew towards the tiger cub and the violent lightning beast. Chapter 483, The Choice of Kexen. With a roar, The body of the tiger cub and the violent lightning beast suddenly swelled a lot. Powerful light and lightning magic power swept through the room. God beasts without their respective spirit tablets were like a tiger without talons and fangs. God beasts needed their respective spirit tablets to arouse the power of the god beast within their body. As long as they had the spirit tablet, they were able to display several times their previous strength. The pressure and resistance from both sides reached a delicate equilibrium once again. However, this balance would only last for a short period of time. This was because Nair had already opened her mouth in order to swallow the energy in the pressure domain. As long as they dragged out the battle, Long Yi's side would definitely achieve victory. However, in Long Yi's heart, he knew that it was impossible to wait for Nair to absorb all the energy. Since both sides were using all their power, they wouldn't be able to keep this up for long. If they were unlucky, both sides would be wiped out along with this light church. The best outcome right now was for both sides to discuss with each other and withdraw their magical power at the same time. However, this could only be done if both parties trusted each other. If the other party schemed in secret, they would die for sure. As such, both parties would rather perish together. Long Yi turned his head back. Now, his face was pale and was full of sweat. He stared at Nelan Ryuayu, Liuli, and Liuxia with an apologetic expression. There wasn't a single trace of resentment in their eyes, and they looked back at Long Yi with a steadfast look. In just a short hole, the stone room was filled with energy. The energy in the room had heaven-destroying and earth-shattering momentum. If this stone room wasn't made up of special materials and had several defensive magic arrays around it, it would have already turned into a pile of fine dust. Despite all the defensive mechanisms the room had, it seemed to have already reached the limit. It began to shake violently, thereby shaking the entire light church. When all of this happened, dawn had just arrived. Everyone was either sleeping or meditating. Naturally, Dongfang Kexin was among them. She opened her eyes when she felt the violent shaking. She managed to sense a devastating energy fluctuation coming from the stone room. The stone room was located on the top floor of the light church. When Dongfang Kexin reached the top floor, the tremors were already extremely violent. She realized that she was the only one outside the stone room. Logically, such violent shaking should have alarmed the light bishop and the other priests. However, none of them were here, as they were trying their best to suppress the pain coming from their sea of consciousness. They didn't know that their life was already ending, and the one that was causing it was the light pope, Charles, whom they were worshipping as the light god. Kaka, Kaka, along with the violent swaying, cracks unexpectedly began to appear on the door of the stone room. The cracks started to spread all over the stone door. When she saw the cracks, Dongfang Kexin quickly hid behind a wall. The energy fluctuation which came from the room made her feel a sense of danger. Boom! The violent energy completely destroyed the stone door. Even the wall and magic glass opposite the stone wall was completely demolished. If anyone looked up from the church square, it would appear as if the front of the entire church was cut open. Dongfang Kexin's heart tightened and her black hair fluttered in the wind. If it wasn't for her preparation in advance, the shockwave would have sent her flying. After this violent energy blast passed, Dongfang Kexin slowly looked inside the stone room. The scene in the room shocked her. "Kexin, my obedient daughter, quickly come over here and kill Ziminyu. Isn't he the person you hate the most?" Charles was not much better than Long Yi at the moment. All of them were already like an oil lamp which was out of fuel. When Charles saw Dongfang Kexin, he went wild with joy. Dongfang Kexin's body shook when she heard what Charles said. Her eyes became cloudy and she started walking towards the room step by step. There was endless shock in Long Yi's heart. He was confident that Nelan Ryuayu would stand on his side. However, Charles used some devious trick on Dongfang Kexin. Even if Long Yi used his toes to think, he knew that Dongfang Kexin would stand on Charles' side. At this moment, none of them were able to move. Dongfang Kexin was the only person who was able to do anything right now. As long as she made a move, Long Yi would go to the Yellow Springs with his women. In his heart, Long Yi thought about the possibility of returning to his previous world. Charles stood in the middle of the stone room. He wasn't far away from Long Yi at all. One could say that they were dead set on killing the other party. All the pressure and resistance in the room were centered around them. Da. Every single step Dongfang Kexin took sounded in Long Yi's ears. He felt as though there was a hammer smashing his heart with every step she took. Long Yi gritted his teeth. Was he just going to wait for death? He couldn't do that. If Dongfang Kexin was there to kill him, he would rather blow himself up and perish with everyone. Charles opened his eyes wide and his face had a twisted smile. He looked very ferocious at this moment. Dongfang Kexin was walking towards Long Yi and Charles when she got flung away due to the resistance. She was unable to get closer due to the pressure. Puff! Long Yi vomited a mouthful of blood and laughed. Charles, don't waste your time scheming. Let's go to the netherworld together. When he heard Long Yi, Charles laughed as well. He had a complacent feeling in his heart and he replied, Long Yi, Zimenyu, I will not accompany you to the 9th floor of the netherworld. You have your beauties to keep you company there. Anyway, I won't treat you unfairly. Very soon, I'll send everyone related to you into the netherworld to keep you company. You don't have to worry about being lonely. Dongfang Kexin's eyes flashed when she heard what Charles said. Everyone related to Long Yi. Was her Dongfang clan included? Kexin, come over here. I have a way to create an opening for you to pass. However, you only have 3 seconds. Once you come in, kill them all. Charles called out. Dongfang Kexin nodded in agreement and walked towards Long Yi without any expression on her face. Now, his hair was disheveled and his handsome face was distorted due to the excessive pressure around him. Moreover, he was bleeding from his mouth and nose. He looked extremely miserable. At this moment, Dongfang Kexin seemed to have returned to her childhood. A small boy holding a wooden stick held her behind him even though he was already battered. He faced the attack of several boys alone. Cousin, I will marry you and become your wife when I grow up. Don't forget about it. The vow echoed in her mind. It was a vow she made when she was young and innocent. Kexin, are you ready? Charles' voice interrupted her flashbacks. However, her beautiful face was still expressionless when she faced Long Yi. Dongfang Kexin nodded her head and she gripped tightly onto her light magic staff. A hint of suffering flashed through her beautiful eyes for an instant. A cruel smile appeared on Charles' face and his body suddenly erupted with a dazzling white light. No one knew what he did but the pressure and resistance in front of him tore open. Dongfang Kexin rushed into that opening without any hesitation. Long Yi's heart sank as he stared directly at Dongfang Kexin who rushed in from the opening. He discovered that her face was filled with agony and tears were flowing down out of her eyes. Kexin, why? All of a sudden, a weak voice rang out. Charles stared at Dongfang Kexin in disbelief and he appeared to be confused and unwilling. Long Yi turned his head and was shocked to see the scene in front of him. He saw Charles coughing out blood and he seemed as though he grew older by a few decades. No one knew when, but a dagger was stabbed into his body and only the handle was left exposed. This. Long Yi didn't dare to believe his eyes. The 3 women behind him seemed to have a shocked expression on their face as well. The pressure domain steadily disappeared the moment Charles suffered a fatal injury. Before long, all of them would suffer from an energy backlash. It was obvious that Long Yi's side won. He would never have thought that Dongfang Kexin would be the one who changed his fate. Long Yi always thought that Dongfang Kexin would be the one to stab him if anything went wrong. I am sorry. I can't watch my cousin die. I can't watch the Zemin clan and Dongfang clan get torn to pieces. Dongfang Kexin covered her face and choked with tears. How could this happen? A sad smile appeared on Charles' face. He had clearly used a technique on Dongfang Kexin. However, how could she not listen to his order? I knew that you used a technique in order to make me hate my cousin. I also knew that the technique would make me listen to your every order. However, I love my cousin too deeply. When I think about him, my heart starts to beat uncontrollably. Dongfang Kexin explained before turning to look at Long Yi. Her face was covered in tears as she continued, Cousin, that day, Didn't you ask me what it meant for me to call you cousin? Long Yi nodded his head. For me, no matter how hard I try to forget you, even after I willingly let His Majesty the Pope use an emotion-sealing curse to seal my emotions, I still cannot forget about you. You said that I don't understand love. However, I feel that this is the love I have been looking for. I love you, cousin. I love you. Dongfang Kexin looked at Long Yi in tears. All of a sudden, an ominous premonition crept up Long Yi's heart. He felt extremely uncomfortable and he knew that something bad was about to happen. He gritted his teeth and started to push his energy forward at a greater speed. Zemin Yu, don't be complacent. Since I'm dying, we'll all die together. Charles knew that his life was ending. With a wild laugh, Charles' body became covered with white light. At the same time, the body of those 4 magic gods who had been thrown to the 4 corners of the room started to erupt with dazzling magic radiance. Not good, they want to explode themselves. Liu Xe cried out in alarm. The power of 5 magic gods' self-detonation was enough to destroy the heaven and exterminate the earth. The energy began to condense at an insane rate. The fine hair on everyone's body stood on their end and an icy cold death aura chilled everyone to their bones. Liu Xe transformed her hands into dragon claws as she waved them towards the void. A black and golden magic transmission array appeared beside her. Then, she urgently yelled, "All of you, hurry up and get in." Long Yi gritted his teeth and kept the god beasts together with Long Tu. He grabbed onto Dongfang Kexin, Nilan Ryu Ayu, and Lai Lai as he stepped into the magic array. However, just as the magic array was activated, Dongfang Kexin rushed out into the stone room and a teardrop landed on Long Yi's face. She stared at Long Yi with a deep gaze and a hint of a beautiful smile appeared on her face. She deeply looked at Long Yi with tearful eyes and a hint of a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Chapter 484, Farewell Night. Kexin. Long Yi was startled and he was frightened stiff. He wanted to rush out and pull Dongfang Kexin back, but the magic transmission array was already activated. The moment he cried out, the magic array flashed and everyone disappeared. They disappeared without a trace from the stone room. Dongfang Kexin slowly closed her eyes. Although she was sad in her heart, a feeling of freedom washed over her. She felt relaxed and she muttered, "Cousin, if there is a next life, I'll definitely become your wife. I don't care how many women there are around you." Boom. A loud explosion sound resounded and dust and smoke filled the entire sky. Everything which was located 1 kilometer from the light church was razed to the ground. Fortunately, this light church was located in a remote place without any much houses near it. Moreover, it was only dawn right now and there was no one in the church. As such, only the priests and the light warriors in the light church lost their lives. However, something strange happened. Even though everything within 1 kilometer of the church was destroyed, the light god statue at the top of the light church was completely undamaged. There wasn't even a single scratch on the statue. This was an extremely strange matter. In a secret room in the Nelan Imperial Palace, a magic array flashed with no warning. Several figures appeared above the magic array. This was the secret room in the Nelan Imperial Palace where Liu Xe cultivated. She had always been prudent and cautious. As such, she laid out a transfer point in this secret room just in case. If she hadn't placed a transfer point here, they would be transferred to the illusory forest. As all of their spirit power and magical power were consumed after fighting Charles and his 4 magic gods, all of them were extremely tired. They felt as if the bones in their entire body had fallen apart. Long Yi had not felt like this for a long time. Closing his eyes, Dongfang Kexin's sad eyes appeared in his mind. His heart started to throb with pain. This silly girl, why was she so silly? He could understand the pain Dongfang Kexin felt. When all was said and done, Charles was her foster father. However, she stabbed her foster father with a knife because of him. She was definitely feeling very guilty right now. She probably chose death in order to free herself. After a short rest, they recovered some of their strength. However, none of them spoke. Even Nair, who was in her humanoid form, obediently sat on the ground as she looked at Long Yi and the others. "My husband, we should go out and take a look at the situation. I am afraid that the entire Blue Moon City should be in chaos right now." Nellen Ryuayu said in a soft voice. With the self-detonation of 5 magic gods, the Light Church was leveled to the ground. Such a major incident would definitely give rise to panic within the entire Blue Moon City. All of you can leave the room. I want to be alone for a while. I need to calm down for a bit. Long Yi said with some exhaustion. After closing his eyes, he rolled onto the ground and remained motionless. Sure enough, the matter of how the Blue Moon City's Light Church leveled itself to the ground within a single night stupefied everyone. Everyone in the city was discussing about this matter. Nellen Ryuayu was extremely exhausted after the battle with Charles, and she still had to deal with the destruction of the Light Church. She was in an extremely sorry state and she couldn't think of anything. In the end, she decided to place the blame on the East. She said that the destruction of the Light Church was due to the people from the Dark Church. As for everything else, she decided to put it off to a later time. 3 days later, late at night, in the middle of the ruins of the Light Church, a figure stood still for a long while. In the ruins, other than the statue of the Light God, everything else had already changed into powder. Did they really die? The figure muttered to himself. He was none other than Long Yi, who had just walked out of the secret room. Sighing deeply, Long Yi drifted towards the beach, which wasn't far away. Young master. Lai Lai greeted him the moment he arrived at the beach. She was walking barefooted on the beach and she rolled up her trousers. Her jade-like glittering and translucent lower legs were exposed to the air. Right now, she appeared as though she was a fairy under the moonlight. Long Yi suppressed the sadness in his heart and smiled. He rubbed Lai Lai's head, which was filled with her beautiful golden hair, and said, Lai Lai, after we leave, you'll have to leave the seas for a long time. Do you want to reconsider your decision? Lai Lai shook her head. Grabbing onto Long Yi's hand, she said softly, Young master, I have already said that I don't regret anything. Even if you went to the ends of the earth, Lai Lai would follow you. Unless you don't want me anymore, I'll follow you everywhere. Long Yi smiled and he couldn't help but grab Lai Lai's pert buttocks. He teased the little mermaid and she grumbled in a flirty manner. Let's go to the sea and talk to Bai Fai and Zhao Mi. We will be leaving this place tomorrow. Pulling Lai Lai's hand, Long Yi felt up into the sky before diving into the sea. As soon as they entered the water, Lai Lai's legs changed into a golden fishtail. She chatted and swam towards the depths of the sea with Long Yi. Before long, the two people arrived at the area where that sea monster Mengqi was located. However, they realized that the Mengqi was gone. This is impossible. This is the best area for the Mengqi to hide. Did something happen to Bai Fai and Xiami? Lai Lai panicked. Long Yi looked everywhere and he caught sight of something which was sparkling beside the deep-sea coral reef. Swimming over, Long Yi discovered a piece of shining rock. There were some strange patterns carved on the rock. He knew that the carvings were in the language of the sea race. Lai Lai, look, what is written here? Long Yi called Lai Lai. Lai Lai swam over, stared at the words on the stone. She cried out in alarm all of a sudden and she grabbed onto Long Yi's hand helplessly. She had a worried expression on her face and she looked at Long Yi. What is written on it? Long Yi asked. It seemed as though the feeling of unease he felt when he left the sea with Lai Lai wasn't wrong. Aunt Bai Fai said she went back to Ocean City with Xiami. She wants me to follow you without any worries. They'll be back after a period of time. Lai Lai appeared just like an abandoned child when she explained the writings to Long Yi. Well, they definitely had a reason if they went back so suddenly. Don't worry about it too much. Long Yi hugged Lai Lai and said. Long Yi guessed that Bai Fai and Xiami would definitely face dangerous situations when they returned to Ocean City this time. This should be the reason they left without saying goodbye. However, why did Aunt Bai Fai return to Ocean City? We, the Mermaid Clan, were banished from Ocean City forever. We can never return. If Aunt Bai Fai and Xiami were discovered, then Lai Lai appeared anxious. Since they already left, you don't have to worry too much. You know how cautious Bai Fai is. She definitely made sufficient preparations. Long Yi consoled. Lai Lai was startled and she suddenly thought about how Bai Fai was acting weird during her adult ceremony. She finally understood everything. After they returned to shore, Lai Lai had a depressed appearance. Since she was young, Bai Fai and Xiaomi accompanied her everywhere she went. When they left, she was obviously worried and sad. Only after Long Yi spent half a day to make a number of ambiguous jokes, Lai Yilai started to laugh. The beautiful night always needed romantic. Long Yi didn't like a sad farewell. As such, he used to make them forget the sadness. In Nelan Ryuayu's sleeping quarters, two shadows were panting and entangled on that soft bed. The sea breeze gently blew against the bed curtain, bringing along a pleasant cool feeling to those two figures. "Ah, my husband!" Nelan Ryuayu cried as her charming body trembled and her jade hands frantically grabbed onto Long Yi's black hair. Long Yi nibbled on Nelan Ryuayu's soft buds while his big hand explored and teased her wet valley. His actions caused the beauty to repeatedly reach the apex of waves. All of a sudden, Nelan Ryuayu pushed down on Long Yi and used her small mouth to kiss Long Yi's sturdy chest. In the night before they parted, Nelan Ryuayu wanted every inch of Long Yi's body to have her smell. She wanted him to think of her even after leaving the Nelan Empire. Nelan Ryuayu's kisses were hot and full of warmth. Her dense love flowed and seeped into his skin, muscles, and marrows. As she kissed her way down his body, Nelan Ryuayu's lips arrived at the place between Long Yi's legs. There, that burning hot big little Long Yi was standing upright with great rage. It seemed to blame Nelan Ryuayu for not giving it enough love. Even though they were an old married couple, using her mouth and tongue to serve Long Yi was not an easy thing to do. However, Nelan Ryuayu knew that Long Yi enjoyed this kind of service. "Oh, you're, my darling." A little deeper. Long Yi couldn't help but moan. Nelan Ryuayu's mouth technique wasn't something that little Lolita could compare with. The little Lolita was a rookie compared to Nelan Ryuayu. She sucked, licked, and used all kinds of techniques to directly make Long Yi's soul reach the highest heaven. After her fragrant cheeks turned numb, Nelan Ryuayu spat out the thing in her mouth. Straddling Long Yi's waist, she sat down and began to move up and down. Tonight, she took the initiative to please Long Yi. After a long time, Long Yi was still standing strong. However, Nelan Ryuayu was unable to keep up. It is not that easy to defeat me." Long Yi smiled and pinched Nelan Ryuayu's. Nelan Ryuayu snorted with conviction and wanted to fight again. However, she had no more strength in her body and she could only lie on Long Yi's chest helplessly. "What can I do? Your little scoundrel is still protesting." Nelan Ryuayu stuck out her fragrant tongue and licked Long Yi's and said, "Don't worry about it. Now, your husband only wants to hold you." Long Yi reached out his hands and embraced Nelan Ryuayu. She completely entered his bosom when the sound of the sea waves crashing against the shore filled her ears. She felt extremely comfortable. Nelan Ryuayu opened her eyes and there were glistening teardrops in them. If she could, she really wanted to hold him like this for the rest of her life, never parting with him. Chapter 485, Meeting Dry Bones Again. Looking at Blue Moon City gradually disappearing from his line of sight, Long Yi sighed in his heart. Everything which happened here was enough for Long Yi to write a few books. Releasing the carriage curtain, Long Yi placed his head on Lai Yilai's thighs. He subconsciously moved his legs towards Lai Yuxu. "Long Yi, believe it or not, I will chop off your pig legs." Lai Yuxu wasn't a weak woman who would let Long Yi do as he pleased. She immediately punched Long Yi's legs. Long Yi hissed in pain as he retracted his legs. His habit was causing him no small amount of trouble now. Thinking about it, he was always surrounded by beautiful women. Every time he traveled, he would place his head on one of the beauty's thighs. His legs would rest on the other beauty's leg. One of them would massage his head and the other would massage his head. Long Yi really resembled a celestial being enjoying life whenever he did that. "Lai Yuxu, can't you be a bit gentler?" Long Yi complained. Lai Yuxu coldly snorted and ignored Long Yi as she carried little Nai. "You are not giving me face. If you can always act honestly like that time in the illusory forest, how wonderful would that be?" Long Yi sighed. However, his hands were constantly caressing Lai Yilai's legs when he complained about Lai Yuxu. When she heard him, Lai Yuxu had a confused expression on her face. Turning around, she asked, How did I treat you in the illusory forest? You seem to have forgotten everything. Looks like you frequently kiss people goodbye. Here I was thinking that it was your first kiss. Long Yi said, and he had a sad expression on his face. In the past, he was leaving the illusory forest and Lai Yuxi gave him a light kiss. He had never forgotten about it. The breathing of Lai Yuxi stagnated and her beautiful face turned bright red all of a sudden. She flew into a fit of rage due to shame and she snapped, "Do you think I am like you? Other than you, just go and kill yourself." Long Yi sat up and smiled. He looked at Lai Yuxi with a warm expression on his face. "Why are you grinning? Do you believe that I will tear your mouth into pieces?" Lai Yuxi hatefully said, "I am grinning at myself. I don't think that I am disturbing you in any way, isn't that so, my little Nai-er?" Long Yi smirked and winked at Nai-er, who was watching Long Yi with a curious gaze. Of course, Nai-er didn't understand the word Long Yi said. However, she knew that whatever Long Yi said was right. As such, she nodded her head to agree with him and chuckled. With 8 strong unicorns pulling their luxurious carriage, they headed eastwards. In just a few days, he arrived at the border of the Violet Dragon Empire. "If I'm right, there seem to be no cities or towns near us. We can only sleep in the wilderness tonight." Since it was already late at night, Long Yi said to Lai Yilai and Lai Yuxu. Long Yi found a place to stop the carriage before pitching 2 tents. He laid out some defensive barriers and made the place even more comfortable. After eating their dinner, the wind started to pick up and swept across the land. All of them could feel that the air became more humid and the lightning magic elements in the air became much denser. Hung Long. A series of thunderclap resounded as a silvery lightning streaked across the firmament. The heavens seemed to split open and the rain started to fall. It wasn't long before it turned into a downpour. Long Yi lied on the soft bed which was located in one of the tents. He was holding Lai Yilai in his right arm and Nai-er was hugging his left arm as if her life depended on it. All of them could hear the sound of the rain battering against the covers of the tent. The incident about the light church in Blue Moon City had already spread through the entire continent. However, outside of Long Yi's expectations, the 2 great holy priests from the Light Church issued a statement which was in line with the Nelan Empire. In their statement, they had also stated that the Light Pope, Charles, had returned to the Light headquarters to enter seclusion. To Long Yi, this was an interesting matter. The statement from the Nelan Empire and the 2 great holy priests allowed the common people to feel more at ease. However, the matter was left unsettled. The thing Long Yi was the most confused about was Mu Hanyan and Mist Fairy. He was surprised by the serious soul injury Mist Fairy suffered. He also remembered that Mist Fairy told he to be careful of Charles and Long Yi caught something from that. With Mist Fairy's strength, it was completely impossible that Charles was the one who injured her. Even if she was sneak attacked when she was unprepared, how could light magic cause such a huge injury to her soul? Unless. Long Yi shook his head and frowned in confusion. There was a thought in his mind that Mu Hanyan and Mist Fairy was the same person. This thought appeared in his head as he had never seen Mu Hanyan and Mist Fairy appear together in front of him. The only point which made him doubtful was the fact that the 2 women were completely different in the way they looked, their temperament, and their aura. The difference was as large as the heavens and the earth. The dots in his mind were nullified to some extent. When he was lost in thought, Long Yi's eyebrows jumped. The blood skull on his left hand started to vibrate. Dark aura? Long Yi instantly sat up. "Young master, did you sense it?" Lai Yilai also sat up. Lai Yilai was someone who had strong spirit power. She was extremely sensitive to any kind of magic fluctuation. Long Yi nodded his head and squeezed Nai-er into Lai Yilai's bosom. He became alert and said to Lai Yilai, "Stay here with Nai-er, I will go out and take a look." Lai Yilai wanted to follow him, however, Long Yi had already given her an order. She nodded her head and decided to stay in the tent with Nai-er. Long Yi rushed out of the tent and saw Lai Yuxu. He knew that she definitely felt that dark aura as well. Looking at each other, they started to walk towards the origin of the dark aura one after another. "Young master, you should obediently return to the church with us. Don't make things difficult for us." At the foot of the small hill, 4 people wearing black robes surrounded a youth. "Since you guys are calling me young master, don't make things difficult for me. You can all return and report that I can't be found. Doesn't that solve both of our problems?" the youth said in a hoarse voice. "Dry bones, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and grab young master before returning to make our report," another black-robed man said sinisterly. The youth's mouth twitched and he suddenly unleashed a terrifying roar. 2 golden lights appeared and dense death chi filled the area. "Golden Armored Corpse King. This is actually the extra-dimensional undead summoning magic," Dry Bones cried out in alarm, waving his hands. 10 huge skeleton warriors, which were strengthened versions of normal ones, walked out from the space crack. They started to fight with the Golden Armored Corpse King, demonic hell skeletons. "How are you able to use extra-dimensional undead summoning magic?" The youth was startled when he saw the huge and fierce skeletons. He asked Dry Bones with a frown on his face. Although demonic hell skeletons were a grade inferior to the Golden Armored Corpse Kings, there were 10 of them and only 2 Golden Armored Corpse Kings. The battle was even. "My uncle master gave it to me," Dry Bones lightly said. He had great innate talent in undead magic and his current strength was much stronger compared to his previous self. He also made huge progress in the extra-dimensional undead summoning magic. Only after a short period of time, he was able to summon 10 demonic hell skeletons. "Uncle master?" The pupils of this youth flashed with disappointment. "Young master, please return with us." Seeing as the person in front of him could also use extra-dimensional undead summoning magic, the youth became alert. He knew that there was no chance for him to escape when he was surrounded by the 4 of them. The youth coldly snorted and said, "Either you guys let me leave or you can bring my corpse back." Long Yi stared at this youth, which was not too far away from him, and thought about something. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Chapter 486, Young Master of the Dark Church. The uncompromising stand this youth took stunned the 4 members who were in a black robe. When all was said and done, this youth was their young master. They had orders to bring him back alive. If they had the guts to return with his corpse, they were afraid that they would be sent to the underworld with him. Just when the 4 black-robed personnel were in an awkward predicament, suddenly, 2 blood-red lights flashed. A horrible shriek could be heard. 2 heads flew into the air. They were the heads of the people wearing a black hood. Blood sprayed into the air, filling the entire area with a bloody stench. 2 green lights shot out from the chest of the 2 who had their heads cut off. However, the green light was destroyed the moment they appeared. Sad cries were heard and the green light fell to the ground. They were emerald magic birds which were sealed within the high-leveled personnel from the Dark Church. Of course, since they were high-leveled personnel from the Dark Church, they naturally had defensive barriers which would be activated upon touch. However, the speed and strength of their attacker were too terrifying. The defensive barriers around them were just like a piece of paper in front of the enemy. It didn't even resist the attack for a second. The rain grew bigger and bigger. Even the scenery in front of them turned blurred. The only scene in front of their eyes was that of their companions' corpses. Even though they had their heads chopped off, they were still standing upright. Not too far away from them, a figure gradually solidified. The figure wore pitch-black bone armor with purple veins on it. It held a blood-red death scythe and it had 2 strange demonic pupils. "Long too?" the youth muttered. "Dry Bones, let's retreat." When the other black-robed member sensed Long Two's aura, he felt as though he was standing in front of the gates of hell. After seeing what happened to his companions, the remaining black-robed member started to tremble. His legs started to wobble and he wasn't able to finish his sentence. Swish! A huge purple claw appeared out of thin air. It smacked the black-robed member and he fell to the ground. With great difficulty, the black-robed member stood up. He subconsciously leaned towards Dry Bones. The only problem was that he didn't notice that the purple claw was summoned by Dry Bones. "Soul Devour." Dry Bones muttered a few words and a withered tree-like claw reached out towards the black-robed member. The claw pressed against the space between his eyebrows and started sucking the life out of him. "Dry Bones, you Never in his wildest imagination would he have thought that his companion would be the one to attack him. He didn't guard himself against Dry Bones at all. After using his magic spell, Dry Bones absorbed a thin dark mist through his claw. The body of the black-robed man started to wither. It turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. After the black-robed man fell, Long Yi and Liu Xu appeared in front of that youth and Dry Bones. Dry Bones pays respect to Uncle Master. When Dry Bones saw the appearance of Long Yi, he instantly became excited. Long Yi smiled and patted Dry Bones' shoulder and said, "Not bad. Your undead magic is really progressing at an extremely fast speed. Everything is because of Uncle Master's pointers. Now, my body is gradually returning to normal." "Uncle Master, thank you." Dry Bones pulled up his spacious sleeve to show Long Yi his arm. That skinny arm under his clothes seemed to look more like a normal human arm now. Long Yi believed that as long as he continued to cultivate according to Bite.Ziyuji's magic book, his body would return to normal sooner or later. Long Yi smiled and spoke a few words of encouragement to Dry Bones. Turning to the youth which he was staring at Long Yi with a blank expression, Long Yi asked, "What's going on here?" Replying to Uncle Master, "This person is our Dark Church's young master. The Pope ordered us to bring him back alive." Dry Bones replied respectfully. However, he turned his gaze to the youth and a hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes. This young master saw everything. He saw how Dry Bones killed his companions. If he returned to the Dark Church and reported it to the Dark Pope, it would be difficult for Dry Bones to preserve his little life. Since Long Yi was here and seemed to be interesting in the young master, Dry Bones thought that it would be inappropriate for him to make a move. They might be old acquaintances for all he knew. As such, he didn't act rashly. "Young master?" A trace of smile appeared on Long Yi's face when he stared at the youth in front of him. "What are you looking at? You never seen a beauty before?" The youth stamped her feet. Her voice became sweet and attractive. The face of this young master started to distort like flowers in a mirror. In the next second, the handsome young man changed into a beauty who had blue eyes. She was none other than Feng Ling. Feng Ling's eyes became misty and she bit her lower lip as she looked at Long Yi. Without warning, she rushed into Long Yi's bosom. "My husband, I miss you so much." Feng Ling tightly hugged Long Yi and the familiar smell on Long Yi's body rushed into her nose. Tears slid down her face uncontrollably. In the heavy downpour, this pair of lovers met each other again. After being separated for so long, they hugged each other tightly without any intention of letting go. After a long time, Feng Light returned back to her senses. She began to explain everything to Long Yi. Long Yi learned that the Dark Pope wanted to use Feng Ling in order to force Long Yi to make a trip to the Dark Church. The reason he wanted to see Long Yi was naturally the same as Charles. He wanted to obtain inheritance of the Spirit Tablet. However, Feng Ling accidentally about it and she fled from the Dark Church. She wanted to look for Long Yi and tell him about the Dark Pope's plan. As such, the Dark Pope dispatched lots of people in order to capture Feng Ling back to the Dark Church. Long Yi frowned after he heard everything Feng Ling said. Looking at Dry Bones, he said, "You can return back to the Dark Church to make your report. Help me to pay attention to the movements inside the Dark Church. As for your companions, you don't need me to teach you what to say, do you?" "Of course, Uncle Master, you can rest assured." Dry Bones paid courtesy to Long Yi and disappeared into the rainy night. He changed into a wisp of dark mist and left without a trace. After Dry Bones left, Long Yi patted Feng Ling's shoulder. He assured her that nothing would go wrong. "Let's return to the tent first." However, when Long Yi turned around, he discovered that Liu Xu had already disappeared a long time ago. "That Rex, she really doesn't want to give me face." Long Yi mumbled as he held on to Ling Feng. He brought her back to his tent. "Young master, she." When he entered the tent, Liu immediately stood up to welcome him back. However, she was stunned when she saw that Feng Ling was beside him. Feng Ling looked closely at Liu. That soft beautiful golden hair, sea blue eyes, extremely exquisite face, and that fresh, pure, mystical aura around Liu made her seem exceptionally beautiful. "My husband, where did you go to swindle back this little beauty?" Fang Ling withdrew her gaze and pinched Long Yi's waist. "Hello, my name is Lai Lai. Young master didn't swindle me, I am young master's maid." Lai Lai gently smiled, but she groaned in her heart. How many wives did her young master have? Not to mention the fact that they were all so beautiful. When she heard what Lai Lai said, Fang Ling rolled her eyes at Long Yi. "Goddess-like maid?" Fang Ling felt as though something was fishy when Lai Lai said that Long Yi did not swindle her. Fang Ling was quite familiar with Long Yi. It was true that Long Yi used some tricks in order to make Lai Lai his maid in the past. "Anyway, can you tell me how you turned into the young master of the Dark Church?" Long Yi smiled as he stared at Fang Ling. This girl made his life miserable enough after hiding many things from him. Chapter 487, The Business of Bai Meng Clan. It was just like what Long Yi expected. The Dark Pope of this generation only had Fang Ling as his only daughter. She had been nurtured as a boy since she was young. She had always appeared as a boy in front of all outsiders. That year, Hell Priest Laffer proposed to marry his disciple Leng Yuiu to Fang Ling. In order to deceive the public, the Dark Pope agreed to the marriage. Fang Ling was instantly irritated at her father's decision. One should know that, although she was disguised as a boy since she was young, she was 100% female. Both physically and mentally, she was a girl. How could she marry a girl? In order to chase her away, you intentionally took liberties with Leng Yuiu in order to make her flee in defeat? When Long Yi heard her, he broke out into a grin. Yes, Leng Yuiu is such a proud person. How could she ever agree to marry me, this kind of ignorant and incompetent fellow? Hee. No wonder she ran away from the Dark Church. Fang Ling laughed as she was extremely proud of herself. Long Yi couldn't help but smile when she saw Fang Ling's cute expression. Pinching Fang Ling's little nose, Long Yi said, "So, everything is thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met Yuiu." Subconsciously, Long Yi thought about the time he ran into Leng Yuiu. She was also using magic to change her appearance. Even though she looked ordinary, her fiery figure was able to make Long Yi drool. "Scoundrel husband, what are you thinking about? You have a nasty smile on your face." Fang Ling lightly pounded her tiny fist on Long Yi's chest. Long Yi smiled when he saw that Fang Ling was acting cute in front of him. However, he suddenly thought of something. A frown appeared on his face and he asked, "Do you know where Yuiu is now?" "No need to worry. Of course, I won't escape alone and make her my shield. She already knows what is going on. She will definitely not stay in the Dark Church for much longer." Fang Ling whispered. She had a lonely expression when she said that. When all was said and done, her biological parents wanted to use her as a bait for the Dark Spirit tablet. How could she not be sad? Long Yi didn't know how he should comfort Fang Ling when he saw her reaction. However, he was very touched in his heart. He swore that he would remember everything Fang Ling had done for him. "My husband, I am fine. Now, tell me everything that happened after we separated. I want to know everything." Fang Ling nested in Long Yi's bosom and she changed the topic of conversation. To the west of the Hengjuan Mountains lies the territory of the Beastmen race's imperial Bai Meng clan. The Bai Meng clan had the least number of clansmen among all the other Beastmen clans. Even though they were lacking in numbers, their combat ability was the strongest. An adult male from the Bai Meng clan had the height of at least 3 meters. Their entire body was covered with golden long fur. Their muscles were filled with explosive and dauntless power. They had extremely high resistance to magic and their physical defenses were extremely tough. They could be frequently seen using a wrought iron rod thousands of pounds to sweep away their enemies. The Bai Meng clan had always been the imperial clan of the Beastmen race. Ever since a long time ago, they had been in command of the entire Beastmen race. Originally, the Beastmen race could be seen in every corner of the Blue Waves continent. They lived in peace with humanity. However, the greed of humankind was inexhaustible. Humankind began to divide the power and establish their own tribes and cities. In order to establish their control over more land, war was inevitable. The warfare accelerated the unification of powers and many countries were established. The greed of humankind began to take over and they established a strict hierarchy. The Beastmen race was deemed to be the lowest race and they were banished from every single country. In order not to be killed, They retreated all the way into the bleak and desolate Hengjuan Mountains. This was how the hatred between the Beastmen race and humankind was formed. Since then, the war between the Beastmen race and humankind never stopped. However, no matter how strong the Beastmen race was, they were unable to outsmart humanity. Even after dispatching massive armies, they had always been suppressed. They were unable to take a single step out of the Hengjuan Mountains. On this day, a shocking thing happened. In the territory of the Baimeng clan, a trace caravan belonging to humankind appeared. No one ever thought that it was possible for humankind to step foot into the Hengjuan Mountains. Strangely enough, every single beastman the caravan met en route turned a blind eye towards them. There were even some beastmen who greeted the caravan with enthusiasm. Yanjian, my good brother-in-law, what good stuff did you bring for your big brother today? At the end of the path, there was a group of 10 or so soldiers from the Baimeng clan. The leader of that group was more than 4 meters tall. The moment he saw Yanjian, he quickly ran over to the caravan. When he ran, the entire earth shook. Yanjian silently looked at the second prince of the Baimeng clan. He was called Li Imute. This fellow was actually a bandit. Every time Yanjian passed by this area, Li Imute would extort him. However, Yanjian had no choice but to endure Li Imute's actions with a smile on his face. Second prince, I have already prepared the things you wanted. Zhangzhen, Lisi, 1, bring these 10 carriages over to the second prince. Yanjian said with a flattering smile. 1, Zhangzhen Lisi, Idiom, Tom, Dick, Harry. Li Imute strode over with large strides and he lifted the curtains of the carriages. When he saw a superb collection of beautiful treasures in the carriages along with huge casks of good wine, he broke into a huge smile. His smile was so wide it threatened to split his face open. Good brother-in-law, you are truly generous. Hurry up and head over to my younger sister's place. That girl missed you so much her eyes turned red. Li Imute laughed heartily while carrying a huge wrought iron rod. The corner of Yanjian's mouth twitched, recalling that little princess of the Baimeng clan who was like a cruel beast. His legs began to go soft. Li Imute complacently led his group and they walked past the caravan. All of a sudden, he stopped walking. He turned his head back and looked at several women beside Yanjian. Slamming his wrought iron rod on the ground, he cried out in surprise, Fox clan, brother-in-law, why did you bring these weaklings along with you? Yanjian had already prepared an excuse long before he came to the Baimeng clan. With a smile on his face, he replied, these Fox ladies are cooperative partners of my trade caravan. The members of the Fox clan are good at bewitching people. In the human world, they are like stranded fish back in the water. Their help is essential to procure the goods. Li Imute nodded his head without any doubts and walked away with his team. In the past, the position of the Fox clan was only second to the Baimeng imperial clan. Because of the deceitfulness the Fox clan learned from humanity, they had an important role in the war. They were involved in the planning and strategy when the Beastmen waged war against humankind. The strength of their members was not weak as well. They had special magic spells, the Vanishing Magic and the 1,000 Extreme Illusions, which belonged to the Silver Fox clan. Due to the possession of special magic spells, the Fox clan had high prestige as it was led by the Silver Fox clan. There was no objection to the Fox clan being the second strongest clan in the Beastmen race. However, after several hundred years, the war between humankind and the Beastmen race ended. The Silver Fox clan's blood started to decline and they were on the verge of extinction. Moreover, the Vanishing Magic and 1,000 Extreme Illusions were lost and as a result, the position of the Fox clan took a dive. They started to split up into many different branches. Right now, they could only depend on their beauty and charm in order to attach themselves to clans which were stronger than them. Even though they were able to latch onto several clans, the members of the Baimeng clan was unaffected by their charms. The moment the Fox clan lost their usefulness, they were ruthlessly kicked down from their high position. Bertha gritted her teeth and tightly clenched her fists. After taking a deep breath, she calmed down. Don't take it to heart. You should know about the current situation of your Fox clan. It is impossible to change your position overnight. Yanjian comforted Bertha when he saw her angry expression. "I am fine. There will be a day when I make this fellow pay the price. I'll make him suffer the price for looking down on our Fox clan." Bertha exhaled and said in a low voice. She vowed that she would definitely bring the Fox clan back to its previous peak state. She even had ambitions to make her Fox clan stronger than its peak state in the past. Yanjian smiled. In his heart, he admired Bertha. He knew that she was stronger than him. She was not only able to use charm magic, she also had the vanishing magic and the 1,000 extreme illusions. They were all skills which could only be broken by a few people in this world. The caravan continued its journey to the west. Before long, they saw tall and frightening buildings made up of stone and wood. This was there the Baimeng clan was located. The trade caravan easily made its way into the Baimeng clan. If anyone saw how effortlessly Yanjian dealt with the Baimeng clan, they would know that he had integrated with them without any problems. This was a miracle for mankind. The Baimeng clan occupied a huge territory. Nearly 80% of the Baimeng clan's clansmen lived in his place. This place was divided into two regions. The lower part was the place where ordinary clansmen from the Baimeng clan lived. The houses in this place were much simpler. The upper part was where the imperial family of the Baimeng clan lived. Although there were only about 100 people in the imperial family, the area they had was half of the entire territory. It seemed as though the internal hierarchy of the Baimeng clan was very strict. Yanjian led his trade caravan to one of the huge wooden houses in the lower region. This place was his territory. Entering a room, Bertha impatiently asked, "Yanjian, what should we do next?" "Don't be hasty. As far as I know, the reigning emperor of the Baimeng clan has wild ambition. He will not be willing to stay quiet for much longer. He will certainly start a war against humanity. At that time, we will have an opportunity to strike. For the time being, stay here and be quiet. It will not be too late for you to display your strength when you have a chance." "Okay, I am going out now. You can look for a room to rest," Yanjian said and walked out. He was naturally heading towards the imperial palace of the Baimeng imperial family. Wasn't his starving wife waiting for him? I wonder if this golden spear pill given to me by young master will work. Will I be squeezed dry again? Yanjian pinched a pill in his pocket and sighed. He had a worried look on his face. As for Bertha, she cleaned up the room with two maids from the Fox clan. She sat on a chair and got lost in her thoughts. Now that the Fox clan was in her hand, she was able to feel a huge weight resting on her shoulders. Currently, with the help of the Skynet intelligence organization, the Fox clan was slowly starting together. The only good news was that they managed to find members from the other branches who possessed the bloodline of the Silver Fox clan. However, the future of the Fox clan was still dark. "Long Yi, if you were by my side, how wonderful would that be?" Bertha muttered. When she thought about Long Yi, her heart trembled. Of course, she knew that she was hoping for too much. She was afraid that he did not like her. She thought that Long Yi didn't like her as he didn't bring her along on his journey. "Yanjian, roll out here for this old man." A thunder-like sound came from outside. It shook the entire wooden house and woke Bertha up. Chapter 488, Reaping the Unexpected Benefit. Bertha stood up and went out of the house. When she saw that the housekeeper who accompanied Yanjian hastily rushing out as well, she asked, "What is going on here?" "The eldest prince of the Baimeng clan is here. He has been on bad terms with the second prince since a long time ago. This time, he is here to cause trouble," this housekeeper said with a bitter expression on his face. Bertha was quite curious about the eldest prince. As such, she walked out of the wooden house with the housekeeper. The moment she left the house, she saw a huge fellow from the Baimeng clan who was not any smaller compared to the second prince. Behind that man, there were a dozen or so soldiers from the Baimeng clan. All of them had ominous looks on their faces which would terrify everyone who saw them. "Looks like the eldest prince is here to visit us. My family's young master has just gone to visit the little princess. Why is the eldest prince here?" This housekeeper made a flattering smile and greeted the eldest prince. Although he was afraid in his heart, his legs didn't tremble when he stood in front of the eldest prince. His voice was firm as well. which showed that he had some abilities. Humphrey, I heard about the gifts you gave second brother. None of you gave this father anything. You guys thought you could get away with that? Do you believe that this father would smash all of you into meat patties with my rod? The eldest prince ferociously shouted at the housekeeper. His words were straightforward and he didn't beat about the bush. Eldest prince, please do not be angry. My family's young master will naturally not favor one prince and be prejudiced against the other. The gifts have already been sent to the eldest prince's residence. This housekeeper wiped the sweat off his brows. Of course, when Yanjian handled matters, he would not only take care of the head and ignore the tail. If he didn't take care of everything, how would he become a fish in water among the beastmen race? Did you really send it to my place? Why did I not notice it? The eldest prince was dumbfounded. Eldest prince, we just came back. We have yet to return to the residence. A soldier from the Baimeng clan who was standing behind the eldest prince reminded him. The eldest prince seemed to have realized his mistake and he retracted his angry expression. It seemed as though he was truly a unicellular animal. When he heard that Yanjian did not favor his younger brother over him, the eldest prince dropped the matter. When all was said and done, Yanjian was his younger sister's darling. If he were to beat Yanjian up, his younger sister would lodge a complaint against him. One should know that the iron fist of the Baimeng clan patriarch was not a joke. The eldest prince was about to return to his residence and enjoy the gifts sent by Yanjian. However, he noticed Bertha, who was standing behind the housekeeper. His complexion instantly sunk. Seeing as the situation was getting bad, the housekeeper quickly repeated Yanjian's words. However, the eldest prince wasn't easily persuaded. Unlike the second prince, as he saw it, it was difficult for him to take his anger out on Yanjian. However, killing one or two fox ladies who were not pleasing to his eye was of no importance. This eldest prince tossed the housekeeper to one side and his big leg kicked towards Bertha. A whistling sound could be heard as his leg swept towards Bertha. If his kick really connected, Bertha might be reduced to a meat pulp. Bertha's figure flashed as she dodged the kick. She left behind after images and she did some calculation in her head. Yanjian told her to display her strength at the critical moment. Wasn't this a good opportunity for her to do so? When the eldest prince saw that Bertha dodged his kick with an astounding speed, he became extremely surprised. When did the Fox clan become so powerful? He thought that they only know how to use their charms to trick people. Take my second kick. The eldest prince shouted and he took 2 steps forward. He used his right leg this time and the kick shot towards Bertha. This time, his sturdy and furry leg glimmered with a pale golden light. Although the speed of the kick was extremely fast, Bertha managed to dodge it with no efforts. However, she was shocked as another kick was sent her way the moment she dodged. After the old power was exhausted, a new power would be born. If an average person was in her place, they would naturally not be able to dodge. The person was bound to die a horrible death after getting kicked by the eldest prince. Of course, the eldest prince also thought that she would not be able to dodge the kick. The soldiers of the Baimeng clan under his command were already cheering in advance. Swish! The eldest prince's big leg pierced through Bertha's body. That lightning-fast speed and power created a small tornado which blew away the sand and stone in the surrounding area. The cheering came to an abrupt end as they saw the figure of Bertha fading away after 10 seconds. This was a technique from her 1000 extreme illusions. The eldest prince blinked and looked around. He noticed that Bertha had disappeared without a trace. He was not a fool. He no longer looked down on this fox lady and the muscles on his entire body stretched taut. Both his ears were ready to pick up any movements around him. All of a sudden, the eldest prince felt a cold gust of air rush towards him from the right side of his waist. Without warning, he swung his 1000-pound rod at the gust of cold air. The fierce momentum of this move forced all the soldiers of the Baimeng clan to take a few steps back. They felt as though a heavy boulder was placed on their chest. Even after swinging his rod once, the eldest prince didn't stop. He swung the rod repeatedly and the violent momentum caused a huge vortex to form with him as the center. Now, anyone that approached him would be crushed by his iron rod. Bertha, who had used vanishing magic, wanted to carry out a sneak attack when his guard was down. However, She was unable to resist his attack. She quickly retreated to the outskirts and dispelled her vanishing magic. She quickly used her 1,000 extreme illusions again. Now, there were many afterimages of the iron rod, and Bertha's figure was also the same. Those illusory shadows made the eldest prince have a dizzy spell. He seemed to have swept away n numbers of Berthas, but there were still more of them. He was extremely dejected. As a matter of fact, Bertha was not doing too well either. If she wanted the eldest prince to fall for her 1,000 extreme illusions, then she couldn't be too far away from him. The violent momentum from his rod made her feel extremely stifled. She wanted to vomit out blood when standing near him. However, she wanted to use this chance in order to leave a deep impression on everyone here. She wanted to let them know that the brilliant Silver Fox clan has returned. Ah! The eldest prince shouted, and golden light appeared around his wrought iron rod. He smashed it into the ground, and it appeared as though he was using it to sever heaven and earth. The wooden house in front of him collapsed with a loud crash. Fortunately, that housekeeper had evacuated everything and everyone in the house when he saw how terrifying the first prince was. As such, there were no casualties. However, this incident allowed everyone to witness the strength of the Baimeng clan. Swish! A silvery light flashed. Bertha flew backward as she let out a muffled groan. All of her clones had merged into one, and her beautiful face looked pale. A trace of blood could be seen trickling down the corner of her mouth. Her right hand held a bunch of golden furs. The battle between these two had already attracted the attention of many clansmen from the Baimeng clan. They were observing this battle from far away. When the dust settled, everyone became silent. A fox woman that couldn't even withstand a single blow from anyone in the Baimeng clan was able to fight evenly against the eldest prince. The eldest prince was one of the very best fighters of the Baimeng clan. This scene utterly shocked everyone. The eldest prince could feel that some of his furs had been cut off at the back of his ear. When he saw that the fur was in Bertha's hand, his expression changed unpredictably. Good, good, good. I have not been so happy for such a long time. The eldest prince suddenly roared with laughter. The housekeeper and the others sighed with relief. If anything happened to Bertha, young Master Yin Jian would have peeled off their skin. The Beastmen race revered the strong. The Baimeng clan was no exception. The eldest prince's behavior changed as he wanted to get closer to Bertha. As he destroyed their wooden house, he gave them a house in the upper imperial region, which shocked everyone. After the news of this battle between Bertha and the eldest prince of the Baimeng clan spread throughout the Hengjuan Mountains, the way the Beastmen clans looked at the Fox clan changed. The standing of the Fox clan started to rise. After the battle, the Fox women were able to raise their heads with pride. Of course, Bertha's status rose to the apex of the Fox clan. Both Bertha and Yin Jian would never have expected for this to happen. When everything was happening, our poor Yin Jian was being ravaged by the little princess of the Baimeng clan. The huge wooden bed was creaking non-stop. Baby, a bit faster. You are doing great today. A lovely voice cried out while moaning. The voice was not as terrifying as everyone thought it was. Of course. This big brother is great. I was only using 1/10 of my strength before. Now, I will let you have a taste of my full power. Today, I will you to death. The excited voice of Yin Jian came from the bed. Baby, quickly me to death. Ah, I am flying. The little princess of the Baimeng clan shouted. Her voice also had a distinctive style. Finally, after 2 hours, the big bed no longer swayed. Yin Jian was drenched in sweat as he collapsed onto the little princess of the Baimeng clan. He was gasping for breath and he was utterly exhausted. Seeing that the little princess below him was enjoying the lingering, he secretly sighed in relief. It seemed as though the medicine given to him by young master was truly effective. However, he hoped that there was no side effect after taking the medicine. Speaking of this little princess of the Baimeng clan, her appearance was really not what everyone would expect. She was nearly 2 meters tall and she could be counted as delicate and exquisite in the Baimeng clan. However, she still was more than a head taller than Yin Jian. The surprising matter was that her entire body was snowy white and smooth. Her skin was tender, and even though the lines of her face were relatively deep, she would be considered a beautiful woman even in the human world. In addition, Her figure was also very good. She had a slender waist and plump buttocks. The two meat buns on her bosom were also very plump. They could easily smother someone to death. No wonder Yanjian was willing to sacrifice himself. Baby, you were extraordinarily brave today. Did you miss me too much? The little princess of the Baimeng clan smiled and pressed Yanjian into her bosom. That's natural. This big brother missed you so much that I nearly went insane. The world was really dark when I couldn't get to see you. Yanjian spoke sweet words and honeyed phrases easily as he was already familiar with flattering her. All of a sudden, he changed the subject and said with a smile, I left for quite some time. Did that old bastard father emperor of yours force you to choose a marriage partner? No, ever since the time our beast army suffered an ambush in the Proud Moon Empire, Father Emperor no longer laughs. Now, he acts mysterious and secretive. I have no idea what he plans to do. It has been a long time since I last saw him. The little princess of the Baimeng clan answered. She didn't have a shred of doubt towards Yanjian. When Yanjian heard what she said, his heart went cold. He had seen the patriarch of the Baimeng clan only once. He was definitely not simple-minded like the average clansman of the Baimeng clan. Since the Beastmen army suffered such a heavy loss, he would definitely not let the matter go. He might already be planning something in secret. It seems like it's time for me to use that piece. Yanjian muttered in his heart. He bit on one of the little princess and a strange light flashed through his pupils. Chapter 489, White Cloud City. Fanglings passed. When Long Yi's group stepped across the border into the violent Dragon Empire, they could feel that the temperature was hotter than the Nelan Empire. At this moment, it was nearing the 10th month of the year. In the past, the weather would gradually get colder. However, this year, the weather was extremely abnormal. The high temperature which lasted for 6 months caused drought across the entire Blue Waves continent. Coupled with the fact that there was a war, the population fell sharply. Many villages had already been abandoned and weeds grew everywhere. The people felt sad and dreary. Along the way, Long Yi was mostly silent. Other than a few jokes he shared with the women around him, Long Yi was frowning most of the time. Now, the situation of the Blue Waves continent was not as confusing as before. According to the intelligence report sent from the Proud Moon Empire by the Skynet Intelligence Organization, the current situation was pretty good. The allied forces of the two empires had already surrounded Icewind City, the capital city of Proud Moon Empire. More than half of the cities and towns had been taken over by the officials of the two empires. Right now, the situation seemed to be quite hopeless for the Proud Moon Empire. Long Yi had nothing to worry about right now. Although the title of the reigning dynasty of the Nelan Empire had not been changed, anyone who had a discerning eye could see that Nelan Empire had fallen into the Zimun clan's hand. The most important matter right now was the competition between the Zimun clan and the Imperial Long clan in Soaring Dragon City. The moment the Imperial Long clan fell from power, the Zimun clan would be the overlord of the Blue Waves continent. However, the Imperial Long clan had been standing tall for more than 500 years without toppling. The forces it had on the surface and in the dark were deeply rooted, not to mention the fact that they had the backing of an unknown dark force. It would be extremely difficult for the Zimun clan to seize the power. Long Yi lifted the curtain of the luxurious carriage and saw the busy flow of traveling merchants and passing travelers on the public road. He knitted brows loosened and he said, not too far away in front, there is a southern first-tier city belonging to the Violet Dragon Empire. It is called the White Cloud City. Let's rest there for a bit before carrying on with our journey. After analyzing the intelligence reports, Long Yi knew that White Cloud City was under the control of the Imperial Long clan. White Cloud City was an important big city located at the border of the Nelan Empire and the Violet Dragon Empire. It could be said that it was located at the key juncture between the two empires. Long Zan had everything planned out well. Once the violent conflict between the Imperial Long clan and the Zimun clan broke out, as long as this White Cloud City was locked down, reinforcements from the Nelan Empire would be stopped at the gate. That was because, in order for the troops from the Nelan Empire to enter the Violent Dragon Empire, they had to pass through White Cloud City. My husband, I heard that White Cloud City is teeming with beauties. I wonder if that is true? Feng Ling asked with a smile. That is true. White Cloud City is surrounded by verdant hills and limpid water. It is full of spiritual qi. Women who grew up in White Cloud City had flesh of ice, bones of jade, flower-like features, and a moon-like face. When he talked about the women in White Cloud City, Long Yi's wolfish nature was completely awakened. He became full of energy. White Cloud City was well known in the Blue Waves continent for its beautiful women. Many nobles from different countries would feel proud of themselves if they were able to marry women from White Cloud City. When Long Yi and Nelan Ryu were on their way to the Nelan Empire, they passed through White Cloud City. However, they were in a rush and Long Yi didn't have time to enjoy his time in the city. White Cloud City was not only well known for its beauties, it was also famous for its ecstasy dens. On the bank of the White Cloud Lake at the center of the city, there were many gaily painted pleasure boats. My husband, you are thinking about something bad again. It is fine to relax in White Moon City. However, you are not allowed to run wild. Feng Ling rolled her eyes and snorted. Hee hee. Talking about beauties, there are not many people in this world who can match my beautiful Ling. There are only a few people in this world who can make your husband's mind dirty. Long Yi hugged Feng Ling's slender waist and said with a smile, among the women around him, who wasn't lovely enough to cause the fall of a state. The words he spoke were not lies. Feng Ling took advantage of this opportunity to lean into Long Yi's bosom. She lightly pounded her fists against his chest. She didn't know how much good fortune Long Yi amassed throughout his past lives. There were actually so many unrivaled beauties who fell in love with him. Even she had fallen into his devil's curse and her heart was firmly attached to him. White Cloud City. This name was perfect for the city. The city wall and buildings inside the city were built with special white rocks found on the nearby mountains. In addition, the architectural style combined the imposing atmosphere of the Violet Dragon Empire and the elegance of the Nelan Empire. The overall look of the city appeared ethereal and it made people feel comfortable. At this moment, there was a row of soldiers in front of that spacious city gate leading to White Cloud City. Every single traveler and traveling merchant entering the city were strictly questioned and examined. This was something that was never done before. Long Yi raised his eyebrows. Were they doing this all in order to look for him? He caressed the beard stubble on his chin and said with a smile, Ling, you know appearance-changing magic, don't you? We should all change our appearances. Let's try to find the actual situation happening in White Cloud City within 2 days. With Feng Ling's highly skilled hands, Long Yi's handsome face quickly became ordinary. He had a fake mustache stuck on his face. However, that cheeky smile on his face wasn't concealable. Lai Yilai changed into a delicate and pretty maid. As for Lai Yuxu and Feng Ling, they changed into 2 wives as they stood beside Long Yi. As for Nai needless to say, she was Long Yi's daughter. When Long Yi heard that Lai Yuxu agreed to pretend to be his wife, he was extremely surprised. In the past, Long Yi felt as though taking cheap advantage of her was harder than ascending to the heaven. However, he didn't think about this any longer. Anyway, she was just pretending to be his wife. Nothing more. The group entered the White Cloud City along with a stream of people. Long Yi's unassuming group did not attract any kind of attention. They lifted the carriage curtain and looked at the scenery outside along their way into White Cloud City. This place was not inferior to Soaring Dragon City and Blue Moon City in the slightest. However, it was very rich in local conditions and customs. There were too many things for their eyes to take in. After asking a passerby where the Phoenix Inn was located, the group made their way towards it. From the start of their travels, they would stay in the Phoenix Inn as long as they passed by a city. Every time Long Yi arrived at a Phoenix Inn, he would think about the mother and daughter duo. According to the matriarch Phoenix, Yu Feng was training in seclusion somewhere on Flames Mountain. He didn't know when they would meet each other again. The moment he thought about her, Yu Feng's figure appeared in Long Yi's mind. That heroic beautiful face, that golden sunlight-like dazzling hair, her fiery red skin-tight leather armor hugging her body, and that fiery red huge sword in her hand. Even if she stood tall in the middle of a crowd, she would attract everyone's attention. She was like the sun. That was Yu Feng, the one and only Yu Feng. Long Yi seemed to be lost in his thoughts and his black pupils became somewhat blurred. A warm smile gradually appeared on his face. "My husband, we have arrived." The luxurious carriage had stopped in front of the entrance of the Phoenix Inn for quite some time. The smile of the waiter who had came to welcome them had already stiffened. However, Long Yi was still in a daze. As such, Feng Ling lightly shook Long Yi's arm and softly cried out to him, "Oh, that was fast." Long Yi came back to his senses and when he saw the signboard hanging in front of the inn, he smiled and jumped off the carriage. This Phoenix Inn was located at the flourishing commercial center in White Cloud City. The business of this inn was booming. When they entered, Long Yi heard that their last 2 guest rooms had already been booked. The guests who didn't manage to book the room became endlessly vexed. "Guests, I am truly embarrassed. The inn is fully booked, please forgive me." When the innkeeper saw that Long Yi and his group entered the inn, he bowed and apologized. Long Yi smiled. The reason why the Phoenix Inn had such a good reputation was because their attitude at handling guests was extremely good. This was the main reason everyone liked the Phoenix Inn. Long Yi didn't reply the innkeeper. Instead, he took out a fiery tablet which was red and round. Above this tablet, a phoenix could be seen going through rebirth in a sea of fire. When the innkeeper saw the tablet, his eyes immediately shone. He said respectfully, "Patriarch has already instructed us. Please follow me." The innkeeper led Long Yi and his group to the top floor of this Phoenix Inn. After bringing them to a super luxurious room, he went back to the ground floor. "My husband, this matriarch Phoenix treats you really well. There is a suite left specifically for you at every branch." Feng Ling smiled and said, "Of course she treats me well. We are all from the same family." Long Yi said to Feng Ling as he sat on the soft sofa in the hall. After opening a bottle of fruit wine, he started to drink. When Feng Ling heard him, the smile on her face instantly disappeared and a dejected expression filled her face. With a soft voice, she said, "Yes, one household. Since you are the husband of younger sister Yu Feng, the Phoenix matriarch treats you extremely well." When Long Yi saw the depressed expression on Feng Ling's face, he was startled. He instantly knew what Feng Ling was thinking about. She remembered her mother, that woman who didn't hesitate to use her as a bait in order to draw Long Yi into the net. As a matter of fact, Long Yi never believed that cultivators of dark magic were evil. For instance, Feng Ling and Leng Yuyu, they were not evil people. However, there were people like Feng Ling's mother. When Long Yi thought about Feng Ling's mother, his body shook. His expression suddenly changed. Feng Ling was the young master of the Dark Church. Wouldn't her mother be the wife of the Dark Pope? She was also Shui Ruoyan's mother. Long Yi was able to make the connection and a vague idea of who the Dark Pope was formed in his mind. How is that possible? The Dark Pope is Shui Linglong's son? Long Yi frowned and thought in his heart, "My husband, what are you thinking of?" When Feng Ling saw Long Yi's expression change, she couldn't help but worry. "It's nothing." "Lai Yuxu, take Nai with you and go take a bath first. I want to talk to Ling alone," Long Yi said to Lai and Lai Yuxu. In his mind, Long Yi never wanted to hide anything from them. However, everything he was about to say was related to Feng Ling. He had to respect Feng Ling's privacy. Lai and Lai Yuxi didn't have any objection. The two of them entered the bedroom with Nai. Only Long Yi and Feng Ling remained in the hall. "My husband, what are you going to talk to me about?" Seeing Long Yi's serious expression, Feng Ling couldn't help but become nervous as well. Long Yi patted Feng Ling's shoulders and asked her, "Ling, I want to know the relationship between you and the Dark Pope." "The Dark Pope was my grandfather. However, I've never seen him before. I only know that my mother is the only child of my grandfather. After my mother married my father, grandfather passed on the position of the Dark Pope to my father." When Feng Ling told Long Yi everything, her gaze never left his face. She intuitively knew that Long Yi must have noticed something important about her. I think that I might know about your past." Long Yi looked back at Feng Ling and softly said. He used his hand to hold Feng Ling's beautiful face. Chapter 490, The matter that makes a man suffer the most. Fang Ling was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Past history? I know everything about me." Long Yi shook his head and replied, "You only know the situation on your mother's side. However, do you know anything about your father?" "I don't know. My father and mother never talked about it before." "My husband, could it be that you know something about it?" Fang Ling asked as she looked at Long Yi with doubt in her eyes. "Of course, your husband knows geomancy of astronomy, past life, this life, I know everything." "Okay, my husband, don't exaggerate anymore. Hurry up and tell me. What information do you have about my father's side?" Fang Ling angrily interrupted Long Yi and shook his arm. When Long Yi saw that Fang Ling was getting impatient, he no longer teased her. He explained with a smile, "Come to speak of it, you have already seen your relatives from your father's side. In the past, on the top floor of the library in the Holy Magic Academy, do you remember who you saw?" Fang Ling's charming body trembled and he said, "Shui Linglong, she is your father's mother. She is your grandmother." Long Yi patted Fang Ling's beautiful face which was frozen and explained, "How can that be?" "How?" Fang Ling muttered and shook her head. All of a sudden, it was as though she thought of something. She looked up and grabbed onto Long Yi's wrist tightly. With urgency in her voice, she asked, "Then, what about teacher Shui Ruoyan?" "She is your biological big sister." Long Yi softly answered, "I have a big sister. I also have a grandmother." "My husband, are you speaking the truth?" Fang Ling asked. Everything Long Yi had said up to this point completely shocked her. She had never thought that illustrious water master Archmage Shui Linglong was actually her grandmother. Teacher Shui Ruoyan, who got along well with her, was actually her biological big sister. It was difficult for her to accept the facts in such a short amount of time. "Of course, when did your husband ever lie to you before?" Long Yi said as he recalled that beautiful lady he met in Mi Principality. It seemed as though he would have to go to the Skynet intelligence organization located in White Cloud City to ask about the latest situation in Mi Principality. He felt that that vicious beautiful lady had evil intentions. "Then, doesn't that mean I have a big sister? I actually have such a beautiful big sister." Fang Ling became happy and she exclaimed with joy. She came back to her senses suddenly as she rolled her eyes at Long Yi. "Smelly husband, the two of us sisters were actually duped by you." Long Yi complacently laughed and said in a proud voice, "How is this duping?" "This is called fate. There is a saying that if something is predetermined by fate, two people will meet even if they are thousands of li away. We were complete strangers before. However, we are people fated to meet each other. Who can separate us?" "Fate?" Fang Ling muttered and gently pounded her little fist on Long Yi's chest. Maybe they were truly fated to meet each other. Otherwise, how could they possibly run into each other even though they were so far apart? So many things had happened, but there was an invisible thread connecting them to each other. That was how they got together. If this was fate, Fang Ling hoped that this fate tied them together even tighter. "Yes, the fate between us isn't shallow at all. In the past, when I saw my good brother change into a girl, I found it truly hard to accept. Hey, but I truly didn't expect that you would be such a peerless beauty." Long Yi teased and his hand which was on Fang Ling's waist started to move upwards. He grabbed Fang Ling's which was elastic and soft from above her clothing. The amount of force he used wasn't too much and it was just enough for Fang Ling to feel good. "Ah, so hateful." Fang Ling's beautiful face flushed red and she quickly raised her hand to slap Long Yi. Long Yi didn't know if she did it intentionally, but her hand slapped Long Yi's little brother who was ready to make trouble. Long Yi issued an exaggerated scream and he sounded like a pig which was about to be slaughtered. "What happened, young master?" The bedroom door opened and Lai Lai rushed out when she heard Long Yi's scream. Fang Ling bit her lower lip and rolled her eyes at Long Yi. She clearly knew that she hadn't hit him that hard. How was it possible for him to be in so much pain? Long Yi twisted his waist and looked behind Lai Lai with shifty eyes. Seeing that Lai Yuxu and Nai were not behind her, Long Yi said with a bitter expression, "Ling want to kill her husband. Hurry up. Come over here and protect this young master." Lai Lai looked at the resentful expression on Fang Ling's face and Long Yi's exaggerated expression. she instantly knew that the two of them were playing around. She closed the door and walked over as she twisted her willowy waist. She was truly attractive. Feng Ling greatly admired Lai Lai's walking posture. Swaying her slender waist that could be held with one hand was very attractive, and her movements didn't appear artificial at all. Her feminine charm was on full display. "Young master, where are you hurt?" Lai Lai sat beside Long Yi and asked with a soft voice. Long Yi directly pointed at the place between his legs and said, "Here. This girl Linger nearly destroyed my root of life. Quickly, help this young master rub it." "Smelly husband, you are bullying other people again." Feng Ling couldn't help but pinch Long Yi's waist. However, Lai Lai reached out her slender hand towards Long Yi's hip with her face as red as a tomato. She used her jade-like spotlessly white hand to lightly rub on little Long Yi. Although the little brother of Long Yi was a seasoned soldier, it stood erect, which disappointed Long Yi. In an instant, the three people in the hall started to breathe heavily. Lai Lai trembled as she felt that burning hot rod in her hand. Feng Ling stood up and wanted to run away, however, Long Yi grabbed her before she was able to leave. "My husband, let Lai Lai accompany you. I will go back to my room to rest." Feng Ling begged. Knowing Long Yi's character, she knew that he would do something bad to her without a doubt. Since the day they met, they naturally had sexual intercourse. However, she had never served him together with Lai Lai. "No way. Look at how swollen little Long Yi is. Until you cause its swelling to go down, you are not allowed to leave." Long Yi pulled Feng Ling into his bosom and blew a breath of hot air into her ear. Feng Ling's entire body went limp and her heart wanted to jump out of her chest. Feng Ling squinted her eyes and shot a glance at Long Yi's bad fellow, which was standing erect. When she saw Lai Lai's hand moving up and down, her maiden heart shrunk. She was familiar with making love with Long Yi and she knew what she had to do. Feng Ling also stretched out her jade hand and grabbed little Long Yi, which was exposed above Lai Lai's hand. Long Yi's eyes glimmered as he sucked in a breath of cold air. This visual stimulation was enhanced by strong physiological pleasure. "Lai Lai, what is big sister Liu and Nai doing?" Feng Ling asked Lai Lai in a low voice as they cooperated in a tacit manner. She was afraid that Lai Yuxu would suddenly appear out of nowhere. "Big sister Liu is meditating. As for Nai she is sleeping." Lai Lai also understood what Feng Ling was thinking and she replied to her with a chuckle. When Feng Ling heard what Lai Lai said, she was finally able to relax. In any case, both she and Lai Lai belonged to Long Yi. She didn't think that there was anything wrong with serving him together with another woman. She shyly reached out her hand to untie Long Yi's belt. The moment it was undone, little Long Yi jumped out angrily. "Bad fellow." Feng Ling gently flicked that big fellow and she fell to her knees in front of the sofa. She slowly lowered her head towards little Long Yi, who was standing erect, and she took it into her mouth. She used her fragrant tongue to caress it and swirled her tongue all around. Long Yi's soul immediately flew to the ninth heaven. Lai Lai was stunned when she saw Feng Ling's actions. Her heart jumped rapidly and her breathing became heavy and her gaze never left Feng Ling. Even as a woman herself, she felt her entire body melting, let alone Long Yi. Long Yi caressed the Feng Ling's buttocks, which were high in the air. Then, untying her belt, he entered her pants as he pinched and teased that soft and warm buttocks. Feng Ling started to secrete spring syrup from her mysterious valley. "Lai Lai, you should come over here as well." The evil fire inside Long Yi was ignited and he gently pressed onto Lai Lai's head. Lai Lai trembled and she was ashamed in her heart. However, since Long Yi said so, she would obey him without thinking too much about it. She knelt down on the sofa on the other side of Long Yi, sticking out her buttocks high in the air. She used her tongue to service Long Yi as well. With Lai Lai and Feng Ling side by side, they serviced him together. "Damn, I am going to die," Long Yi muttered in his heart as his Adam's apple rapidly moved up and down. Looking at those two red lips and their cute little tongues playing with his, which man would be able to hold out against them? The two women were no longer maidens who didn't understand anything. When they saw that Long Yi's body was stretched taut, they knew that he was about to reach the peak. As such, they started working even harder. When Long Yi was about to explode, The bedroom door suddenly opened and a pair of pure big eyes curiously looked at the three people. Feng Ling and Lai Lai, who had their head lowered as they served Long Yi, didn't notice it at all. However, Long Yi, whose soul was in the ninth heaven, saw little Nai standing at the door. It was as though a bucket of cold water was poured over him. His mighty little brother instantly laid down the flag and stilled the drum. Long Yi hastily pulled up his pants as he lamented endlessly in his heart. This was the calamity brought about by stimulation. For a man, the most painful thing was being tossed down to the bottom from the peak. "Father, what are you all doing?" When Feng Ling and Lai Lai were confused, Nai rushed over from the side and asked in her innocent voice. The two women were instantly startled and they immediately sat up straight with their face flushed red. They wanted nothing more than to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. We were playing games." Long Yi laughed hollowly and answered her. "Then, Nai will also accompany father to play games. Is that okay?" Nai innocently said, and her big eyes looked straight towards his crotch. Long Yi reflexively wanted to use his hands to cover little Long Yi. However, when his hands were halfway there, he felt as though it was improper and he said, "Let your two big sisters accompany you to play. Your father is busy right now." Long Yi got up and rushed into the bedroom. After speaking, he instantly shut the door with a bang. The two girls who were left in the room with Nai were looking at each other with a blank face. Long Yi exhaled, and after he opened the curtain of the bedroom's window, he realized that the sky was already dim. The sun had already sunk into the horizon. Only a red glow was left on the horizon and it resembled the blushing face of a beauty. The window of this bedroom was directly facing the main street. Since this was the time when the temperature started to get cooler, the streets were beginning to bustle with activity. Men and women wearing different ethnic dresses were shuttling back and forth, displaying the unique side of White Cloud City. At the same time, Long Yi confirmed the rumor which he heard about White Cloud City. Indeed, the girls who grew up in White Cloud City were of much better quality compared to girls who grew up in other places. The great majority of girls had a slender waist and fair skin. Their facial features were also delicate and pretty. In addition to their unique temperament and dressing, they indeed had attractive qualities. No wonder the men of Blue Wave's continent would enjoy themselves so much here. So much so that they would forget to go home. Divine Wind Legion? Just when Long Yi was about to pull down the curtains, he caught sight of a cavalry walking down the street in a neat formation. That symbol embroidered on their shoulder belonged to Divine Wind Legion, controlled by the Batang clan. Chapter 491, Red Sleeve Boat. Mu Hanyan. The pupils of Long Yi shrunk. The Batang clan and the Imperial Long clan were jackals from the same lair. Divine Wind Legion was one of the 5 elite legions of the Violet Dragon Empire. Considering how White Cloud City was a strategic location which was difficult to attack, if the Nelan Empire's army sieged the city, they would definitely fail. If the Ziman clan wanted to seize power without any chance of failure, they needed firm control over this White Cloud City. With heavy traffic shuttling back and forth the streets, the sky gradually became dark. A bright moon shined brightly in the horizon and it illuminated the entire White Moon City with its desolate silvery moonlight. The colorful magic lamps on the street added color which made the streets look even more beautiful. When the moon was high in the sky, the curtain of the luxurious and dissipated nightlife opened. The dinner was arranged by the innkeeper of the Phoenix Inn. There were delicacies from both the land and the sea. There was everything one could imagine. This clearly showed how much the Phoenix matriarch looked after Long Yi. When he thought about the matriarch Phoenix, Long Yi couldn't help thinking about her beautiful figure. Also, the events which happened in the past and that appeared in Long Yi's mind. The relationship between Long Yi and the Phoenix matriarch had a hint of ambiguous hue. Although he knew that this kind of relationship was morally wrong, the feeling of doing something he shouldn't do turned him on. It was just like his relationship with the Elf Queen. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Long Yi stood up and wanted to go visit some at the shore of the lake in White Cloud City. His purpose there was to broaden his horizons and increase his knowledge. It was clearly inappropriate for women to go to that Rouge district. As such, he told the women to roam around as they pleased as he wanted to go there alone. "My husband, I will tell you first. You can look and touch the women when you are there. However, you are absolutely forbidden from bringing them back. Feng Ling was particularly worried when she reminded Long Yi. Long Yi had Si Bai, Yu Yu and the other beauties around him. When all was said and done, all of them were beauties of similar grade. Those prostitutes were not good enough to enter his eyes. Long Yi smiled and winked at Feng Ling, signaling for her to rest assured. After he pacified them, he stepped out of the inn. When he stepped out of the inn, he was still in disguise. He was currently a man with ordinary facial features. White Cloud Lake was a huge lake located inside White Cloud City. There were many natural springs at the bottom of this lake. As a result, the lake water was mostly spring water. The water was cool, refreshing, and sweet. This lake was a famous scenery within White Cloud City. On the shore of the lake, there were drooping willows which gracefully swayed along with the wind. It attracted merchants and travelers from the various regions. Of course, when it came to the most attractive thing about White Cloud Lake, it was not this beautiful scenery. It was the numerous gaily painted pleasure boats located beside the shore of the lake. These so-called gaily painted pleasure boats naturally made up the red light district of White Cloud City. It was said that all the women there were skilled in dancing, singing, poetry, and pictorial arts. They had the abilities to make the crowd drool. Many wouldn't hesitate to throw away money like dirt in order to make those beauties smile. This place was the most famous den in the entire Blue Waves continent. Long Yi arrived at the shore of this White Cloud Lake. This place was truly boisterous and gorgeous. Magic lamps decorated the area. This place looked like paradise. There was a long row of gaily painted pleasure boats with different styles lined up by the lakeside. There were boats which were simple, yet elegant. There were also boats which looked incomparably luxurious. The sweet and delicate voices of women fell incessantly on his ears. Long Yi could frequently see countless men walking out as if they were riding the clouds and flying on the mist from those gaily painted pleasure boats. They were usually surrounded by the smell of alcohol. They still had thickly dotted lipstick marks on their face when they left. This place was worthy of its reputation as a heaven on Blue Waves continent. This widened his knowledge. Long Yi was dazzled looking at those beautiful gaily painted pleasure boats. Of course, he came to experience the most illustrious gaily painted pleasure boat with the most beautiful woman. Walking to a small stall at the side, he threw out a few silver coins. He asked with a smile, "This brother, may I ask where is the most famous gaily painted pleasure boat in the area?" The youth who was wearing plain and simple clothing put away the silver coins and a smile burst forth on his face like a flower. Nowadays, most of the guests treated the girls from these gaily painted pleasure boats as their hero. They treated these salesmen who were in charge of small stalls at the side with disdain. Since Long Yi was different from the majority of people, the youth had a good impression of him. He replied Long Yi with a smile. "It seems as though this is your first time coming to White Cloud City. You made a right choice to ask me this question. There are hundreds of pleasure boats on the shores of the White Cloud Lake. However, the most famous ones are the Passionate Pleasure Boat and the Red Sleeve Boat. The only problem is that they are not here at this moment. There, do you see that largest dragon-headed pleasure boat at the center of the lake? That is the Red Sleeve Boat. As for the Passionate Pleasure Boat, I have no idea where it is right now." "The girls of the Red Sleeve Boat, are they beautiful?" Long Yi asked with a smile. "Of course they are. The face and figure of the girls of the Red Sleeve Boat will blow you away, especially the girl, Jingjing. She has the figure of a goddess." That stall vendor had yearning look and drool almost flowed out of his mouth. After returning back to his senses, he realized that the person asking him about the pleasure boats was already gone. He seemed to have disappeared without a trace. The youth couldn't help but rub his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Was that a ghost?" Long Yi used Great Cosmos Shift and arrived at the prow of the Red Sleeve Boat. He discovered that this pleasure boat was indeed very big. It had 3 floors and the prow's dragon head was decorated with golden lamplights. The entire boat looked extremely gorgeous. At this moment, a cool breeze was blowing at the deck and numerous guests were holding girls as they laughed and joked. They were staring at the full moon in the sky and they were completely unaware of Long Yi's arrival. Long Yi went straight into the pleasure boat. The first floor was a huge hall. Tables were spread all over this hall and there was a platform at the center where several beautiful girls were playing wind and string instruments. Some of the girls were dancing lightly and gracefully in a skimpy dress. Every time they swayed their soft body, they looked very attractive. Everyone sitting in the hall was staring at their big breasts as well as their spotlessly white slender thighs as they drooled. Long Yi scanned around the hall and saw that there were people of all trades and all occupations present in the hall. There were also many mercenaries in the hall, however, they didn't seem to be high-ranking ones. Just when Long Yi was looking all around, a beautiful lady wearing only a pink undergarment walked over to him. Her face was covered with a piece of transparent fine gauze. When she approached him, he could smell the fragrance coming from her body. The cosmetics she used were high-grade products of beauty shop. Long Yi didn't dislike this smell in the slightest. "This guest, you had just arrived. Please forgive us for being late in receiving you. This first floor is already full. On the second floor, there are luxurious private compartments. From there, you can enjoy the performance of the girls on the first floor. If you like them, you can call over a girl to accompany and entertain you." This beautiful lady leaned on Long Yi and rubbed her plump and soft meat buns against his arm. The expression on her face was enticing and really sexy when she looked at Long Yi. Long Yi smiled and stretching his claws, he pinched the beauty's buttocks without holding himself back. He said, "Can't I go to the third floor?" This beautiful lady moaned and rolled her eyes when she replied to him, "The third floor belongs to the girl, Jingjing. It's not that easy to see her. First of all, the girl Jingjing should be willing. Secondly, the cost is 20 amethyst coins at the very least." Long Yi raised his eyebrows. 20 amethyst coins and Jingjing herself would be willing to serve him. This was truly a conceited prostitute. Spending such a huge price just to see her face. It seemed as though men had fallen quite far. Of course, this kind of method was commonly employed in the big red light districts. It was naturally the best if they could place a lead girl on such a high pedestal that she becomes an existence which couldn't be reached. That was the way to earn big bucks. Money is not a problem. I simply want to see what kind of appearance the girl who costs 20 amethyst coins has." Long Yi said with a smile. The fake mustache stuck above his lips was trembling non-stop. It seemed as though he found this amusing. "Please follow me to the second floor and sit there for the time being. I will go to the third floor and ask for permission. The rich was the boss here." The beautiful lady smiled bewitchingly at Long Yi as she touched his sturdy chest. Then, turning around, she led Long Yi upstairs as she swayed her buttocks. Long Yi followed this beautiful woman. His hand was unable to stop as he constantly took advantage of her. She simply grumbled in a flirty manner when Long Yi touched her. However, when Long Yi wanted to touch her important places, she would skillfully avoid him. Long Yi was surprised. It seemed as though the owner of this pleasure boat wasn't simple. On the second floor of the red sleeve boat, there were big and small-sized compartments. There were rooms which were half-isolated and also rooms which were completely sealed. Long Yi was able to see some lively and fragrant scenes with his sharp eyes. He also discovered that the clothing of the guests on the second floor was clearly of far superior quality compared to the people below. High-ranked magicians and warriors were also present here. Long Yi even saw some people with the Archmage and Great Swords Master emblems on their magic and war robe respectively. The beautiful lady led Long Yi to a small compartment on the second floor and asked him to sit on the sofa there. She directly went to the third floor in order to ask for permission. Long Yi took this opportunity to look all around him. He felt a hint of wind magic element fluctuation coming from the compartment next door. Although this fluctuation was very small, Long Yi was able to sense a powerful energy behind it. Long Yi was surprised and he looked for a concealed spot. Poking a hole in the wall, he peeked at the other room. From this hole, he saw a skinny old magician next door. He was making love with a young girl with extreme passion. Looking at his current appearance, he seemed to have exerted himself so much that he forgot to restrain his aura. From the intensity of his aura, Long Yi was able to discern that the strange magician was a master archmage. Wind Master Archmage? A strong sense of curiosity appeared in Long Yi's heart. Other than the Winged Clan and himself, there were actually other people who could cultivate wind magic, not to mention the fact that he was already at the Master Archmage realm. Thousands of years ago, wind magic only appeared briefly in the magic history of the Blue Waves continent. This was briefly recorded in some miscellaneous books. However, wind magic was never seen in the official history books. Now that someone who cultivated wind magic to the Master Archmage realm appeared in front of Long Yi, he was shocked. He couldn't stop himself as he peeked at the strange magician from the other side of the wall. All of a sudden, Long Yi noticed that someone was coming. He returned to the sofa and sat up properly. The moment he took a seat, a familiar figure flashed in front of him. Mu Hanyan? How could she appear here? Long Yi was startled. He knew about Beiyu's sharp perception. As such, Long Yi completely retracted his aura and he intentionally leaked a bit of fire magic elements. Of course, this was to mislead the public. Chapter 492, Jingjing. Long Yi suppressed the surprise in his heart and he was able to feel Mu Hanyan's presence in the other room. She walked into the room where the wind magician was doing it with a young girl. FCK. Is this girl going to make this father wear a green hat? Long Yi frowned and he stood up. He returned to that small hole in order to peep at them again. Long Yi saw that the magician and girl were putting on their clothes hastily when Mu Hanyan entered the room. She was standing at the entrance with an ice-cold expression. That girl just draped over her clothes and hastily rushed out from that compartment. Only Mu Hanyan and that magician were left inside the room. Mu Hanyan opened her mouth but Long Yi was unable to hear anything. She had casted a sound insulation barrier around that room the moment the girl left. In order not to beat the grass and startle the snake, Long Yi didn't dare to break the barrier. Even though he wasn't able to hear their conversation, he was able to see that the old man had a subservient and respectful appearance when he talked to Mu Hanyan. Mu Hanyan instantly became more mysterious in Long Yi's eyes. The old man should be Mu Hanyan's subordinate. In the end, what was Mu Hanyan's identity? Why did she have a Wind Master Archmage under her leadership? Not to mention the fact that he wasn't supposed to exist in this world. Long Yi remained puzzled after pondering over it 100 times. When Long Yi was deep in his thoughts, the beautiful lady came back. She saw that Long Yi was leisurely drinking tea on the sofa and she couldn't help but smile and say, "You are so relaxed." The other guys were restless and filled with anxiety when waiting for that girl's decision. Long Yi smiled and said, "Looking at your expression, that girl Jingjing seems to have agreed." "You're right, she agreed to meet you. However, there are 2 more guests. You will not be able to monopolize her." This beautiful lady chuckled and said, "I am simply spending money to see whether this girl Jingjing is worthy of her reputation or not. As a matter of fact, I stay at a respectful distance from this kind of aloof women. The ones I like are beautiful ladies like you. I like ladies who know the intention of others." Long Yi took a step forward with a perverted smile. His claw gently caressed the perfectly round butt of this beautiful lady standing in front of him. "You must be joking. How can my faded flowers and withered willows enter your eyes?" On the shores of Cloud Mist Lake, although I was also a well-known star actress in the past, that was in the past. I am a beauty past my prime. The beautiful lady swayed her waist as she wanted to dodge Long Yi's wolf claws. Her voice was sweet as she explained to Long Yi. However, Long Yi's hand followed her hips everywhere. His wolf claw grabbed onto her pert buttocks from the beginning to the end no matter how she tried to dodge him. The beautiful lady was extremely surprised and she no longer tried to dodge. Guest really hid himself deeply. "This little woman admires you," the beautiful lady said with a bewitching smile. Her walking speed slowed down a lot. It seemed as though she wanted to let Long Yi take more advantage of her. "That's natural. There is rarely anyone who can match me in the field of the cluster of flowers. On Blue Waves continent, there are many beauties who think of themselves as high and pure. However, after some lessons from me, they will turn completely obedient. Alas, experts are lonely." Long Yi shook his head and said. His words made the beautiful lady chuckle. That smile was her real smile. It wasn't a professional smile which she had on her face when she led him to the second floor. "You are quite a bragger. If you really have the abilities, make the girl Jingjing fall in love with you," the beautiful lady said. "That girl Jingjing is not challenging enough. She is cold outwardly and she is passionate deep down. This kind of woman doesn't need me to make a move. However, I feel like beauties like you are the most challenging. How about I make you fall in love with me?" Long Yi smirked and patted this beautiful lady's butt. The beautiful lady rolled her eyes and replied, "Oh, are you going to use your true abilities to make this little woman fall in love with you?" When they were speaking, they arrived at the third floor. Long Yi looked all around and saw that the decoration of this third floor was noble, simple, but elegant. On both sides of the corridor, various kinds of flowers and plants were placed. A faint fragrance of flowers permeated through the air. It would cause everyone to feel relaxed and joyful after inhaling it. Walking to the end of this corridor, Long Yi saw two beautiful maids standing at the left and right sides of the door. When they saw Long Yi, they respectfully bowed and pushed open the door for Long Yi to walk in. "Guest, you can enter, Jingjing is inside," the beautiful lady said with a smile. Long Yi took a step forward before turning around suddenly. He leaned close to the ear of the beautiful lady and he whispered with a grin on his face, "Beauty, I bet that you will fall in love with me in the not-too-distant future." "Didn't you feel that the emotion you displayed in front of me just a moment ago was very authentic?" Long Yi said and stepped into the room with large strides. The door was gently closed by the two maids standing at the side. That beauty was biting her lower lip and her expression was changing unpredictably as she stared at the closed door. "Big sister Lulu, what happened to you?" the two maids asked when they saw the beautiful lady's changing expression. "I am fine, thank you." This beautiful lady came back to her senses and a professional smile hung on her face. Inside the room, there was a maid who led Long Yi deeper into it. This place was rather spacious. Just like outside, this place was also covered with various kinds of flowers and plants. It seemed as though that girl Jingjing was a flower lover. A pleasant melody of a harp came from not too far away. It was definitely that girl, Jingjing, playing the harp. The music she played was pretty good. However, when compared to Liuli's celestial music, it paled in comparison. Turning towards a fan screen, Long Yi saw a graceful figure behind that translucent white curtain. Her hands were gently dancing above the harp. Below the screen, two men were sitting in front of two tables. One was a sleek-haired and creamy-faced noble son dressed in gorgeous clothing. The other was a middle-aged man with sideburns. There weren't any magic fluctuations around him. However, Long Yi could sense that the air around him was distorted. This person was definitely an expert. Long Yi could at first glance. Long Yi waved his hand to signal for the maid to leave him before making his way to the hall. He sat on the table which was specially prepared for him beside the man with sideburns. On the table, there were fine wine and snacks. After sitting down, Long Yi drank a few mouthfuls of good wine directly from the wine jar. He threw a piece of exquisite snack into his mouth. His sitting posture was also improper and he appeared just like a rough fellow. That noble son snorted and stared at Long Yi with a gaze full of contempt. If it was not for the person he admired still playing the harp, he would have already flipped out on the spot. How could this kind of person appear before Jingjing? He questioned the judging abilities of the person who led him here. This what? Oh, was it Jingjing? This grandpa spent money in order to see what you looked like. By hanging this piece of white cloth here, are you asking me to look at a fart? Before the girl Jingjing completed her song, Long Yi interrupted with an impatient voice. The sound of the harp ceased abruptly and before Jingjing spoke, that noble son jumped up as if he was a cat whose tail was stepped on. He pulled out the ornamental sword and pointed it at Long Yi. With a loud voice, she shouted, "What kind of creature are you, you peasant? Just being here is already a blessing given to you by your ancestors. You still want to see Jingjing? You can see her in your next life. Now, immediately get out for this young master. Otherwise, don't blame this young master for being rude." Long Yi sneered and continued to chew on his snack. "Why is this dog barking here? Stop barking or this father will kill you with his farts. You vile pheasant, I will kill you." This noble son was extremely angry and he wasn't able to control himself any longer. This profligate son was domineering and was an expert in oppressing people. However, he definitely didn't know how to insult people. The sword tip stabbed as fast as lightning towards the space between Long Yi's eyebrows. Naturally, the lightning speed in the eyes of this noble son was no different from a tortoise crawling in Long Yi's eyes. Long Yi completely ignored him and continued to chew the snacks in his mouth. Although this wine was not up to his standards, these snacks were exquisitely made. When the sword was less than a centimeter away from his glabella, two fingers suddenly appeared and clamped down on the sword. The two fingers slightly pinched and the sword was shattered. Long Yi looked up and saw that the man with sideburns had appeared next to him at an unknown time. Seeing as Long Yi was looking at him, he slightly nodded his head. Since they were just beside each other, Long Yi could smell the thick smell of blood on the man's body. The both of you just wait here for this young master. I'll call people to tear your body to shreds. This noble son was startled and he screamed while retreating in terror. Noble Sun Wei, have you forgotten the rules of our red sleeve boat? Any feelings of gratitude or resentment should be resolved outside. You however should know the consequence of using force in this boat. From behind the white gauze, a crisp and fresh voice rang in everyone's ears. It was very pleasant to listen to as if it was a sound coming from a jade bowl. The face of this noble son became pale. Snorting coldly, he threw the sword hilt and returned to his seat. Long Yi smirked and stared at the man with sideburns. They immediately understood the meaning in each other's eyes. These two unfamiliar men showed a tacit understanding at this moment. Long Yi knew that this girl, Jingjing, said those words in order to remind everyone present not to act foolishly. They would face serious consequences otherwise. This showed that the backing of this red sleeve boat was not simple. When he thought about backing, Long Yi thought about Mu Hanyan. This red sleeve boat wasn't established by her, was it? Jingjing, pretending to be aloof also has certain limits. Even if you don't wish to be a prostitute and wish to stand in the memorial archway, it doesn't matter how you pretend. You are still a prostitute. Why are you not removing this piece of white cloth? Long Yi caressed his fake mustache and said sharp and unkind words. He played this vulgar role perfectly. Jingjing, who was behind the curtain, remained silent. It was unknown whether Long Yi's words hurt her or not. If you cannot remove it, let me help you. Long Yi stood up and rushed towards the white cloth with large strides. All of a sudden, four maids who were holding swords jumped over and blocked Long Yi's way. Their eyes were glimmering with cold killing intent. This father also wants to see how the world-famous Jingjing looks. This brother, leave these four little girls to me. The man with the sideburns spoke and a kind of strange aura burst out from his body. The aura suppressed the four maids. It was neither Qi nor magic power. It was also not the internal force. However, the four maids were not able to move at all. Long Yi took advantage of this situation and pulled down that white gauze. That noble son and man with sideburns simultaneously moved closer and exclaimed together with Long Yi. Chapter 493, Mercenary King. Jingjing's beauty was well known. However, only a few people had seen her before. There were many people who spent 20 amethyst coin in order to see her, but most of the time, she had a translucent gauze curtain hanging in front of her. The people who had truly seen her appearance could be counted on one hand. The people who had truly seen her appearance were shocked by her matchless beauty. They didn't hold back their praises and they told everyone about it. She instantly became famous. Needless to say, the people who could see the girl, Jingjing, were personage having prestige. Their words were very credible. This caused Jingjing's reputation to rise in White Cloud City. When Long Yi pulled down the gauze curtain, the three of them exclaimed in shock. The man with sideburns and the noble son exclaimed in shock the moment they saw her. Long Yi was also shocked, however. He had his own reasons. Jingjing's beauty was absolutely worthy of her reputation. Her eyebrows were like pointed willow leaves. Her beautiful pupils were like stars in the sky and she had spotlessly white jade skin with a layer of ivory luster. She was wearing a moon-white gown with exquisite hand-embroidered lines which made her look extremely beautiful. The moment their gazes landed on her, They felt as though she was not from this mortal world. She gave off an ethereal aura which shocked the three of them. When she saw that the gauze curtain had been removed, Jingjing pursed up her lips and her beautiful face had a hint of anger to it. When she looked at Long Yi, there was a hint of coldness in her pretty eyes. Looking at her current temperament, she didn't seem like a prostitute at all. She looked more like a princess. Both the man with sideburns and the noble son had their eyes glued on to Jingjing. They were so immersed in her beauty that they were unable to free themselves for a long time. Long Yi sized up the beautiful face and figure of Jingjing. The expression of shock on his face became even more exaggerated. This girl Jingjing actually looked like the noble mist fairy. Just a moment ago, when he pulled down the curtain, he thought that Jingjing was actually Mist Fairy. Only after taking a close look, Long Yi discovered that they were different people. Her appearance was 70% similar to Mist Fairy's. However, the aura which came from their body was completely different. "You've seen me before?" Staring back into Long Yi's black pupils, a trace of confusion appeared in Jingjing's heart. She could tell that the look on Long Yi's face was different compared to the two beside him. He was not stunned because of her exceptional beauty. Instead, there was another reason Long Yi was stunned. This girl, Jingjing, is truly as lovely as a flower. How could I, this unrefined fellow, have seen you before? Long Yi retracted his surprised expression and said with a smile. Even though he came back to his senses, a feeling of suspicion filled his heart. Mu Hanyan, Mist Fairy, and now this Jingjing girl who looked like Mist Fairy. There was something strange about the three of them, but Long Yi was unable to reach a definite answer. It seemed as though the relationship between the three of them wasn't simple. Jingjing's beautiful pupils turned cold and with a wave of her hand, soft light power shot out towards the three of them. The four maids who were fighting the man with sideburns also retreated. Seeing their fighting had stopped, Jingjing said with an indifferent voice, "It's getting late. This small woman is getting tired. The three guests can do as you please." After speaking, she turned around and entered the inner room. The four maids followed her and left the three of them alone. The man with sideburns and the noble son who were infatuated by her beauty only came back to their senses after they left. Jingjing truly has a well-deserved reputation. Being able to see her once in this life, everything is worth it, worth it. That noble son shook his head. He was clearly not awake yet. However, the look in the eyes of the man with sideburns was clear and sharp. Long Yi suspected that he was acting just a moment ago. When he saw that Jingjing had already left, the noble son had no intentions to stay behind. He angrily glared at Long Yi and the man with sideburns before leaving the room. Turning around, the noble son went downstairs. Long Yi smiled and sat down on a chair. He sipped on a mouthful of tea and said, "It seems like this kid is not going to let the matter rest. He is just a clown. You don't have to bother yourself with him." The man with sideburns sneered with a trace of disdain in his eyes. He sat down facing Long Yi and poured wine for himself. Long Yi's gaze landed on the man's hand which was currently holding a cup of wine and his pupil shrunk. His hand was covered with a thick layer of black calluses and his thick joints concealed a dangerous aura which emitted dense killing intent. The killing intent was extremely dense. Even if he didn't make a move, normal people would be afraid of him. The hand which was holding the cup of wine had to be stained with the blood of many people. Long Yi thought in his heart, "I am Long Yi. I wonder how I should address Big Brother." Long Yi politely offered a jar of wine to the man with sideburns and he asked, "Mad Lion Mo Yan, many thanks for today. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to see this girl's appearance. She looks so effing beautiful." A roaring laughter came out of his mouth. "Mad Lion, Mercenary King Mad Lion." Long Yi was startled. Mad Lion was a legendary existence in the mercenary world. His reputation rose abruptly like a comet more than a decade ago. He was a lone operator and he was the most mysterious fellow among the few mercenaries who had reached the SS rank. Moreover, he had held the title of Mercenary King for 3 times in a row. The mercenary convention was only held once every 5 years and Mad Lion was still the top mercenary. In the past, Long Yi had asked Red Lady a question. She was also an SS-ranked mercenary like Mad Lion. As such, Long Yi got curious and asked her who was stronger between herself and Mad Lion. The answer shocked Long Yi. Red Lady, who never admitted defeat, shook her head and said with a sigh, I'm not even 1/10 as strong as him. Facing him, I don't have any chance of winning. I would never have thought that young Master Zimin heard of my title before. I feel honored. Mad Lion smiled and poured another cup of wine. Long Yi's expression turned cold the moment he mentioned young Master Zimin. A hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Young Master Zimin doesn't need to be tense. Your magic is perfect. No one is able to see through it. However, you called yourself Long Yi. You should know that you called yourself Long Yi when you were in Mi Principality. Although not many people know of the name Long Yi, there are still some people who are familiar with your name. Mad Lion said with a smile. Long Yi relaxed when he heard Mad Lion's explanation. As it turned out, he was careless. In the eyes of an observant person, Long Yi's identity wasn't a secret at all. Since the beauty has already left, there is no reason to stay here any longer. How about us two brothers look for a place to drink? Long Yi stood up and laughed. Exactly what I wanted. Mad Lion laughed heartily. He was extremely happy at the moment. He heard that young Master Zimin was extremely strong and there was only a few people in the world who could fight him. After a chance encounter with Long Yi, Mad Lion decided that he had to become Long Yi's friend. The two people left the room side by side. When they were walking out, Long Yi suddenly thought about how Mad Lion immobilized the four maids at the start of the fight. He couldn't help but ask, Mad Lion, what exactly do you cultivate? It seems like it doesn't have anything to do with magic gi. Mad Lion shook his head and sighed. How can I be blessed enough to learn magic gi? I never cultivated in my life. If I have to make a guess, I would say that this ability awakened after continuous slaughter. Long Yi was startled. He wanted to ask more question but a maid rushed in front of him and blocked his way. Long Yi was immediately able to recall that this maid was one of the four in the hall earlier. This guest, please stay behind. My family's miss invites you for a chat. The maid stared at Long Yi and requested, haha, brother has a lot of good fortune in love affairs. I'll not bother you any longer. If you want to look for me, come to the Phoenix Inn. Mad Lion laughed and lightly stomped. He shot out like an arrow released from the bowstring. Chapter 494, Jingjing's Genial Hibiscus Canopy. Why is your family Ms. looking for me? Long Yi walked side by side with that maid and his hand reached over and lightly touched her hand. The maid's pretty face turned red and she rolled her eyes at Long Yi. She quickened her steps and replied to him, how would I know? You'll know what our Ms. wants after meeting her. After speaking, she added a few words under her breath. Damned lecher. The corner of Long Yi's mouth curled up. This little girl was quite cute. All of a sudden, the door of a private room on the second floor opened. Mu Hanyan and that wind magician walked out of the room. Mu Hanyan was walking in front and the wind magician was following behind her. They happened to brush past Long Yi and the maid. After Mu Hanyan took 2 steps past Long Yi, she suddenly stopped walking. She turned to look at Long Yi's back view which had just turned the corner and she muttered to herself, why is that smile so similar to that him? Miss, what's wrong? That wind magician respectfully asked. Mu Hanyan was unwilling to respond to the wind magician. She directly entered another room. In the other room, there was the bewitching lady, Lulu. It was the same beautiful lady who had greeted Long Yi when he arrived on the boat. Miss. Lulu respectfully stood up and greeted Mu Hanyan. Open the secret room. Mu Hanyan gave her order with an indifferent expression on her face. Yes, miss. Lulu knocked on the innermost wall of this room and several small holes instantly appeared on that wall. After taking out some colorful crystals from her space ring, she stuffed them into those small holes one by one. A soft click was heard and the wall opened up. It split down the middle and the wall slid to the 2 sides. The secret room wasn't big, however, the decoration in the room was extremely peculiar. Various kinds of strange lines formed various kinds of strange patterns that inlaid the insides of the secret room. At the center of the table in the room, There were several crystal balls the size of human heads. Mu Hanyan placed her jade hand above one of those crystal balls and muttered an obscure incantation as she closed her eyes. A dense purple mist suddenly appeared in this crystal ball, and after seething for a little while inside the crystal ball, it began to slowly dissipate. Impressively, a vivid scene suddenly appeared inside the crystal ball after the purple mist disappeared. The scene that appeared was the interior of a luxurious room. Inside that room, the outstanding beauty, Jingjing, was leaning against the window as she looked at White Cloud Lake beneath her. When she was still mesmerized by the view outside the window, a maid led Long Yi into the room and respectfully addressed her. "Miss, he is here." Jingjing didn't even turn her head and she replied, "The maid. Got it. You can leave now." Now, there was only Long Yi and Jingjing left in this room. Looking at this beauty, Long Yi seemed to be immersed in his own train of thought. He was in no hurry. Casually making his way over to a cozy armchair, he sat down and placed one leg above the other. He stared at the night scene outside the window. Red Sleeve boats slowly drifted about on the White Cloud Lake. By this time, the great majority of the boats had already left the shore. They were all floating above White Cloud Lake. There were multicolored lights flickering about the surface of the water as far as the eyes could see. Sighing softly, Jingjing turned around. A hint of sadness reappeared on that devastatingly beautiful face. There seemed to be an inexplicable melancholy hidden inside her heart. She looked at Long Yi, who had a blurred gaze and anger flashed in her eyes. "What are you thinking about?" At an unknown time, Jingjing had already walked behind Long Yi. The faint fragrance coming from her managed to shake his soul. Long Yi rubbed his nose and turned his head to face her. He grinned and explained, "Nothing. I was just looking at this dreamy night and I thought that I went to heaven." Jingjing was dazzled by Long Yi's magnificent smile. She would never have thought that the smile of this boorish fellow could be so beautiful. "Hello. Can I remind you that I'm a guest right now? You were the one who asked me to come here. Why haven't you prepared a cup of tea?" Long Yi unceremoniously said with a smile. Jingjing gritted her teeth. If she didn't have something to ask him, she would never want to see this fellow again. He didn't know how to treat women tenderly at all. Normally, when men saw her, they would be completely submissive to her. There were even those who would become as obedient as a dog when they saw her face. However, this fellow in front of her didn't take her seriously at all. He thought that she had invited him here in order to. Thinking about it, Jingjing's expression became gloomy. She sighed softly before pouring Long Yi a cup of tea. Long Yi honestly didn't care about what she thought. He lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and complimented the tea. He closed his eyes and muttered, "Good tea. This is the highest grade White Cloud marvelous fragrance tea. It really leaves a rich aftertaste in your mouth." After drinking a few mouthfuls, Long Yi calmly handed the teacup over to Jingjing, who was standing beside him. He treated her as though she was his maid. Jingjing took the teacup and snorted. She heard Long Yi saying, "Well, don't. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. I will not drink your tea for free. At least you know what's good for you." Jingjing thought in her heart. However, before she opened her mouth, she looked at the sparkling crystal ball which was dangling from the roof of the room. Anyone else who looked at this crystal ball would only think that this was a type of decoration. "Come with me. The wind here is too strong." Jingjing stood in front of Long Yi and winked at him. Long Yi was slightly startled. He stood up with a smile. He saw that Jingjing was leading him further into the room. After walking past an exquisite screen, he arrived at a sweet-smelling lady's chamber. There was a warm hue to it. There was a huge bed in the middle of the room and it was covered with a pink gauze curtain. The room was capable of enchanting someone. Who would have thought that Jingjing, who seemed as though she was someone with wide knowledge and sound scholarship, would walk towards the big bed in the middle of the room. After lifting up the gauze curtain, she signaled for Long Yi to get on the bed with her. "Gudong." Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Is she doing what I think she's doing? Can it be that this girl Jingjing is only aloof on the surface? She might be a licentious woman on the inside. She is so beautiful, I will not suffer any losses having an affair with her." Long Yi lewdly smiled and walked over to the bed. After sitting down on the huge bed, Long Yi's hands grabbed her fair and soft hands. Long Yi didn't hold himself back any longer. "What are you doing, damned pervert?" Jingjing was startled as she angrily retracted her hand. She shouted at Long Yi. You were the one who asked me to come over to the bed, wasn't it? Because Long Yi looked at this woman who greatly resembled Mist Fairy with surprise in his heart. Jingjing glared at Long Yi and took off her shoes. She squeezed to one side of the bed and said angrily, "Don't have dirty thoughts. I have my reasons for calling you here." When Long Yi heard what she said, she was shocked. After thinking for a bit, he said, "You asked me to come here because someone was watching us in the hall? How did I not detect anything?" "It is nothing strange for you to not be able to detect anything. Now, shut up. I have something to ask you." Jingjing said, "If you have something to ask, I must know everything. Don't hide anything from me." Long Yi smiled and lied on the soft bed. The faint fragrance assaulted his nose. When Jingjing saw that Long Yi was lying on her quilt, she got angry and ashamed. After seeing the roguish appearance on his face, she knew that it was useless to say anything. While they were talking to each other on the bed, Mu Hanyan's beautiful face was strained as she stood in the secret room on the second floor. She waved her hand and the image inside the crystal ball disappeared. The crystal ball returned to normal. "This damned girl." Mu Hanyan's expression was exasperated and she cursed. The behavior and movement of that man were very similar to Zimin Yu. According to her estimations, he should already have arrived at White Cloud City. However, there was no information from her spies inside and outside the city. "Lulu, instruct people to investigate the identity, address, everyone related to him, and everything else. It has to be extremely detailed." Mu Hanyan indifferently said to Lulu, "Yes, miss, I will handle it right away." Lulu respectfully said and left the secret room. Even though she agreed to investigate this man, she was extremely worried for him in her heart. That seemingly ordinary man was very extraordinary. She had dealt with numerous people and her intuition was never wrong. She just hoped that he would not become the enemy of her miss. This moment, Long Yi was comfortably lying on Jingjing's soft bed. He stretched out his big hand and gently caressed Jingjing's feet, which was covered in extremely thin socks. Jingjing reflexively retracted her leg and a layer of goosebumps appeared all over her body. She was already driven beyond the limits of her forbearance and she angrily snapped, "Believe it or not, I will throw you into White Cloud Lake to feed the fish. Are you going to answer me or not?" "Of course I believe you, Miss Light Archmage. I would never expect that archmages were of so little value now. Even a girl who had been driven to prostitution would be an archmage. This is too pitiful." Long Yi looked up and when he saw that Jingjing was glaring at him, he added, "What did you ask just now?" "I didn't hear it clearly." "I asked if you came from Blue Moon City." Jingjing took a deep breath and repeated her question. "Yes, I am." "Why would you ask me this question? Could it be that you really fell in love with me?" "I have spare rooms at home. Who would dislike many beauties following him? I have no objections if you want to follow me. However, you are still speaking nonsense. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will sew up your stinking mouth." Jingjing got angry and she grabbed a pillow near her. She used the pillow to smack Long Yi's head. Long Yi just smiled and he didn't dodge. How could a soft pillow hurt him? Now, he was clear that this girl Jingjing appeared cold on the surface but her deposition was pure like a little girl. Not to mention the fact that she was an extremely proud person. She was definitely a person with a complicated background. "Have you seen a woman who looks very much like me?" Jingjing asked. "Everyone calls her Mist Fairy. She appeared out of nowhere and no one knows her identity." Long Yi turned over and got close to Jingjing. "Don't come near me." When she saw that Long Yi was getting closer to her, Jingjing sent a kick towards Long Yi's face. Her heart jumped and a complicated feeling rose in her heart. Long Yi easily caught Jingjing's exquisite leg. She was extremely beautiful and even her legs emitted a faint fragrance. Jingjing struggled anxiously but she realized that she was unable to free herself. Her beautiful face suddenly distorted. A white light covered her hand and she sent a slap towards Long Yi's face. All of a sudden, Long Yi felt killing intent coming from Jingjing. Chapter 495, messy relationship and the objective of Mu Hanyan. Long Yi was startled in his heart. This woman was crazy. He let go of her small leg and turned sideways. A soft whisper could be heard and white light flashed. However, the white light disappeared in an instant. Although it seemed as though nothing happened, the place where Long Yi was lying on just a moment got completely destroyed. A palm-sized black hole had appeared and the quilt and mattress had been turned into ash. At this moment, Jingjing's beautiful face was twisted and her beautiful eyes unexpectedly emitted deep resentment. Long Yi could tell that she had already lost control of her emotion. Long Yi didn't hesitate. He used his finger to poke her shoulder at lightning speed before using his other hand to press on her globula. He slowly injected his spirit power and internal force into her body. After a good while, Jingjing's twisted face returned to normal. The resentment in her eyes dissipated. However, her complexion was pale and her eyes were vacant. Many thanks. Jingjing looked at Long Yi and there was a complicated feeling in her heart. Don't mention it. You nearly scared me to death. Why do you have such a strong feeling of resentment? Who do you hate? Long Yi looked at the black hole in the center of the bed and asked carefully. He was afraid that he would trigger her emotional backlash again. Jingjing shook her head and sat on the bed hugging her knees. She appeared just like a helpless little girl. Long Yi immediately felt that she was extremely pitiful. As long as they were not his enemy, Long Yi was very lenient towards women, not to mention the fact that Jingjing was a woman who greatly resembled Mist Fairy. Do you know what that Mist Fairy is doing in Blue Moon City? Jingjing looked up at Long Yi's face. When she saw that there was a look of empathy in his eyes, her heart felt warm and her tone became gentle and soft. This fellow was a strange man. Although he looked like an ordinary young man and a pervert who liked to take cheap advantage of girls, she could tell that he was someone more than that. He really didn't care about her beauty. At best, he was curious about her. When she saw how he was able to easily dodge her attack and was able to soothe her entangling vile emotions, Jingjing knew that he couldn't be an ordinary man. I am not very clear. Mist Fairy always appears and disappears mysteriously. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders. When he saw Jingjing's disappointed look, his heart started to jump. Then, he suddenly added, a friend of mine told me that Mist Fairy was seriously injured. He didn't know how she was injured, but her soul seemed to have received serious damage. She was bleeding from 7 apertures and she looked very frightening. Her soul suffered serious damage, is that true? Jingjing urgently asked. When Long Yi looked at her appearance, he realized that she looked pretty happy. She didn't look worried in the slightest. Long Yi looked at Jingjing with a strange expression on his face. He already realized that Jingjing and Mist Fairy had a close relationship with each other. Seeing as how their appearance greatly resembled each other, Long Yi thought that they might be sisters. However, their relationship seemed pretty bad. What are you looking at? I have already finished asking what I wanted to ask. Now, scram. Jingjing rolled her eyes and said, you are tossing my away after using me. This is wrong of you. In any case, I want some repayment. Long Yi said with an indignant look. Then, what do you want as repayment? Jingjing asked with a smile. She could already guess this stinking lecher's dirty thoughts. My 20 amethyst coins. You have to return them to me. That is not a small sum of money. Long Yi spread out his palm and said without any shame. Jingjing's smile instantly froze. She thought that this bastard wanted. What? Are you unwilling? Then, how about becoming my woman? Although your appearance is barely acceptable, your tea preparation method isn't bad. Bringing you along with me will not make me lose face. Now that Long Yi talked so much, he suddenly shut his mouth. He saw that Jingjing's beautiful face had already turned extremely dark. He started to think about whether he should start to make his escape. It is not impossible for me to become your woman. Jingjing gnashed her teeth and said, you just have to help me kill that Mist Fairy. Jingjing added, cough cough. Take it as if I never said anything. Long Yi nearly died choking on his own saliva. He turned over and jumped out of the bed. Kill Mist Fairy? Not to mention whether he had the ability or not. Even if he had the ability, it was a near impossible task. Moreover, although it was unclear whether she was an enemy or a friend, at the very least, she and Mu Hanyan had helped him a lot up till now. Coward. Jingjing was somewhat disappointed and she also got off the bed after arranging her clothing. It is already late. My beloved wives are waiting for me at home. I cannot accompany you any longer. Long Yi said with a smile, get out of here right now. Jingjing snorted and sat on the sofa in the hall. She turned her head to one side and ignored Long Yi. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and walked out of the room. After he took 2 steps, he stopped walking. His body suddenly shook and his black pupils flashed. He quickly rushed out of the room. When Long Yi stopped walking, Jingjing thought that Long Yi had changed his mind and she was secretly delighted in her heart. However, Long Yi disappeared the next moment. This made her feel extremely disappointed. She couldn't help but to stand up and chase after Long Yi. However, when she reached the entrance of the room, she realized that the corridor was empty. Long Yi had already disappeared without a trace. Who else can help me in this world? Jingjing muttered and sighed softly. Turning around, she returned into her chamber. Miss, Hale has come. The door of the secret room slid open once again and Lulu respectfully said from the entrance. Mu Hanyan nodded her head and stood up. After she walked out of the secret room, the wall closed without leaving a single trace. The door opened and a tall person whose entire body was covered with a black robe entered. He saw Mu Hanyan sitting on the sofa and greeted respectfully in his hoarse voice. Subordinate Hale greets Miss. No need to be courteous, take a seat. Mu Hanyan indifferently nodded her head. Her noble bearing made people unable to look directly at her. At this moment, Long Yi was on the lake surface not too far away from the red sleeve boat. His dashing eyebrows were knitted together. This Hale had formed a soul contract with him. Moreover, Hale and he had a master and servant relationship. When Hale approached him, he would be able to sense Hale. However, Hale would be unable to sense Long Yi unless Long Yi was willing to let Hale sense him. Hale, what is he here for? He wants to join in the fun? Long Yi approached the boat and sensed that Hale's aura was coming from a room on the 2nd floor. According to Long Yi's observations, this room wasn't a private compartment for guests. For no reason, Long Yi thought about the scene where they saw Mu Hanyan and that Wind Master Archmage. If this red sleeve boat was truly opened by Mu Hanyan, could there be a relationship between Hale and Mu Hanyan? After pondering for a long time, a smile appeared on the face of Long Yi. He slowly sent his true chi towards the window of that room from his fingertip. He was sure that there was a powerful barrier surrounding the room. His true chi slowly approached and easily pierced through the wooden board. It started to erode the barrier surrounding the room. Mu Hanyan was listening to the report from Hale when she realized something wrong. Suddenly, her heart jumped and she quickly looked toward the window. After that, she stood up and immediately sent an attack towards the window. As for Hale, his nerve was stretched taut as he followed closely behind her. The window opened with a bang before swinging close. That wisp of true chi that attempted to drill through the barrier quietly dissipated in the air. Mu Hanyan shook her head in confusion. She felt that something was wrong. Could it be because of him? The figure of Long Yi appeared in Mu Hanyan's mind. Did he discover her presence on the red sleeve boat? In the center of White Cloud Lake, a head popped out from the surface of the water. Long Yi flung his head back to get rid of the water droplets on his face. A cold smile slowly formed on his face. His true chi had already got him the result he wanted. When that window opened and closed for a moment, he clearly saw Mu Hanyan standing in the room together with Hale. Hale, Mu Hanyan, seems like your hand stretches far. Long Yi muttered. The mysterious Hale was also among them. This matter wasn't simple at all. To a certain extent, Hale represented the dark force behind Long Zhan. In the past, Mu Hanyan came into contact with his sister-in-law, Liu Shi. Putting it that way, Mu Hanyan had to be inextricably linked with the dark force behind Long Zhan. Moreover, when the two princes were competing for power in Blue Moon City, she was able to easily make Laffer, the person who represented the Dark Church, retreat. This showed that her relation with the Dark Church was not simple at all. Only God knew how many secret pieces she had. Although this woman kept on saying that she wanted to help him, when he discovered more things about her, Long Yi became even more afraid of her. He started to raise his guard against Mu Hanyan. What was her aim? It was not likely that she wanted to help him. That was simply impossible. This woman Mu Hanyan was too mysterious and her schemes were too deep. Mu Hanyan might have had some affection for Long Yi. However, Long Yi was afraid that her affection towards him might disappear the moment they had to fight against each other. Long Yi was unable to completely understand her and knew that she might not be influenced by anything else. Long Yi shook his head. Currently, he had no other choice but to plan ahead, for Mu Hanyan to help him. Her objective was definitely not simple. Long Yi looked at the red sleeve boat which was floating casually on the lake. He thought that swimming in the lake in such a beautiful night was a pleasant experience. Before long, a shadow soared into the sky above the red sleeve boat. It instantly disappeared into the night sky. Long Yi faintly smiled. He retracted his aura. He quickly chased after the shadow. City Lord Residence. Long Yi saw Hale entering the City Lord residence of White Cloud City. As he stood far away, his eyes flashed and Long Yi started to laugh. Hale, City Lord residence, Divine Wind Legion, so that's how it is. Regardless of the relation between Hale and Mu Hanyan, he had been an obedient dog so far, not to mention the fact that Hale was unable to defy Long Yi's orders because of the soul contract. First, Hale would crash into the Divine Wind Legion. Now that he was dispatched to White Cloud City as the City Lord, it seemed as though Long Zan's schemes were about to fall through. Then, with the Zimin clan and the Nelan Empire joining hands, how would Long Zan ever have enough power to win the battle? Hale might have been dispatched to White Cloud City as the City Lord due to Mu Hanyan's arrangement. However, Long Yi didn't care so much about it. Their current objective was the same anyway. That was the unification of the Blue Waves continent. Chapter 496, Mad Lion. The bet between the two. In a scented lady's chamber, Mu Hanyan was standing upright as she coldly stared at Jingjing, who was sitting on the sofa. Jingjing was looking at her nails and she seemed to be unconcerned by Mu Hanyan's presence. Mu Hanyan seemed to be irritated as she looked at Jingjing. I will ask you again, what did you say to that man just a moment ago? Mu Hanyan restrained her anger and asked Jingjing. She had a cold expression on her face. Jingjing looked up at Mu Hanyan and casually replied to her. A man and a woman in bed. What do you think we were talking about? You. Mu Hanyan glared at Jingjing. There was a hint of killing intent which flashed through her eyes. What are you mad at? Can it be that you are jealous of me? Jingjing nevertheless ignored Mu Hanyan. A taunting smile slowly appeared on her face as she looked at Mu Hanyan. The killing intent flashing through Mu Hanyan's ice-cold eyes dissipated all of a sudden. With a bewitching smile, Mu Hanyan reminded Jingjing, don't forget, you are not alone. Jingjing was stunned and the nail file in her hand trembled. A trace of blood seeped out from the edge of her finger. However, Jingjing looked at the blood flowing from her fingertips with an indifferent look. It was as though the blood wasn't hers at all. Conduct yourself well. Don't let me find you playing any tricks, otherwise. Mu Hanyan coldly snorted and disappeared from that room. After Mu Hanyan disappeared, Jingjing's suppressed emotions erupted. Her entire body trembled and she gritted her teeth. The look in her eyes displayed her intense hatred. When her emotion was about to get out of control, a familiar warm feeling welled up in her globula. The warm feeling coursed through her entire body and she felt as though a gentle and soft hand caressed her body. Her emotions slowly stabilized. Is it him? That ordinary face and the cheeky smile appeared in her mind. She subconsciously felt a hint of warmth in her ice-cold heart. It was 5 in the morning. The sun was rising from the east and the air had already begun to heat up. Father, wake up. An immature voice resounded beside Long Yi's ear and his body started to sway. Nai why did you wake me up so early in the morning? Long Yi half opened his eyes and pulled the little Nai into his bosom. He made her lie on his chest. Hungry? Nai said with a wronged expression on her face. Long Yi made a wry smile and replied to her, didn't that old man with a beard give you breakfast? It was so little. That's not enough for Nai. Nai rubbed her head on Long Yi's chest as she expressed her rage. Fine, if you rub any more, you will peel off father's skin. Long Yi hugged Nair and got up. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he carefully looked at that ordinary appearance reflected on the magic mirror. He nodded his head with satisfaction. The moment he left his room, he saw Liu Xu, Lai, and Feng Ling staring at him. "Wow, why are all of you looking at me so eagerly? It is wrong to do something perverted in broad daylight. How about at night? Ayo, are you all rebelling against me?" Long Yi held on to Nair as he jumped left and ran right. He dodged the wine bottles, trays, even pillows, which were thrown towards him by the three girls. They vented their anger and shame by throwing whatever they could find at Long Yi. As for Nair, she found this amusing and she chuckled happily. When they finally calmed down, the hall was in a messy state. Long Yi understood that the three women were also starving. In the end, he said, the breakfast delivered by that manager was insufficient for Nair. Could it be that it was insufficient for you three as well? We all ate nothing. Nair ate everything within 10 seconds. Feng Ling found it extremely funny. Then, she added, furthermore, last night, we strolled everywhere but we didn't get to buy anything we liked. Not to mention the fact that we didn't even buy anything to eat even though we were starving. You didn't even notice that your wives were about to starve to death. The three of you have no money. Long Yi was startled and he asked. I escaped in a hurry. All the money I had was already spent. Feng Ling replied. Then, what about you? I know that people of the dragon race like to hoard treasures. You aren't stingy to this level, are you? Long Yi suspiciously shot a glance at Liu Xu. He knew that there were countless treasures in that crystal dragon palace. He didn't believe that Liu Xu didn't carry any of it with her. Liu Xu ferociously glared at Long Yi and snapped. All the things I brought with me have been already eaten up by Nair as snacks. I don't even have a single silver coin left. When he thought about it, it seemed as though he was truly an incompetent husband. Long Yi hollowly smiled and to make up for it, he led everyone outside the Phoenix Inn. In order to taste different snacks and eat different delicacies, it was the best if they could look for roadside stalls. It didn't matter where or when it was. Roadside stalls were always the best. This White Cloud City was a first-tier big city. Naturally, there were many snack streets. After asking for directions, they walked towards their destination. Although it was referred to as a snack street, it was actually just a small alley which was around 200 meters long. However, no one should look down on this alley. Even though it was still early morning, it was already filled with many people. Mercenaries, magicians, merchants, and even common people all squeezed into the alley. This place was boisterous and the aroma of food caused the greedy worm in everyone's stomach to protest non-stop. Right now, Long Yi's group appeared extremely ordinary. No one paid any attention to them. They bought food from several street stalls and ate all of them with the oil flowing down the side of their mouth, especially Nair. Her appetite and speed she ate truly frightened the shopkeepers who owned the stores on the street. Just when Long Yi planned to return back to the Phoenix Inn, the surrounding people started clamoring. Quickly look, isn't that the mercenary King Mad Lion? A mercenary asked his companion. That's right, it's really him. Just by looking at his fists, I know that he is the true mercenary King Mad Lion. Let's go and greet him. That companion carefully looked towards the huge figure and he exclaimed with excitement. One should know that Mad Lion was the idol of all mercenaries. He was the super top dog who held the title of Mercenary King 3 times in a row. Practically everyone in Blue Waves continent knew Mad Lion's name. All of them also knew that the moment he raised his bloody fists, no one would be able to leave alive. As such, even though there were people who hated him, no one dared to provoke him. As for Mad Lion, he was indifferent to this type of situation. He was chewing on the delicacies as if no one else was present. He was also extremely generous. Since he earned a huge amount of money after completing each mission, he didn't care much about money. Brother Long, we meet again. Seeing Long Yi in the midst of the crowd, Mad Lion's eyes started to shine. After making his way through the crowd, he walked over to Long Yi and he laughed loudly. Long Yi made a wry smile and he sighed softly when he saw the number of people staring at him. Now, it was difficult for him to not attract any attention. It seems like the fate which brings people together is not shallow. Since I was able to meet Brother Mo Yan in the streets, how about we go for a drink? Long Yi caressed his mustache and said with a smile, of course, last night, you were favored by that girl, Jingjing. And you stayed overnight in the Red Sleeve boat. How can we not celebrate? Mad Lion laughed out loud and patted Long Yi's shoulders. As soon as he finished speaking, countless murderous gazes suddenly focused on Long Yi. People laid equal stress on the name, Jingjing, and pureness. All of the men regarded her as the unattainable fairy in their heart. However, now they found out that this fellow with ordinary looks and boorish appearance actually slept with the girl, Jingjing. How could they not get angry? Naturally, other than the onlooking crowd, the expression of Feng Ling and Long Yi also changed. The complexion of Long Yi changed because Feng Ling's jade hand gently caressed his waist. Smelly husband, you scoundrel. No wonder you came back so late last night. Feng Ling snorted. Long Yi gnashed his teeth and glared at Mad Lion. Long Yi was 100% certain that this fellow did it on purpose. Although the public sentiment was wrathful, due to Mad Lion's reputation, no one dared to raise their hand against Long Yi. They knew that even if they attacked, that guy would not be the one to suffer. After looking for a restaurant, they sat down. At this moment, it was still early in the day. As such, there were not many people in the restaurant. The group managed to find a quiet seat inside the restaurant. Brother Mo Yan, just a moment ago, you were too ruthless. Today, if you don't drink 3 jars of wine as a punishment, don't think that this young master will let you off. Long Yi said with a smile. The moment the words left Long Yi's mouth, the door of the private compartment opened. More than 10 waiters brought in half-human-sized wine jars with great difficulty and placed them on the floor with a bang. After opening the jars, the waiters left the room. My husband, do you want to drink to your death? This amount of wine is enough to drown you. Feng Ling rolled her eyes and said to Long Yi, when men drink wine, women shouldn't interfere. Obediently serve me from the side. Long Yi said sternly. Feng Ling was startled. Sticking out her tongue, she replied, yes, my husband. At this moment, Lai Yilai got behind Long Yi and began massaging his shoulders. Feng Ling stood to the side and served him drinks. Only Lai Yuxi, who was carrying Nair, sat to the side with her cold gaze fixed on Long Yi. She was cursing him in her heart. She was thinking about how Long Yi was a man who only cared about his reputation. Mad Lion truly envied Long Yi and he laughed. Young Master Ziman is so fortunate. You really make me jealous of you. Less nonsense. You should first drink 3 jars of wine as a punishment. If you don't, we can't be brothers. Long Yi said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, 3 jars of wine floated in front of Mad Lion. Mad Lion didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed a wine jar and broke the seal. He began drinking the wine with big gulps. Although these 3 wine jars added up to more than 150 pounds, the wine was not that strong. Ordinary people might not be able to drink 10 pounds or so, but Long Yi was sure that Mad Lion would be able to easily finish the wine. If he was really as weak as he pretended to be, he wouldn't be the mercenary king. Only the sounds of gulping resounded in the room and 3 jars of wine were completely drunk by Mad Lion. Mad Lion exhaled a long breath and his complexion was somewhat flushed. However, his eyes were still as clear as before. Okay, my brother, today, the 2 of us shall finish all the alcohol in this restaurant. Long Yi said with a smile. Mad Lion's eyes also shone with excitement as he said, fine, let's do that. Today, we brothers will not return unless we are drunk. Father, I also want to drink. Nair suddenly rushed into Long Yi's bosom from Lai Yuxi's embrace with lightning speed. She started acting like a spoiled child as she pestered at Long Yi. Mad Lion was startled and he rubbed his eyes. Could it be that he had blurred vision? How could this young girl who looked less than 3 years old be so fast? Long Yi looked at Nair and said with a smile, Brother Mo Yan, how about we make a bet? What's the bet? Mad Lion asked with interest. I bet that you can't drink as much as my daughter. If you win, I'll agree to any one request of yours. If you lose, You shall agree to one of my conditions. How about it? Long Yi smiled slyly, just like an old fox. Chapter 497, The Thoughts of Mu Hanyan. When Mad Lion heard what Long Yi said, Mad Lion was stunned and he stared at Nair, who was in Long Yi's bosom. He stuttered, With her? Are you mistaken, Brother Mo Yan? Are you doubting me? Just tell me whether or not you are willing to bet with me. Long Yi looked at Mad Lion with a smile and said. Mad Lion came back to his senses and curiously sized up the innocent and artless Nair. Even though he knew that there was something odd with this bet, he was Mad Lion after all. He wasn't going to shrink back from the challenge at all. Slamming his hand on the table, he replied, Fine, I'll take up the challenge. Nair, what are you waiting for? Long Yi smacked Nair's butt and his face had a sinister expression on it. He looked like his evil plot succeeded. One should know that Nair's stomach was a bottomless pit. There was nothing able to fill her stomach. Nair had been waiting eagerly for some time already. When she got Long Yi's approval, she opened her small mouth. All of the good wine in the jar turned into a continuous stream of water and it entered her mouth. She emptied a wine jar in 3 seconds flat. As for Mad Lion, who was still drinking from a wine jar, his jaws dropped when he saw how little Nair drank the wine. Dropping his wine jar, he stared at Nair as she emptied the remaining jars of wine on the ground. I admit defeat. What kind of freak is your daughter? When he saw that Nair was greedily looking at the wine of jar in front of him, he made a wry smile. He raised the white flag and admitted defeat. Hey, then, as for my condition. Long Yi smiled and looked at Mad Lion. He didn't even try to cover up his eagerness. If you agree to bet, you must accept the loss. You can put forth any condition. If I, Mad Lion, show so much as a frown, I'll be damned. I wasn't given birth by my mother and I wasn't raised by my father if I refuse your condition. Mad Lion emptied the rest of his wine and he let out a long breath. The smell of alcohol lingered in the air. The smile on Long Yi's face became even more magnificent. Long Yi started to size up Mad Lion repeatedly as if he was buying chicken from a butcher. The gaze which he used to look at Mad Lion gave Mad Lion goosebumps. Brother Mo Yan haven't joined the Bounty Hunter Guild, right? Long Yi casually asked. Not yet. Mad Lion curiously looked at Long Yi. He didn't know why Long Yi would ask such a question. Actually, my condition isn't difficult at all. I just want you to join the Bounty Hunter Guild and take charge of it. I'm pretty sure you already know about the rewards the Bounty Hunter Guild gives. You'll never be treated unfairly there. Long Yi said with a smile. Although the Bounty Hunter Guild had expanded and developed rapidly under his control, Long Yi felt as though there was something missing. There were many top experts who had joined the guild and the development of the guild relied solely on Arnold and Alpha. Long Yi felt as though the two of them were not enough to hold the guild together. Most of the experts were proud and untamable fellows. If the guild didn't have a peak expert with both reputation and strength to oversee it, the guild would become extremely hard to manage. Take direct charge of the guild? The eyes of Mad Lion flashed. Taking direct charge of the guild was a completely different matter than if he were to join the guild. All of a sudden, Mad Lion realized something. He understood why the Bounty Hunter Guild was able to rise up so abruptly in this troubled times. As it turned out, Long Yi was the manipulator behind the scenes. Mad Lion appeared somewhat hesitant. The current leader of the Mercenary Guild had helped him during his most difficult times. That was the only reason he stayed in the Mercenary Guild all these years. However, a promise was worth 1,000 pieces of gold, since he had agreed with Long Yi to complete one of his demands. Anyway, Mad Lion knew that he had never formally signed an agreement with the leader of the Mercenary Guild. After a short moment of hesitation, Mad Lion looked at Long Yi and said, Fine, I agree to this condition. White Cloud Lake, which was always noisy at night, had already turned quiet. The gaily painted pleasure boats which had different designs were all gathered at the shore of the White Clouds Lake. Other than the rustling sounds of willows being gently blown by the wind, this White Cloud Lake appeared to have fallen into a deep slumber under this scorching sun. This place where lovely spring scenes could be seen at night was always quiet in the morning. They did their business in the night and they would stop to rest in the daytime. In the morning, All the girls were sleeping. That gorgeous red sleeve boat was anchored in its dedicated dock. Other than the yawning guards, there was no one else near the boat. "Lulu, how is the investigation of that man going?" Mu Hanyan sat in her private compartment and asked the beautiful aide, replying to Miss. "This subordinate has already investigated. That man has 2 wives. He has a maid and a little girl around him as well. He entered White Moon City yesterday from the direction of the Nelan Empire and now, he resides in Phoenix Inn." According to the latest report, this man drank wine with Mad Lion in a restaurant today. When they listened to what Mad Lion said, Mad Lion addressed the man as Brother Long. Lulu respectfully replied, "Brother Long?" The eyes of Mu Hanyan flashed and her complexion changed. In the end, a smile appeared on her face. "Lulu, go to the city lord's residence and give Hale my message. Tell him to go to Phoenix Inn to visit his master." Mu Hanyan stood up and said to Lulu, "Yes, miss." Lulu accepted the command and left the room. There was a strange feeling in her heart. Wasn't the Miss Hale's master? How could his master be that man? Anyway, that wasn't something she was going to ask Mu Hanyan. Mu Hanyan's smile slowly turned bitter and astringent. Then, swirling her wine cup, she looked at that fruit wine which resembled blood as it swirled around in her cup. All of a sudden, Mu Hanyan frowned. She stood up and pulled open the door of her private compartment. She saw Jingjing wearing a veil walking towards the first floor of the red sleeve boat. Her 4 sword maids were following behind her. "Where are you going?" Mu Hanyan coldly asked. She knew that Jingjing hated her. She also felt a kind of inexplicable indifference and coldness towards Jingjing. "Going window shopping." "Can't I do that?" "Could it be that you want to interfere with this as well?" Jingjing paused and stared at Mu Hanyan with a taunting expression. "Aren't you going to look for him?" Mu Hanyan didn't pay any attention to Jingjing's taunting gaze. However, Mu Hanyan's voice had a trace of undetectable anger. Jingjing seemed to be lost in thought when she looked at Mu Hanyan. With a chuckle, she replied, "Mu Hanyan, yes, I want to go and look for him. Although that person's appearance isn't too good, I like him. Not only do I want to look for him, I want to give my body to him." Mu Hanyan's gaze instantly turned ice cold. Her usual bewitching temperament could overturn all living creatures. However, she was so cold right now that everyone who saw her would tremble in their shoes. She could actually possess 2 completely different sides of herself at the same time. That was really strange. "Angry? Hee. You are such a cold-hearted person. You can also become jealous over a man? I never would have thought that it was possible. This is really a miracle." Jingjing's trembling body stopped all of a sudden and she snorted coldly at Mu Hanyan. She walked to the first floor of the red sleeve boat without turning her head. Mu Hanyan took a deep breath. The expression on her face was extremely complicated. She had always thought that even if she had a relationship with a man, she would be able to control herself relying on her intellect. However, at this moment, she discovered that her feeling for that man had already far exceeded her expectation. How was she going to face him in the future? Even though the scorching sun directly overhead was showing no quarters as it roasted this bustling city, the heat seemed to be bearable. Maybe it was because of the green water and blue mountains surrounding the area. They seemed to have absorbed a lot of the heat. There were not too many people on the street and steam was curling up from the white slab stones on the ground. If anyone were to crack a raw egg on the street, the egg would be fried in less than a minute. At this moment, the tea houses, pubs, and so on that had magic cooling devices were densely populated places. In the cool environment, close friends got together in groups of 2s and 3s as they drank iced tea or cold fruit wine. As White Cloud City was a first-tier city, the Bounty Hunter Bar naturally existed here. It had vaguely replaced the position of the Adventurer Bar as the place where numerous adventurers went. At this moment, Long Yi and Mad Lion were sitting in a special area of the Bounty Hunter Bar. They were chatting with each other casually. Don't look at the boorish appearance of Mad Lion. He had a thorough understanding of the history and present situation of the entire Blue Waves continent. How could an aloof mercenary king be a boorish fellow who only knew how to fight? He definitely had enough knowledge about the entire continent if he wanted to travel freely across the continent. The trend of the world is that That which is long divided must unify, and that which is long unified must divide. Now, the balance of the Blue Waves continent has already been broken. According to the present tendency, the entire Blue Waves continent is bound to fall under the domination of one lord. Mad Lion drank a mouthful of good wine. A strong smell of alcohol left his mouth. Now, Mad Lion was already on Long Yi's side. They no longer had to hide anything when talking to each other, not to mention the fact that Mad Lion actually wanted to be Long Yi's friend. So, who is that one lord according to you? Long Yi tapped the table with his finger and asked with a smile. Mad Lion smiled and he straightforwardly replied, I am afraid that even the common people have already heard of the dispute inside the violent Dragon Empire. Still, how can I, this rough fellow, have a say in the matter of the Lord? Long Yi laughed. Although the Zimin clan seemed to possess the advantage right now, he knew that it was possible for everything to change in an instant. Without the proper understanding of the situation, all of his efforts would be wasted. Hangjuan Mountain is also a variable. As far as I know, the current patriarch of the Baimeng clan is a very ambitious fellow. They might attack us from the dark. Mad Lion warned. Long Yi naturally knew about this. He also knew that Yinjian and Bertha would not disappoint him. According to the intelligence from the Hangjuan Mountain, Bertha already had successfully established herself among the Beastmen clans. It was even easier for him to infiltrate the Beastmen clans now. All of a sudden, Mad Lion's gaze rested on the noisy hall. It seemed as though he was able to sense something across the magic glass which separated the special area and the other parts of the bar. Brother Long, your mistress is here. Mad Lion said with a lewd smile. Long Yi followed the gaze of Mad Lion and saw Jingjing wearing a veil. She was seated at an empty table with her 4 beautiful sword maids. They attracted numerous lecherous and greedy gazes. Although they had never seen the true face of Jingjing, everyone could guess how beautiful she was just by looking at her figure and her temperament. Moreover, the appearance of those 4 maids was incomparably beautiful. They assumed that the miss should be even prettier compared to the 4 of them. Chapter 498, Encountering Red Lady by Chance. Jingjing directly ignored the gazes directed at her and she muttered, what about that fellow? This time, she left the boat because she truly wanted to look for that man she met yesterday. Although he was nothing special to look at, he gave her a special feeling. However, White Cloud City was a vast sea of people. Jingjing didn't have a huge intelligence network like Mu Hanyan. She was only close with these 4 maids who had grown up together with her since she was young. The only reason she came to the Bounty Hunter Guild was to try her luck. This summer day was scorching hot. Most of the people who had money and some abilities would head to his bar. As such, Jingjing thought that she would be able to meet Long Yi here. After making a waiter who was shuttling back and forth bring fruit wine to her table, Jingjing fell into contemplation. Who was that man? Just by looking at Mu Hanyan's expression, Jingjing knew that the relationship between Mu Hanyan and that man wasn't simple. She had never seen Mu Hanyan's emotions fluctuate, especially when it was about a man. However, that ordinary-looking man was able to accomplish that. Beautiful miss, I was wondering if I could have the honor to share this table with you? An elegant and handsome youth walking over to Jingjing's table and asked politely. He was wearing magnificent clothes and he held a glass of wine as he walked over gracefully. Scram. Jingjing, who was already vexed, didn't mince her words at all. She was busy guessing the relationship between Long Yi and Mu Hanyan and she didn't have the time to bother with a fly. The complexion of this youth suddenly changed and his elegant bearing shattered. He heard the jeering of everyone around him. He had really lost all of his face this time. Jingjing girl, you seem to have forgotten about me. If I were to reveal your identity, I believe that many people would be willing to obtain you through different means. They would pull out everything in order to obtain you. That youth drew his head closer and whispered into Jingjing's ear. He inhaled the faint fragrance of these ladies while he was at it. Jingjing looked up with a frown. This fellow was that youth who thought he was special last night. I will say it again, Scram. When she spoke to him again, her tone was even colder. The maids around her held the hilt of their sword and they were ready to attack the moment Jingjing ordered them to. Smelly BTCH. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Are you prepared to stay in this bounty hunter bar throughout your life? The handsome face of this youth twisted and he cursed. No matter how much he cursed, he remembered the rule of the bounty hunter bar. People in the bar could fool around with women, they could hold drinking competitions, and they could even curse at each other. However, none of them were allowed to fight inside the bar. If they had a personal grievance, they were allowed to resolve everything outside. The bounty hunter bar would not interfere. All of a sudden, the youth felt as though his body was floating in the air. He made an arc in the sky. Fortunately, this youth was an advanced fighter. He twisted his waist and stabilized himself in the sky. However, when he fell to the ground, he staggered and collided against several tables. He looked as though he was in a sorry state the moment he stood up. A grown man threatening a woman. You truly have no sense of shame. If you know your place, then disappear, otherwise. A sweet and charming voice resounded in the hall and everyone stood up. All of them looked towards the origin of the voice. The person who spoke was a beautiful woman wearing fiery red skin-tight clothing. Her clothing was so tight that it appeared as if her towering peaks were about to break free of the clothing. However, she had a slender waist and her beautiful eyes were scanning the area. She had a huge fiery red long bow draped on her shoulder. Red Lady, it's Red Lady. Someone whispered the identity of this woman. She was dressed so bewitchingly. In addition to the illustrious scarlet blood on her shoulder, there was only one person in the world who had such style, and it was Red Lady. That youth was clearly not an ignorant person. He stood up and immediately left the bounty hunter bar. Although Red Lady was beautiful and flirtatious to the bones, her title of an S-ranked mercenary was genuine. Although the Lightning Mercenary Group was annihilated in the Lightning God Forbidden area, she survived alone and her whereabouts were uncertain. After completing more missions, her reputation became even better. Younger sister, do you mind if this big sister sits here? Red Lady asked softly with a smile on her face. She looked at the woman who wore a veil as she asked. Her intuition told her that the identity of this woman was not simple. Please sit. Jingjing curiously sized up Red Lady, who had an extremely hot figure. She had also heard about the reputation of this woman. Jingjing was naturally willing to find out more about Red Lady. The bar regained its hustle and bustle. Frequently, some people would take advantage of the time they passed by the table to stealthily look at Red Lady's figure from up close. Sitting in the special area of the bounty hunter bar, Long Yi stared at Red Lady, who was outside the magic glass. At this moment, he was so excited that he was unable to control his heart. Since parting from the Lightning God Forbidden area, it had already been more than a year. He never expected that he was able to meet her here today. Brother Long, do you know Red Lady? Mad Lion asked Long Yi when he saw the expression on Long Yi's face. Mad Lion greatly admired this woman who had an illustrious reputation in the mercenary world. Long Yi nodded his head and whispered, yes, she is my old friend. I never thought that I would meet her here. Don't you want to go there and talk about the past? Mad Lion asked with a smile. Of course I do. However, there is no hard in waiting. Long Yi said with a smile, although he was somewhat impatient in his heart. When he saw Red Lady and Jingjing sitting together, he forcibly calmed himself down. Red Lady smiled and started talking to Jingjing. As a leader of a Ni-ranked mercenary group that was within the top 10 groups on the continent, Red Lady knew how to deal with different people. You are the girl, Jingjing of the Red Sleeve Boat? When she heard the identity of Jingjing, Red Lady was startled. Although Jingjing's reputation had already spread far and wide, she was still a prostitute. However, she didn't have the aura of a prostitute around her. Instead, she had a kind of inborn noble aura. According to her intuition, Red Lady felt like Jingjing was a Ms. with a noble background. Big sister is looking down on this little sister. Jingjing said in dejection. Absolutely not. When I saw your graceful being, I thought that you were the princess of some country. Red Lady patted on Jingjing's little hand and said apologetically. Jingjing slightly trembled and sighed softly. Red Lady took a glass of Warrior's Glory and drank a mouthful of it. She liked this kind of strong liquor the adventurers drank. Although this drink was strong, it didn't irritate her nose. When the drink entered the stomach, Red Lady could feel a sizzling heat dispersing throughout her limbs. She was captivated by this kind of feeling. All of a sudden, her jade hand holding the glass of wine paused. Her gaze wandered around the special area of the Bounty Hunter bar, which was separated from here by a magic glass. Her heart trembled for an unknown reason. She felt that someone was looking at her from inside this special area. She felt as though the gaze resting on her was very special and familiar. Big sister, what's wrong? Seeing as Red Lady was in a daze, Jingjing couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Red Lady smiled and said she couldn't go to that special area because she had not joined the Bounty Hunter Guild. All the missions she had done before were either given to her personally by someone or done by cooperating with people. Time passed minute after minute. The scorching hot sun gradually sank into the horizon, and White Cloud City that was baked for the entire day gradually became nice and cool. Outside, the crowd began to fill the streets. Red Lady and Jingjing were very talkative and they chatted all the way into the evening. They only stopped when they heard the magic clock ring. This indicated that the afternoon was over and nighttime was coming. Big sister, this little sister is really happy that I can become friends with you. However, I have to go now. Jingjing sighed softly with an inexplicably lonely look. Red Lady was also reluctant to part. This woman gave her a very special feeling. From the conversation with her, she could feel the pain and helplessness Jingjing occasionally revealed. What exactly caused this noble girl to be driven into prostitution? Big sister will go back with you. In these last few years, Big sister had saved up some money. I wonder if it will be enough to redeem you. Red Lady thought for a bit and said she felt that she and this girl Jingjing were kindred spirits. As such, she wanted to help Jingjing out. Redeem? Jingjing forced a smile and shook her head. Regardless of how much money Big Sister has, you will not be able to redeem this little sister. This little sister appreciates Big Sister's kindness. Why is that? Red Lady asked in surprise. Although she was very experienced, she had never worked with prostitutes before. Please don't ask. Big sister, this little sister has some difficulties. Jingjing shook her head. When she saw a figure walking out from the special area of the Bounty Hunter bar, she revealed a happy expression. Long Yi was caressing the mustache above his lips as he walked over with Mad Lion. The beautiful eyes of Red Lady flashed and she nodded her head to Mad Lion with a slight smile. After acknowledging Mad Lion, she looked at Long Yi, who was casually walking towards her. This person, he gave her a familiar feeling. It's a small world, Jingjing. We meet again. Long Yi smiled and went up to Jingjing. He sized Red Lady up before looking away. He wanted to see whether Red Lady would recognize him or not. Jingjing looked very happy to see Long Yi. After what happened last night, she felt an inexplicable closeness towards this youth who only had an ordinary appearance. Perhaps the feeling had something to do with her wanting to pull him over to her side. A woman's instinct made her believe that as long as this man was willing, he could extricate her from her predicament. It has been a few years, but Red Lady's graceful bearing is still unchanged. Mad Lion boldly greeted Red Lady with a smile on his face. Big brother Mad Lion's elegant demeanor grows more and more. Red Lady chuckled and said she truly admired Mad Lion, this mercenary king. No matter whether it was strength or behavior, Mad Lion was worthy of his reputation. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in this bar became focused on the three of them. With two S-ranked mercenaries of the Blue Waves continent standing together, how could they not be shocked? Even those people in the special area joined the onlookers. All of them looked at Long Yi and his group as they chatted with each other in the middle of the bar. After exchanging pleasantries, Red Lady's gaze subconsciously fell onto Long Yi again. Although his appearance was not something she recognized, his expression and cheeky smile were very familiar to her. Brother Long, how about we change the location and drink a few more cups? Mad Lion laughed heartily and proposed. Brother Long? Red Lady was startled. In an instant, she narrowed her eyes and she saw the light. When everyone was dumbstruck, she ferociously walked in front of Long Yi and she pinched his waist. With a snort, she scolded Long Yi, "Good, stinking brat. You actually dare to play with this big sister. Do you think that this big sister will not recognize you after changing your appearance? Chapter 499, The Longing of Jingjing. Spare me, big sister, this little brother wasn't doing it on purpose. Long Yi begged in a loud voice, and he grabbed onto Red Lady's soft hands. His warm gaze was filled with yearning as he looked at Red Lady. The beautiful gaze of Red Lady also became warm and her expression softened. As they looked at each other silently, they were able to feel the tenderness in each other's gaze. The entire bounty hunter bar suddenly became quiet. Everyone blankly stared at Long Yi and Red Lady with their mouths wide open. This was a huge piece of news. Red Lady was actually in love, not to mention the fact that her partner was this unremarkable and boorish fellow. It had already been more than 10 years since Red Lady made her debut in the mercenary world. Her strength and devastating beauty attracted countless pursuers. Yi Qinglai, the leader of the now destroyed iron-blooded mercenary group, was also one of them. However, none of them managed to capture her heart. Today, a new world seemed to have appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This fellow who only had an ordinary appearance turned into a mysterious being in everyone's eyes. How could Red Lady fall in love with an ordinary man? Mad Lion was dumbfounded as he scratched his head. He never thought that Red Lady and Long Yi would have such an intimate relationship. As for Jingjing, who was standing at the side, she was also stunned. She became even convinced that Long Yi wasn't some ordinary person. This man in front of her was definitely not simple. The feeling in her heart became even more intense. When big sister left, you gave this younger brother a kiss. Since we met again today, you will not favor one and be prejudiced against the other, right? Long Yi held Red Lady's little hand and he had a smile on his face. He gently caressed her hand. Red Lady's beautiful eyes were filled with brilliant light and vibrant colors as she chuckled. She bent towards Long Yi and gave him a kiss on the lips. She completely ignored everyone in the bounty hunter bar. Wow, I am losing consciousness. Brother Mo Yan, let's go. Long Yi had an intoxicated expression on her face and he grabbed onto Red Lady's hand as he pulled her out of the bar. Outside, Jingjing took the initiative and she wanted to leave. However, her eyes were looking at Long Yi with a look of expectation. After leading this kind of life for the past few years, she got tired of it. For the proud woman of heaven to live in the shadow of powerlessness, she was truly fed up. She longed for a sufficiently powerful man to extend his warm big hand towards her and pull her out from this marsh of complete darkness. What, Jingjing, could it be that you don't want to stay with us and go for a drink? Let's go together. Seeing through the thoughts of Jingjing, Long Yi urged her on with a smile. Jingjing had a purpose when she looked for him. However, he had his own reasons for getting closer to her. Might be able to break through Mu Hanyan's mysterious through Jingjing. If anyone told him right now that there was nothing going on between Mu Hanyan and Jingjing, Long Yi wouldn't believe them even if he was beaten to death. It's not that this small girl doesn't want to accompany you, it is just that. Jingjing looked at Long Yi. She believed that Long Yi definitely knew the meaning behind her words. Rest assured, I think Mu Hanyan will give me some face. Long Yi lightly said. Jingjing's eyes flashed with a strange light. Sure enough, Long Yi's relationship with Mu Hanyan wasn't simple at all. This group of people walked towards the Phoenix Inn because Fengling, Lai, Yuxu, and Nair were there. Although he gave them an amethyst card containing 1 million amethyst coins, they might still be waiting for him to eat dinner. Entering Phoenix Inn, Long Yi instructed the manager of this inn to arrange for a table of finely cooked dishes to be sent to his suite. After giving his instruction, he went upstairs with everyone. Girls, your husband is back. Long Yi entered his suite and shouted loudly. The doors of several bedrooms opened in succession. Lai, Fengling, and Lai Yuxu walked out into the main hall. Lai Yuxu was carrying little Nair as usual. All of the women were not hiding their appearance when they emerged from their room. They had dispelled the appearance-changing magic as they felt uncomfortable wearing it all the time. They never expected that Long Yi would return home with Mad Lion and Jingjing, this exceptionally beautiful woman. Father, hug. The moment Nair saw Long Yi, she started acting spoilt. Her plump body entered into Long Yi's bosom and she grabbed onto Long Yi's neck. For some unknown reason, Nair was even closer to Long Yi than Liu Xu. This caused Liu Xu to be extremely jealous of Long Yi. "Smelly kid, when did you get a daughter this big?" Seeing Nair's appearance, Red Lady couldn't help but pinch Nair's face. She asked Long Yi and her expression was complicated. Long ago. Long Yi laughed hollowly as he kissed Nair's face. After the introduction, everyone sat down and started chatting in the spacious hall. Red Lady and Feng Ling were old acquaintances, and Mad Lion with bold and uninhibited characteristic also chatted happily with everyone. However, Liu Xu and Liu Lai were bad at dealing with crowds and they sat quietly beside Long Yi. Although they didn't talk much, they were paying attention to the conversation. As for Jingjing's 4 maids, they were standing at the entrance of the suite. Soon, food and drinks were brought up. With the presence of Mad Lion and Red Lady, the atmosphere was natural and warm. After drinking and eating till they were full, it was already late at night. Mad Lion staggered downstairs to his room. After drinking so much, even if he had a better capacity for liquor, he was somewhat unable to walk straight. After the waiters cleaned up the hall, everybody started to chat with each other again. Red Lady looked at Jingjing and she realized that Jingjing was always looking at Long Yi. She knew that Jingjing had something to say to Long Yi. However, Feng Ling seemed to also have noticed that and she was intentionally stalling Long Yi. Jingjing became anxious and helpless as she had no idea how to cut into the conversation. "Little sister Ling, I haven't seen you in a long time. How about talking to his big sister of yours in private?" Red Lady smiled and dragged Feng Ling away. When Feng Ling was pulled away by Red Lady, she pouted and stuck her tongue out at Long Yi. After Red Lady and Feng Ling entered the room, Liu Xu picked up Nair and she went to her room. As for Liu Lai, she wanted to leave. However, Long Yi made her massage his shoulders. Jingjing elegantly sipped on a cup of green tea but her beautiful eyes were looking at Long Yi. All the women around this unattractive man were very beautiful. It wasn't excessive to say that their beauty was able to cause the fall of a city. For instance, this cute golden-haired woman who had blue pupils. She was massaging Long Yi's shoulders as he spoke to Jingjing. Her pure temperament could make others relax and joyful. Liu Lai's beauty wasn't inferior to hers as well. Now she understood why Long Yi wasn't that interested in her beauty when he first met her. With so many goddess-level beauties around him, her appearance seemed ordinary in her eyes. "Who are you?" After being silent for a while, Jingjing asked. "I should be the one asking this question. Don't you have something to say to me?" Long Yi placed one leg above the other and casually said, I. Jingjing opened her mouth but she suddenly thought about Mu Hanyan's threat before she left the boat. "You are not alone." Jingjing's expression turned into one of pain and she became hesitant. Only after a long time, she opened her mouth. "What is the relation between you and her?" "Mu Hanyan, does she listen to you?" "I think you should know her enough." "Why are you asking me this?" "See the stars in the sky?" 2 stars appear very close to each other but they are infinitely far apart. Long Yi lightly said. The relationship between him and Mu Hanyan was a peculiar one. He wanted to conquer the other party but he didn't have any assurance that he would be able to succeed. Jingjing had a disappointed expression on her face. Just a moment ago, she had an urge to borrow Long Yi's power in order to free herself. However, the invisible shackles which bound her forcefully pulled her back to reality. A feeling of being powerless appeared in her heart. Yes, she was not alone. If only. Unfortunately, there was no if in this world. "I am sorry for disturbing you. I think I should return." Jingjing stood up and her beautiful face turned back into one which radiated coldness. She wore the veil again. She left with her 4 maids. Long Yi pulled Liu Lai and placed her on his lap. He buried his head into her hair and took a deep breath. He wanted to erase all of the uneasiness in his heart with her delicate fragrance. If he and Mu Hanyan truly stood on the opposite side one day, would he be able to steal up his heart and ruthlessly destroy her? "Young master, it's tickling me, he. When Liu Lai felt Long Yi's breath on her sensitive ear, she couldn't help but sway her body. With that perfectly round and elastic buttocks rubbing against his thighs, Long Yi's little brother immediately stood tall and straight. It ferociously pressed against the crack in Liuli's buttocks. "Young master." The charming body of Liuli softened and her entire body became burning hot. She hugged onto Long Yi's neck and exhaled an orchid-like fragrance. Long Yi was instantly aroused and his heart became impatient. Long Yi caressed Liuli's back and his hands reached through her armpits. He pinched her and he said with a smirk, "Liuli, accompany this young master to the bath." Long Yi soaked in that cool water along with Liuli and he immediately felt refreshed. As for Liuli, this mermaid, she was even more overjoyed. She was naturally more comfortable when in water. Liuli leaned on Long Yi's bosom and let out a moan as Long Yi pinched and kneaded her plump, snow-white mounds on her chest. Those pinks stood erect and they poked through the cracks of Long Yi's fingers. They were standing up due to his teasing and they were incomparably attractive. Passing through her smooth and soft lower abdomen, the devil's claw of Long Yi passed through Liuli's and entered the forbidden area which was covered with fine hair. He teased the mermaid's innermost. Liuli trembled and a layer of pink color appeared on her white skin. She looked exceptionally beautiful. She couldn't endure it any longer and she turned over. She kissed Long Yi's sturdy chest and stomach. Her snow-white buttocks rose above the water's surface showcasing her devilish curve. Now, Liuli's head was completely submerged underwater. She didn't have any problems breathing underwater. She opened her red lips and Long Yi's terrifying little brother slowly entered her mouth and her fragrant tongue began to lick up and down. A wave of pleasure swept across Long Yi and his body started to tremble. The technique of this girl was getting better and better. She had already surpassed the several sisters before her. After a long time, Long Yi roared in a low voice and he instantly appeared behind Liuli, aiming little Long Yi at her perfectly round snow-white buttocks. He thrust forward. A bewitching voice immediately resounded in the bathroom. Their moans could be heard for a long time. When they were doing the deed in the bathroom, a hint of pitch-black shadow flew out from the City Lord residence. After flying out of the White Cloud City's City Lord residence, the shadow disappeared into the dim light of night. Chapter 500, Scouting Red Sleeve Boat at Night. In the spring rain, plums bloomed. After Long Yi's continuous lashing, the little mermaid was unable to endure it any longer. She finally fell asleep after the intense session with Long Yi. Long Yi wrapped the little mermaid with a bath towel, carried her to the bedroom. He placed her down on the big bed and left the room. After returning to the hall, Long Yi reclined on the sofa and he got lost in his thoughts. After that intense session, Long Yi wasn't exhausted at all. His thoughts were also a lot clearer. It's a little bit lacking. However, it seems as though Jingjing has some information that I can use against Mu Hanyan. Long Yi muttered. He wanted to use Jingjing to breach open a gap in the dense fog of mystery that shrouded Mu Hanyan. However, he never expected that Jingjing would back out at the last minute. Long Yi came to the conclusion that Jingjing would not be able to bear the consequences if Mu Hanyan learnt about it. Long Yi's thoughts were flying all over the place as he recalled everything which happened in the Blue Waves continent these past few years. One scene after another replayed in his mind. He sighed and caressed that milky white pearl on his chest. Long Yi whispered, "Jia Yi, ah Jia Yi. Why are you still not coming out? Where is the end of light and dark?" Thinking about Jia Yi, Long Yi was dejected in his heart. Long Yi could see her white hair fluttering in the wind and her face was without any makeup. As her appearance flashed before his eyes, Long Yi felt as though there was someone squeezing his heart. All of a sudden, Long Yi felt something and he looked upwards. He flipped his body around and in the next second, he disappeared from the room. The moment Long Yi disappeared from the room, a black shadow arrived on the roof of this Phoenix Inn. He respectfully clasped his hand and greeted Long Yi. "Hale greets young master." Long Yi nodded his head and said with a smile, "Did Mu Hanyan send you here?" Hale was startled and he quickly replied Long Yi, "Yes, young master." "Hale, you are quite courageous." Long Yi suddenly raised a difficult question. His expression became stern and killing intent leaked out of his body. All of his killing intent was directed at Hale and pressured him. "Hale doesn't dare." Hale and Long Yi were bound by the Dark Soul contract. Hale was obviously unable to withstand Long Yi's killing intent. He suddenly felt as if his heart was frozen solid and his soul was distorting. "Don't dare, you're a double-crossing bastard. Wasn't it Mu Hanyan's plan for you to come and help me?" Long Yi coldly said with a smile. "Yes." Long Yi's killing intent made Hale's entire body tremble. This was the helplessness of the servant party of the Dark Soul contract. Long Yi was calm. He didn't utter a single word. He simply looked at Hale with a cold expression on his face. However, his brain was working at full capacity. He wanted to use the Dark Soul contract to force Hale to break away from Mu Hanyan's control. All of a sudden, realization hit him like a thunderbolt. Breaking away from Mu Hanyan now was unnecessary. Regardless of Mu Hanyan's final objective, they were both working towards the same goal now. Why should he discard away such a good helper? Since you and Mu Hanyan are partners, you must be very clear about her origin, is that right? Long Yi coldly looked at Hale and asked. "I do, but I can't talk about it," Hale said while trembling. His body convulsed and his trembling became more and more violent. Before long, he fell to his knee on the roof and he held his head. Hale roared with pain as though he was a wild beast experiencing extreme pain. He was unable to endure the pain and he rolled onto the ground. Moreover, a stream of blood flowed out of his mouth and it dyed his mask dark red. Long Yi knitted his eyebrows before relaxing it. It was reasonable to say that Hale was unable to defy his order at this moment. However, it also seemed as though Mu Hanyan had already taken some precautions against Long Yi. She had already done something to Hale. After a good while, Hale stood up. Even though he was no longer feeling any pain, his legs were trembling and he appeared to be in sore straits. "Why did Mu Hanyan ask you to look for me?" Long Yi asked. "I don't know, she just instructed me to look for you, that's all," Hale said in a weak voice. "Then, you can go back. Watch over White Cloud City for me and always be ready to cooperate with whatever I'm about to do." Long Yi waved his hand. He wasn't interested in talking to Hale any longer. He didn't have any extravagant hopes to obtain the information he wished to know from Hale's mouth. The only reason Mu Hanyan made Hale look for him was to pass him a message. She wanted Long Yi to know that she already knew his identity. After Hale disappeared, Long Yi thought about it for some time. He decided on something and he flew towards the shore of the White Cloud Lake. A cold moonlight illuminated the White Cloud Lake as the moonlight pierced through the mist in the air. Along with a gentle breeze, the lake's surface rippled. As ripples formed on the water surface, the silvery moonlight reflected off the ripples on the water surface. At this moment, it was already late at night. Most of the gaily painted pleasure boats of White Cloud Lake had already switched off their multicolored magic lamps, leaving only a few small lamps to illuminate the boat. As it flickered in the night, the pleasure boats leisurely drifted on the surface of the White Cloud Lake. At first glance, it appeared as though this White Cloud Lake had many eyes floating on the surface of the water. Jingjing had just finished her bath and was half lying on the bed wearing pink bra and panties. At this moment, a large part of her snow-white jade skin was visible. At this moment, her glittering and translucent toes were squirming and she seemed to be in pain. Creak. The door of the hall was pushed open and footsteps could be heard as someone walked towards her lady's chamber. Jingjing gritted her teeth and her pained expression reverted back to normal. Other than Mu Hanyan, no one else would directly walk in without knocking first. Sure enough, she could see an exquisite figure the moment Mu Hanyan entered her room. Mu Hanyan directly pulled a chair and sat down. She stared at Jingjing who was half lying on the bed sluggishly. An inexplicable emotion flashed through her eyes. "You always seem to forget to knock on the door before entering." Jingjing sneered. "It is unnecessary for me. You don't have any privacy in front of me. You don't need to think of having any privacy as well." Mu Hanyan indifferently said. The corner of Jingjing's mouth twitched and she remained silent. "I am here to warn you. Because of him, I'll let you off this once. I hope that you won't do it again. Otherwise, you will suffer from my punishment. I think that you already know what the consequences are." Mu Hanyan had neither anger nor an imposing aura when she talked to Jingjing. She was completely indifferent. Her current appearance was farthest from her usual charming to the bones appearance. Jingjing looked up and suddenly chuckled. Only after laughing for a good while, she said, "Although I don't know what kind of game you are playing with him, I have a premonition. You who have always been undefeated will definitely fall into his hands. Perhaps, at that time, you will feel pain 10,000 times worse than mine." Mu Hanyan clenched her little hands and his handsome face flashed before her eyes. She could see the trademark smirk on his face and she shorted it. She quickly erased his shadow from her mind and she coldly said, "That is between him and me. You only have to care about yourself and quietly do your duty." Even though Mu Hanyan was speaking to her, Jingjing had a blank expression as though she didn't hear her. Looking at Jingjing's expression, Mu Hanyan sensed something. She suddenly appeared on the second floor and pushed open the door of the innermost room that belonged to her. She saw that Long Yi was calmly sitting on the sofa and he placed his legs on the tea table with no concern for where he was. He was watching her with a warm smile on her face. "What a coquettish hussy. You seem to be extremely adept with the flesh business. The more you do it, the better you seem to get." Emerald Mist Pavilion in Blue Moon City, and the Red Sleeve Boat in White Cloud City. "I wonder if you have other establishments elsewhere." Long Yi waved his hand towards Mu Hanyan and said with a smile. At this moment, Mu Hanyan was no longer that ice-cold woman inside Jingjing's room. Her sexy lips were slightly curled upwards and her entire face was full of charm. She swayed her slender waist and sat down beside Long Yi, replied him with a smile on her face. "Now, chaos fills the street and the flames of war is about to burn. Everyone wants to lead a befuddled life in order to escape from reality, especially those people with wealth. This is the only reason the flesh business is flourishing, nothing more." Long Yi spread open his arms and pulled Mu Hanyan into his bosom without any restraint. Her full and plump stuck close to his chest. Taking a deep breath, Mu Hanyan's entire body softened and she half closed her eyes as though she was in a trance. The two people had been apart for a period of time. She had truly missed that unique flavor of Long Yi. Just by leaning against his warm bosom, she would be able to feel his heartbeat. As she listened to his jokes, she was able to feel a sense of happiness. She felt extremely at ease when she was beside Long Yi. Although her happiness would only last for this moment, she still felt extremely satisfied and happy. The devil's talons of Long Yi squeezed through Mu Hanyan's armpit and grabbed her big jade hair. He gently pinched them and he asked, "They have gotten bigger. What do you eat in order to make them grow?" Mu Hanyan nibbled on Long Yi's chest and she moaned coquettishly, "Isn't it because of you, this damned man? You were the one who made them grow by groping them." Long Yi smirked and said, "Then I will grope them more. I want them to grow even bigger." One of Long Yi's devil claws climbed up the mountain and the other moved downwards in search of the deep mysterious place. Before long, Mu Hanyan trembled and her private place secreted love juices. When the two of them were touching each other, Mu Hanyan suddenly pushed Long Yi away. Her face, which was blushed a shade of red, suddenly turned pale. "What's wrong?" Long Yi was startled as he forcibly suppressed his fire of lust. "Nothing. Maybe I'm just too tired." Mu Hanyan shook her head and smiled with great difficulty. Of course, Long Yi didn't believe her. However, he couldn't do anything about it if she didn't want to tell him. He picked up Mu Hanyan and placed her on her bed. After throwing off his shoes, he climbed onto the bed as well. Then, injecting his internal force in her temple, he gently massaged her. Mu Hanyan comfortably let out a moan. She enjoyed Long Yi's gentle treatment, but a hint of inexplicable and unclear feeling appeared in her heart. "Did Hale look for you?" Mu Hanyan muttered. Long Yi's hand suddenly stopped and it moved away from Mu Hanyan's head. Now, that invisible barrier between them seemed to have gotten a lot thicker. "Aren't you curious about my identity?" Mu Hanyan felt somewhat disappointed and she rolled to one side. She softly asked Long Yi, "Of course, I am curious. However, will you tell me?" Long Yi faintly said, "No." Mu Hanyan sighed softly and the two of them fell into silence. "Then, are we friends or foes?" After a good while, Long Yi asked. Mu Hanyan was startled and she replied, For the time being, we are friends. Hee, that is to say, we still have to become foes someday. Long Yi said with a smile, but the smile was a bitter one. Perhaps. Long Yi looked at Mu Hanyan and he wanted to immediately jump out of the bed and leave. All of a sudden, he caught sight of a book from the corner of his eye. The book was pressed under Mu Hanyan's pillow, and the moment he saw the book, Long Yi's heart shook.